prison.
About a year in prison.
4 years out of an 18-year sentence in prison.
J6ers have been treated like terrorists.
And we need your help.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
For just $10 or more, you can help these patriots get back on their feet again.
Please scan the QR code to donate $10 or more to support these American patriots.
Thank you for standing in the gap.
Water, nature's ultimate cleaner. We drink it, we bathe in it. Think water, think steam, think clean. Now harness the power of water with the H2O X5 5-in-1 steam cleaning system.
I'm so impressed with the X5.
It's an all-in-one product. I can use it throughout my entire house.
It's cleaning, it's sanitizing. There's no chemicals in it. It's just steam.
This is unbelievable. There is no more odor.
5 minutes, I'm done. Look at that. It's amazing.
If you're ready to step into an effective, economical, and eco-safe world of cleaning, look no further than the H2O X5. Using just the power of superheated water, the X5 Super Hot Steam cleans and kills up to 99% of germs, viruses, and bacteria. You could spend over $500 to purchase the products that the X5 5-in-1 Miracle replaces. But through this special TV offer, you won't spend $400, $300, or even $200. Order your H2O X5 steam cleaning system, a $500 value, for just 4 easy payments of $43. You'll get the X5 steam mop with microfiber pad, the carpet glider, the handheld scrubber, the window glass and mirror attachment, and the garment and upholstery bonnet. It's a complete 10-piece system, all this for just 4 easy payments of $43. But it gets even better. Order now and we'll upgrade your X5 package. We'll add a 6th mode with a dusting and polishing wand. Valued at over $30, this extra bonus attachment makes your H2O X5 the H2O X6. That means your 10-piece system becomes a 12-piece system at no extra cost to you. If after 30 days you're not absolutely delighted, send it back for a full refund of the purchase price. Don't wait. Now's your chance to own the X5 for just 4 easy payments, and we'll make the first payment for you. You get the X5 incredible 5-in-1 lightweight, powerful 12-piece steam cleaning system, a $500 value, all for just 3 easy payments of $43.
You're watching Media Exposed. We're going to study the MSM's response to major media events across the country, exposing the hypocrisy of, in most cases, the left-wing mainstream media, how the media is covering the shutdown. And is Schumer and Jeffries driving this shutdown just to protect their poll numbers and not the public? And how has the media gone off the reservation about having mentally and physically healthy and competent military, and how they're portraying Hegseth's speech to military leaders? Like, what was the problem, right? So we're going to analyze that as well. We're also going to look at the media coverage of ICE and the National Guard going into Chicago, Portland, Memphis, and other cities. And Don Lemon and Ilhan Omar continue to purposely push lies about Charlie Kirk and the reason for violence in our country. Thank you so much for watching us. I'm David Zier, filling in for Adam Weiss, and let's do it.
Do you dare to follow me down?
What they do say is fake news.
Head into the unknown.
That's how devious the media's become. They're full-force activists now.
They colluded. Trump folks were in on it.
Down the rabbit hole.
Sways elections, sways policy. We need to expose them.
Republicans trash the country.
Where it stops, no
I've been doing this since I was 18. I've had hit jobs done against me. I've been attacked by media reporters. Am I afraid? No. Truth will prevail. Fake news media, we're here to call you out.
Head into the unknown.
Media Exposed with Adam Wise starts now.
I'm not Adam Weiss. This is David Zier. I'm filling in for Adam on today's Media Exposed. He couldn't be with us, but I'm honored that he asked me. I go way back with Adam, back into our early 20s. We started the Young Conservatives of Suffolk County together. We did great things. We affected outcomes of nominees for lieutenant governor's race in New York State, and we were pen pals with Rush Limbaugh in our early 20s. But Adam is a real knowledgeable guy. guy, and he has been plugged in. He's gotten me access into places that I never thought I would be at over the years, over the last many decades. So I'm really honored to be here today. And, we have this mission here at Real America's Voice to get out the truth and to listen to real American voices on the ground. That's what drives us, right? But we also have a duty to expose the MSM and the hypocrisy and everything that's going on. And we want to talk about, collusion between the Biden administration and journalists in the White House briefing room and other venues, which is not really going on today, here to discuss that is nationally syndicated radio host, best-selling author, his latest book, The Real Environmentalist, Jim Beach. Welcome to the show.
Thank you, David, for having me. It's a pleasure.
It's great to have you. Tell us a little bit about your syndicated radio show and where can people listen?
It's called School for Startups Radio. We're on 100 stations around the country, 5 days a week, talking about entrepreneurship and how to be a better entrepreneur, trying to motivate you to get started and give you the tips, tricks, and techniques to be successful. And the easiest place is schoolforstartupsradio.com.
All right. Well, that's really great. And I wish more young people were onto that. Instead, they're following democratic socialists like Mamdani and other. They want free stuff, right? But I wanted to talk about this possible collusion, right, between the Biden administration, ABC's Mary Bruce. They have some explaining to do, right, about maybe sharing questions with each other?
Well, I don't think that it's a question whether this happened or not. I think it's 100% obvious that it did happen. We've had Google admit openly that they were on the Biden's team and taking orders from Biden and his group. So I don't think there's any doubt that this has been going on. I think it's been going on a lot longer, too. I think there's evidence that Hillary was given questions in advance. And so this is just one of the typical Democrat playbook tricks. Dirty tricks.
Yeah, and there's no doubt about that. And Newsbusters has a great article about it, about ABC and what was going on and the big giant-sized postcards and pictures of faces because Biden really wasn't with it, right? Something you don't see Trump do, that's for sure. I wanted to talk about, let's go to cut number one, Trump doubling down on the sombrero memes. I had to show it.
It's a disgusting video, and we're going to continue to make clear bigotry will get you nowhere. We are fighting to protect the health care of the American people in the face of an unprecedented Republican assault.
You gotta love that Trump at least has a sense of humor, right? It's and he doubled down on the first meme right after they came out with that statement.
It's unbelievable that people can't take a joke anymore and don't understand that things are just funny sometimes. Yeah. I thought the funniest thing with Jeffries was the Trump 2028 hats that he had on his desk when Schumer and Jeffries were sitting in the Oval Office. I thought that was just a great way to rib them. They deserve it, and the Democrats just need to learn to take a joke a little bit better.
Yeah, and their heads were going to explode with those hats in there. There's another funny meme out there with Trump in the, he has that little gift shop where he gives foreign leaders and people, Trump paraphernalia. He gave Jeffries a sombrero. So anyway, on a more serious note here, what's going on here? Jill Biden said about the hat stunt. Let's all lighten up a bit. Michael LaRosa, who was a former spokesman for Joe Biden, he said, if you can't laugh at this, then you epitomize the problem with the Democratic Party these days. Isn't that what's at the root of all this?
It is. They have no ability to take a joke, and they're obsessed with the craziest things on earth. It's so funny that their ideas are so funny sometimes, and they don't know that they're just a walking joke themselves. These ideas with the trans and all of the other crazy things. the Democratic Party is our best source of humor right now in America. And it's sad that they don't see that and have the ability to laugh at themselves a little bit better. You know, if they didn't take themselves so seriously, they might be able to get above a 29% approval rating.
Yeah, and regarding the shutdown, you know, people don't want their tax dollars going to pay for health care for illegals, you know, and listen, it's a tough situation. If you're here illegally and your child's sick, you go to the emergency room. But they're using the emergency room as their primary care physicians. Is there an out here? Is there a fix for this, for Trump? Or Jeffries and Schumer are just doing this for a political stunt?
I do think it's a political stunt, and I think that they're going to lose this shutdown. You know, the last time Trump shut it down for, 5 weeks, I think it was, he won that one. And I think that the situation is even stronger for him this time. I don't think there's any doubt that they are going to have to give in, Schumer and Jeffries, sometime soon, because the American people are clearly on the side of the immigrants need to pay their own way. They need to stop getting all of these freebies. And Trump is well positioned on this one. He's done a very good job of positioning himself to be the rational voice, the voice of common sense. All of the tropes that he's been talking about and JD have been advancing are true. And so I think they've done a very good job of blaming this on the Democrats, and I think Schumer is ultimately going to be the biggest loser in this.
Yeah, and, you know, I feel like the Democrats and the MSM keep picking the wrong hill to die on. Right? Because they really can't justify this. But, you know, listen, people buy it. I'm all over the country with Real America's Voice News. People buy this stuff like, oh, he's, you know, killing seniors, pushing Granny off the cliff, you know, all that stuff. But the U.S. government has been shut down 20 times since 76, and it really had no net effect on the economy, right?
I don't think it has any effect on the economy. If anything, it's good for us. You know, I'm enthusiastic about Trump using this as an opportunity to take care of some other things, too, and perhaps reduce the head count at some of these agencies. I think that this is a big opportunity for him to have a different set of rules to help get rid of some of the excess employees. You know, the idea of who is necessary and who is not, I think really works in the Democrats' huge disadvantage, because when there is a shutdown, the only big problem I see is that trash is not picked up at the parks so well in D.C.
Yeah.
But the rest of the world continues to operate very well. The things keep getting done. And so I think that the shutdown is going to hurt. It's going to hurt Schumer. And I'm kind of excited for the possibility of it. This is a big win for Trump.
Yeah, and Russ Vought said, you know, or Mike Lee, Senator Mike Lee said Russ Vought's been waiting for this for a long time. So they're prepared. And even the national parks, I think, are still open, most of them, during this.
Okay, I didn't know that.
I think so. I think so. Everyone has to go check that out. I don't want to be spreading any fake news. There's enough of that going around. That's for sure. But in the last minute here, we're going to carry you over to the next block here because we got more to talk about. But what's your assessment of the media's coverage of the shutdown?
You know, it's very typical. They're hyperbolic crazy and going to the absolute extreme with every possibility. I think they're just continuing to make an idiot of themselves. Just like with the Hedgesmith speech that he gave for all of the generals, the reports are, oh, he's crazy. His, you know, blood vessels are popping. He's so tense and everything. I watched the entire speech and I would have given him a strong A or an A+. I thought he was very much under control. And the media is just lying. When we can watch and see that he's very much under control, makes the media look like the liars that they are.
Yeah, and what's wrong with setting the bar higher for our military and keeping the standards that we always had? Getting back to that. There's nothing wrong with that. All right, everybody, nationally syndicated radio host Jim Beach. We'll be right back. Thank you for joining us. And everyone, go out and get his latest book. You're author of 5 books. The latest, The Real Environmentalist, right? We've got 10 seconds.
That's correct. Yes, please go buy it. It's on Amazon.
All right, Jim. We'll be right back with more. I'm David Zier, filling in for the great Adam Weiss. Thank you for joining us, and we'll be right back.
To avoid digital threats, just turn on NordVPN. Improve your protection against trackers, malicious websites, and malware-ridden downloads. Get the deal now.
If you're happy and you know it, clap your hands. If you're happy and you know it, ride your bike.
If you're happy and you know it, then your face will surely show it.
If you're happy and you know it, smile big and bright.
Thousands of kids just like me are happy every day.
And it's all because of generous people like you who support Shriners Hospitals for Children every month.
All you have to do is call the number on your screen or go online to loveshriners.org right now with your monthly gift.
Because of people like you, Shriners Hospitals for Children is able to make an everyday miracle happen for kids like me.
If you're happy and you know it, dance around. If you're happy and you know it, play a song.
If you're happy and you know it, then your face will surely show it.
If you're happy and you know it, take your shot.
And when you call or go online right now to donate $19 a month or more, we'll send you this adorable Love to the Rescue blanket as a thank you and a reminder of all the smiles you're bringing to kids' faces every day.
Will today be the day you send your love to the rescue?
When you call the number on your screen right now and give as little as $19 a month, just 63 cents a day, you'll be making a life-changing difference for a child, just like Sarah.
Your monthly gift today could change your life forever.
Because of you.
We are happy and we know it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Please call or go online right now to give. If operators are busy, please wait patiently or go to loveshriners.org right away.
How does the world's most trusted dog expert keep his own dog so healthy?
Hi, I am Cesar Milan. In my 20 years rehabilitating dogs, I've seen too many struggle with health problems that no amount of training could fix. Then I discovered it wasn't the dog, it was their food. Fortunately, I found veterinarian Dr. Marty's Anti-Kibo Breakthrough.
Nature's Blend is packed with whole foods that are freeze-dried, locking in nutrients.
I saw remarkable improvements in my dogs within weeks.
Try Dr. Marty risk-free for 90 days. Plus, get a free gift when you call or visit drmartypets.com/Caesar.
Did you know that thousands of authors across the country have written books and published them with Page Publishing? If you've written a book, Page Publishing can help you through the process. We cut through the confusion of the publishing world to make it easy for you.
Call or scan for your free writer's guide today.
Welcome back. You are watching Media Exposed. I'm David Zier. I'm not Adam Weiss. I'm filling in for Adam Weiss. He couldn't be with us today, but it's so great to be here. You know, I've had so many exciting adventures with Adam over the years. New York politics, down in Washington, down in West Palm Beach, around the MAGA crowd and Trump. And, you know, this guy, Adam, you know, is really plugged in, and he's been all over the place, and he's represented people like Judge Jeanine for many years, Kim Guilfoyle for many years, Don Jr. He helped me do the launch of Don Jr.'s book, Triggered, for the network years ago, both in New York City and Washington, D.C. So, you know, Adam has a lot going on and, you know, really has gut political instincts, which is, you know, kind of neat. And he's a smart guy. So I'm honored that he asked me to fill in today. And I want to bring back with us again a nationally syndicated radio host, Jim Beach, and best-selling author of 5 books. What's up, Jim?
Thank you for having me. Good to see you. Thanks for having me for the second block.
It's like deja vu all over again, right? Speaking of which, go Yankees. You know, Yogi Berra, right? It's great, great lines. So cash is just as good as money, he said, right, Jim? So we were talking about Pete Hegseth. Has the media gone off the reservation about having mental, physical, and, you know, healthy competency in the military? And how are they portraying Pete Hegseth in his speech to military leaders? I think the leaders got it in the audience, right?
It'd be interesting to ask all of them. I think that probably half of them were very excited about the message. Maybe a third were not liking the message, and then there were a group in the middle. But overall, I thought that he did an excellent job with the presentation and that the content was outstanding. I think that our military leaders should get together more than once in every, the last time I think was 40 years ago that everyone was in one room. It has to be good for them. And, the way they're treating Pete is exactly the way we would expect the media. Every day I see an article that Pete's on the edge. He's about to get crazy. He's living with, all of these secrets and all the horrible things they're saying about him. The problem is he probably gives them a little bit of, a little bit to work with. He probably is a little too tense, and I think that he probably should get a little happier. But the media is absolutely, no doubt, taking a 1-inch story and turning it into a mile. And so they're just operating in their normal way. And we just need to know that they have a different agenda. Their agenda is not to have America be great and to have a strong military. Their agenda has always been to tear down the military. And by making Pete look bad, that's a good way to do it.
Yeah, there's no doubt about that. No matter what he does, you build a million bridges, right? You're never known as a bridge builder. All right, let's go to cut number 4. Senator Chuck Schumer on ICE in American cities.
The military protects us from foreign enemies, and our local police departments, sheriffs, and some federal agencies like the FBI, which they're decimating now for political purposes. He's trying to make it into his attack dog, protect us here. This is backfiring. When they tried to do this in California and they thought it was going to be such a winner, the Californians across the board erupted and said, we don't want this. You're creating it worse. In Oregon, which he just said he wanted to go into, the governor said, we don't need you. If you want to help augment the kind of dollars we need for police and for sheriffs, do it. So this is totally against the American grain. And it's one example of many that they're moving to an autocracy away from a democracy. In dictatorships, the federal military goes into the cities to do bad things. In this case, we should resist it in every step of the way, and the American people are. Nobody likes this except a few hard.
So, Jim, it's always that way, right? The word of the week, like Rush Limbaugh said, they all get the same talking points for the Sunday shows. Gestapo. It was Gestapo, right? And I wanted to read 2 Trump Truth Social posts from the other day. The governor of Oregon must be living in a dream world. Portland is a never-ending disaster. Many people have been badly hurt and even killed. It's run like a third world country. We're only going in because as American patriots, we have no choice. Law and order must prevail in our cities and everywhere else. And then he did a second follow-up there, about Antifa and radical left anarchists have been viciously attacking our federal law enforcement officers, men and women, who are simply doing their jobs, protecting federal property and enforcing federal immigration laws and the rule of law. There's no dictatorship going on. There's no authoritarian rule, right? Isn't it okay to restore law and order?
Well, you remember when he went into Washington a month and a half ago, everyone was waning and moaning about that. And then about a week later, the Democratic mayor of Washington came out and said, no, this is actually good. We're enjoying this. This is good. And eventually the numbers came out that the residents of Washington wanted it also. They were tired of the perpetual crime. I think the same thing is going to happen in the rest of the country, California and Portland. The reality is no one likes crime, and we're tired of being afraid on our own streets. And the majority is with that. All of the polling data shows that. I saw a CNN piece where the swing has been 13 points in favor of Trump towards support. And so I don't think any of us like being afraid. We're tired of it, and we're more than willing to have some of ICE come in and clean up the city a little bit. again, Washington is the best example. The mayor ended up being supportive. And what do you hear about Washington now? Absolutely nothing. It's totally disappeared from the stories because it's working, and it's working very well. What was it? Murder went down to zero when they started, zero murders. So obviously it's working, and we'll see the same sort of success in the other cities as well.
Yes. So, the National Guard, in these cities, defund the police. I'm in New York, so Governor Cuomo, March of 2019, there were like 5,000 crimes by people who were let out with no bail, and a bunch of murders that went along with that. D.A. Bragg in New York City only prosecuted 7% of the violent crimes in his first year in office. It's still going on. Chicago, I hear that they're not letting the ICE guys go into the jails, and they're not processing violent crimes done by illegals, because they don't want ICE coming after them. I have an interview with Ben Berquam, I showed yesterday, with the Seattle ICE director. She was saying, listen, if they just allowed them to take them from the jails in Seattle, our problem would kind of be over. We wouldn't be in the street. There wouldn't be any conflict. There wouldn't be anything going on, creating a situation, where it gives Antifa, the ability to attack. And I'm sorry to run on, but these problems are solvable by these local governments, and they're not doing it, and they're not protecting Americans, right?
It's very clear that that's not their priority at all. And you look at the prosecutors that Soros has put in all around the country. We have one here in Atlanta, and they're more concerned with pleasing the political left than with reducing crime. It's an absolute travesty the way that they are treating the American citizen as the target, and they're more than willing to let us die. Whether it's a poor girl on the subway of North Carolina and Charlotte, or Charlie Kirk, they don't care what happens. They are very willing to watch us slowly die and get killed by crime or any other of their silly policies. They don't care at all, and I think we're going to see this really backfire on them as the policies work, because Americans want safety. It's not a crazy thing for us to expect from our government.
I spent over 6 years on the campaign trail following Trump for Real America's Voice, going to dozens and dozens of blue cities, almost 40 states. And I was the only one to report on La Crosse, Wisconsin, right? You wouldn't think La Crosse, Wisconsin. You see the commercials for the La Crosse, the car, it's a beautiful country. You come out of Rochester, I drove in, it was bucolic country, never touched by the glaciers, the Mississippi, the Black River, Lafayette River, all meet, beautiful. And then you go into La Crosse, Democratic City Council, Democratic Sheriff, Democratic County Executive, Democratic Congressman, and then the surrounding area is red. And it was a mess. There's fentanyl deaths, there were illegals, there was unemployment, there was all kinds of problems. And this was the same for every blue city I went to across America. They've abdicated their responsibility. So don't we have to do something?
I think we do. I think that makes a lot of sense. The idea, if you won't protect me, I do want someone else to come in and take care of that. And if the local officials are more concerned about Soros and Obama being happy, we're never going to have a solution. And so when the other team just walks off the field, there's only one choice, and that's for you to play the game alone and go win it. So I do think that Trump has a huge advantage. The left has let too many people die, too many figureheads, again, like the poor girl on the subway in Charlotte. Too many people are visibly being killed. I don't remember the girl's name, Laken Riley,
Rachel Morin, you can go on
in
forever.
Georgia. Yes. There's just too many examples that stick out in people's minds. And eventually that girl looks like my daughter, and you've killed my daughter. And so we're not going to put up with it. I think the majority of the people are be very welcoming because we want safety. That's not a harsh thing for us to ask for.
No. Jim Beach, I want to thank you for your insight. And tell our viewers where they can follow you on social media and listen to you.
You can go to jimbeach.com or schoolforstartupsradio.com. I'd love to have you on the show.
All right, wonderful. Anytime. And I hope they could fix stuff in Buckhead, Atlanta. It used to be my favorite place. I understand things got out of control down there, right?
They did. Buckhead was really bad. We had a school teacher who ended up shot in the arm going out on a run. It's crazy.
Yeah, it's crazy. And they wanted to be their own city, and the governor said no, their own police department. Right. Thank you so much for joining us, Jim. We'll see you soon.
Thanks for having me. Say hello to Adam. He's my publicist.
Yes. Everybody watching Media Exposed. We'll be right back with more. I'm David Zier, in for Adam Weiss.
What do people want from a Medicare Advantage plan? Let's find out.
I want a $0 monthly premium.
I take a lot of medications, so I need prescription drug coverage.
And what do you want?
You know, I'm not exactly sure.
Would you like help figuring that out?
Absolutely.
If you would like help making an informed decision about your Medicare coverage, Aetna licensed agents are standing by, ready to listen to your questions and help you find health coverage that meets your needs. Aetna Medicare Advantage prescription drug plans provide medical and hospital coverage, plus Part D prescription drug coverage. You get everything in original Medicare and benefits such as dental, vision, and hearing. And once you're an Aetna Medicare Advantage plan member, our trained service representatives will be there for you, ready to provide guidance and support.
Having a conversation with our members should be like sitting down talking to a fellow family member. How do I want my mom to understand this? You know, it's not all just business, because at the end of the day, they're not a dollar sign. They're not just another customer. They're a member.
When you call our toll-free number, you are under no obligation to enroll. You can speak with an agent, ask questions, and get the answers you need.
Get Medicare coverage that's right for you and fits your budget. Aetna has Medicare Advantage plans with monthly plan premiums starting at $0. Many Aetna Medicare Advantage prescription drug plans offer Part D prescription drug coverage with a $0 copay on Tier 1 prescription drugs at preferred pharmacies. Plans also offer a $0 copay for preventive services like screenings and tests when you see in-network providers. Plans may also include dental, vision, and hearing coverage, a fitness membership, and more.
And what about your insurance company? What do you want from them?
I want to be treated like a human being, not a number.
And you?
When I need help, I want to be able to get on the phone and talk to a real person, somebody that actually cares.
As an Aetna Medicare Advantage member, our dedicated service representatives will listen to your needs, answer your questions, and provide help.
When you call in, you don't have to do anything. I'll do the work for you.
What about you? What do you want from a Medicare Advantage plan? To find out if an Aetna Medicare Advantage plan is right for you, call now to speak with a licensed Aetna agent. Annual enrollment ends December 7th, so pick up the phone and call for a free Medicare coverage assessment today.
Call 1-844-788-5204 to speak with a licensed Aetna agent. That's 1-844-788-5204.
Everybody, I'm David Zier, filling in for the great Adam Weiss. You know, Adam Weiss and I go back about 3 decades in business and in politics, and the guy is everywhere. Adam Weiss is everywhere, and he's done such a phenomenal job and has given me access to so many higher echelons in the media and the government and, you know, with the Trump people. And so kudos to Adam Weiss for being in the know. He is the man on the ground, on the scene. He's everywhere. We can't keep up with it. So I'm honored to fill in for Adam today. And I wanted to bring on our first guest. You know, the media has gone off the reservation about Hegseth's speech. I watched all their heads explode. You know, all he wants is a physically healthy and competent military. And how is the media portraying Pete Hegseth and his speech to our nation's military leaders? And here to discuss that is the best-selling author of Gunfighter's Rule and retired U.S. Marine Colonel William Dunn. How are you, sir?
Great. Thanks for having me. How you doing today?
I'm good. I watch the news and I get like PTSD. You know, it's like crazy. They're out of control. Trump can't do anything right. Hegseth can't do anything right. He's not qualified. And I've been covering the media's response to this speech here, and I wanted to play a quick clip for you about Hegseth's speech. Let's go to cut number 2, David Muir and Martha Raddatz on ABC.
Tonight, the U.S. military's top brass summoned to Quantico, Virginia, 800 top officers. Secretary Hegseth outlining his vision, what's now expected of those military leaders, and talking about the highest male standard only for all of those who serve in the U.S. military. Then President Trump on stage, the president saying he has told Secretary Hegseth we should use some dangerous cities as training grounds for our military. Here's Martha Raddatz.
In an unprecedented meeting, which the former Weekend Fox and Friends host broadcast live, Secretary Pete Hegseth warning hundreds of combat-tested generals, admirals, and senior officers flown in from around the world that the military under his leadership will be dramatically changed.
No more identity months, DEI offices, dudes in dresses. No more climate change worship. No more division, distraction, or gender delusions. No more debris. We are done with that.
Yeah, I saw Rachel Levine in the Detroit airport in the Delta Lounge. It's so weird. Did she meet the physical competency requirements for the military? And what'd you think about Hegseth's speech?
Well, first of all, I thought his speech was outstanding.
Yeah.
And what I would love the listeners to understand, I joined the Marine Corps in 1983, and then I spent my life in the Marine Corps. His speech is nothing new. That's how we did it for the last 3 decades up until we had some administration changes. And what we did was a slow boil where we started adding in this kinder, softer, gentler military, and we did reduce standards. And I know a lot of folks, will disagree with that, but we did. And I witnessed some of it. I witnessed some of it as a young Marine officer. Some physical fitness things became easier to allow everybody to pass. But it's never been different until we started breaking what we consider as normalization and deviance on those capabilities. And I guarantee you, if there was a standard for infantry for women that was higher than the male standard, then that's the standard we would go to. You have to go to the highest standard to keep our men and women in uniform safe. And, there's a lot of fallout. There's a lot of discussions that, you don't have to be in shape to be a good Marine. And, there is a very little bit of value to that. But what I will tell you is this: every military member, every officer, every general officer, and flag officer that was sitting in that auditorium, if they don't meet the standards, they know it. It's not a surprise. They know if they're out of height and weight standard, period. And so why not ask the question a different way and say, why did you allow yourself to get out of standard? What are we doing wrong as a military to allow you, a leader, to be out of standard? And that's the question that should be asked, not whether or not you can still do your job. It's just a wrong question, and we have got to get back to where we always have been, and that is you maintain a standard to be in the military, period.
Yeah, and Hegseth, trains with the troops, and he's in shape, and I don't think it's a big ask, right? Take care of yourself, no more beards. I wanted to ask you really quick about the beards, though. I know that a lot of guys get like rashes and stuff, and they're allowed to have like some scruff. I saw a lot of that going on. Is that allowed?
Well, it is, and what happened when I was in, it was for people that it was called ingrown hairs.
Yeah.
Okay. A lot of men would have this ingrown hair thing, and they couldn't shave because it could cause them some discomfort and some, and maybe some infections. The problem was, and I saw this, is we started to normalize the deviance again, right? And so where 5 guys needed it, another 5 guys wanted it, or another 10 guys wanted it. And next thing you know, everybody's running around with beards, and they really didn't meet the requirement medically to have the beard.
Yeah.
So we're getting back to just doing normal standards. And there is a lot of reasons why you want to be clean shaven and healthy. One of them is so on the battlefield, you can easily recognize your teammates.
Sure.
And, obviously the special forces are not in the same discussion here. We're talking about your normal combat men and women.
Yeah, and especially when you're trying to fit into another country's population, right? And, like we saw in Afghanistan and other. So, all right, cut number 3, Don Lemon on Dan Abrams saying Hegseth is a DEI hire. Check it out.
This administration has done a great deal from day one to remove the social justice, politically correct, and toxic ideological garbage that had infected our department, to rip out the politics. No more identity months, DEI offices, dudes in dresses. No more climate change worship. No more division, distraction, or gender delusions. No more debris. As I've said before, and will say again, we are done with that shit.
Well, I think that kind of proves my point. I mean, if we were done with that, I don't think he would be Secretary of Defense. In his definition and the Trump administration's definition of diversity, equity, and inclusion, Pete Hegseth is a DEI hire. Pete Hegseth is not qualified for that position, and he shouldn't be in that position. So therefore, it's very tough for me and many people in America to take him seriously about anything. So that's where I stand, that we're done with that. Anyways, I don't really take him seriously.
So Pete Hegseth, a decorated combat veteran, how is he not qualified? And part 2 of my question to you is the Young Turks are saying Hegseth doesn't want women in combat roles. But, he's referring to being able to carry a 155 millimeter shell, a loaded pack, an M240 saw in the battlefield, right? So can you address both of those things? We have 3 minutes. It's all yours.
Okay. Yeah. So real quick, I've served in combat with women in the air and on the ground. And they do a fabulous job. They have to meet the standard. And I can't imagine the women jumping up and not wanting to meet the standard. They want to meet the same standard as men, especially many of the Marine females that I know want to meet the same standard as men at whatever job they're doing. And I've flown with, outstanding women pilots. They're as good or better than some of the men. If you're a man and you don't meet the standard, you don't get in. So why would a woman that didn't meet the standard be able to get in? So draw the line across the board, set the standard, set it high, and only those that meet it get in. Now, the DEI thing. Every parent in America should not request, should not ask, they should demand that when their sons and daughters come in our military, that only the highest qualified officers, staff NCOs, trainers, and leaders and commanders are in charge of their sons or daughters. They should demand it. We should always demand it. You don't ask a surgeon to operate on your child's heart or brain surgery based on their ethnicity or based on their ideology. You want the best. It should be no different. Our task and our job in the military is dangerous every single day. And you won't know, I bet you can't find a military member that's served more than a few years that has not buried a friend. Sometimes because of a mistake, sometimes because it just happened. What we do is dangerous. Everybody has to be the best, period.
And what about the comments of Don Lemon that Hegseth is a DEI hire? It doesn't make any sense.
Well, that makes no sense. It makes no sense.
It's enough said.
There has been, and I believe this number is correct, 7 secretaries of defense /war that have never served in the military before. Right. When you have one that has served in combat, I am confident and I believe that it makes that harder decision to send another man or woman into combat if you've seen combat.
Yeah.
And so when you haven't served in combat, I just believe it's a little easier because your experience is from something you haven't lived. And I like the fact that our Secretary of War has combat experience. And I believe that will make it harder every time he has to make a decision to move someone into combat.
The Defense Department, it's a civilian role, but it's great that he has this combat experience. And only 30+% of our kids even qualify for the military in physical or mental competency, which is really a sad state. We got to get our act together. 25 seconds. Where can our viewers follow you, and where can they get your book?
Well, thanks. ColonelWilliamDunn.com is the website. Book Gunfighter's Rule. You can get it on Amazon or anywhere you get books, but it's the easiest. Google up Gunfighter's Rule. It'll come right up, and get yourself a copy. I think you'll enjoy it.
I always appreciate your insight, and thank you for serving. Colonel William Dunn, everybody. Thank you again. We'll see you soon, okay?
And thanks so much for having me. Have a great day.
Anytime. When we come back, we got more great stuff exposing the MSM for their hypocrisy. Don't go anywhere. I'm David Zier, filling in for Adam Weiss on Media Exposed.
Some people are worried that they won't be able to get food because of disasters, food shortages, rising prices, you name it. Well, let me show you something. This tote right here has enough food for breakfast, lunch, dinner, even snacks for 3 full months. And right now, when you order one of these 3-month survival food kits, you're going to get 2 months absolutely free, guys. So you see that square on your screen? That's called a QR code. Now, here's how to use it. Just pick up your smartphone and open up your camera, right? Point it at that QR code. Now, you're going to see right in the picture there that this link pops up. That one right there. Tap that link and it's going to take you to this deal right now. These kits can last up to 25 years. The food tastes great. And guess what? It's your food security plan. And today, you get way more while paying much less. But only if you scan the code before the deal ends, all right? So go ahead, scan the code to buy 1 3-month food kit. And guys, you're going to get 2 months absolutely free. But only if you scan this code before it ends. So go ahead, scan the code to buy 1 3-month survival food kit and get 2 months absolutely free.
How does the world's most trusted dog expert keep his own dog so healthy?
Hi, I am Cesar Milan. In my 20 years rehabilitating dogs, I've seen too many struggle with health problems that no amount of training could fix. Then I discovered it wasn't the dog, it was their food. Fortunately, I found veterinarian Dr. Marty's Anti-Kibo Breakthrough.
Nature's Blend is packed with whole foods that are freeze-dried, locking in nutrients.
I saw remarkable improvements in my dogs within weeks.
Try Dr. Marty risk-free for 90 days. Plus, get a free gift when you call or visit drmartypets.com/Caesar.
When surprise breakdowns happen, American Home Shield will be there to fix or replace parts of the systems and appliances you rely on every day. They help protect your time and money by connecting you with qualified pros and helping pay for covered repairs or replacements. AHS offers flexible and affordable plans for every home. Sign up today and get $100 off with code AHS100. Visit AHS.com or call 833-PLAN-AHS.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
I'm a J6er, and I spent 3 months in jail and about a year in prison.
I spent 4 years out of an 18-year sentence in prison.
J6ers have been smeared and defamed by the media, persecuted by the government, and treated like terrorists.
J6ers are patriotic men and women, mothers, fathers, sisters, and brothers from all walks of life.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
And we need your help.
For just $10 or more, you're helping these patriots get mental, physical, and spiritual help.
Please scan the QR code or go to j6support.com to donate $10 or more to support these American patriots.
Every dollar you give is being matched up to $50,000, doubling your impact. Go now to j6support.com and donate today.
Welcome back. You're watching Media Exposed. I'm David Zier, filling in for Adam Weiss. He couldn't be with us today, but I'm really honored that he asked me to. You know, Adam and I have done so many great things together over the decades, and you know, he's really a superstar. A lot of people don't know this about him, but he's launched so many books for, for like Judge Jeanine and for Kim Guilfoyle. He represented for many years, and he just has so much access and really really has his ear to the ground. So it's nice to have, because you really get to know what's going on in the media. And that's why he does this show, Media Exposed, exposing the hypocrisy of the mainstream media when they need to be called out. And that's what it's about. And Real America's Voice News, we're always trying to give our viewers the truth and what's going on. And here to discuss Unhinged Media, Tiffany Marie Brannan, the creative director of American Border Stories. Welcome, Tiffany. How are you?
Hi, I'm great. How are you?
I'm wonderful. It's great to have you. So much going on out there, right? Don Lemon blaming white men for our problems. Let's go to cut number 5 and we'll get your input on that one.
Wake up, white men. What the is wrong with you? But you're too dumb to even realize that, because you're lazy and sitting in front of a computer or a phone and you're just eating it up. Oh, my God, look at what they're doing. All of a sudden, my heritage is going to be over, that I want to live in a country where their white kids go to white schools and white people marry each other. What is wrong with that? I want to grow up in the country that my great-grandfather grew up in. That country doesn't exist anymore.
I don't know anybody who says that. I've been around 1 million plus people at Trump rallies for many years. I've never seen anybody or heard anybody say anything like that. Is this guy nutty?
Oh, Don Lemon has been unhinged and completely insane for quite a while now. My favorite part about this entire thing is that his partner, his gay partner, is actually a white man.
Yeah.
It's a white guy. So it's really crazy. And you look at all these other crazy libs like AOC or, I think Ilhan Omar and like all these people that are very much anti-white men and say how white men are the enemy, but they're all married to white men. And so I'm not sure if they're really, believing what they're selling at this point.
Well, he's like, his tirade's basically saying that there's a rash of high-profile shootings by angry white men, not mentioning that like 98% of them are by leftist, Antifa, Trantifa, mentally ill, on psychotropic drugs, SSRIs. Has he looked at violent crime rates by white people? Black people commit 55.9% of all the homicides, I think in 2023 it was, and they're less than 6% of the population. So if he wants to go down that path, it's flawed. It doesn't work. It's crazy. I want to go to cut number 6, Ilhan Omar with Don Lemon. It just gets worse.
I have nothing to apologize for. It is a tragedy that Charlie Kirk was killed in that way. I feel for his widow and his children. They will have to live with that for the rest of their lives. But there is no legacy to honor. It was a legacy filled with bigotry, hatred, and white supremacy. Mm-hmm. And as a black woman and as a Muslim in this country, I refuse to join the chorus that changes the history of what is on the record from this man. And so, Nancy Mace, the president, like whatever, these crazy people can do whatever they want to do. Yeah. But I am not going to be bullied into complacency, into, dishonoring who I am and what I stand for just to, make them feel comfortable. Yeah. It's not going to happen.
Tiffany, you could be an angry white woman in this moment because that's a lie about Charlie Kirk. That's a lie. There was no racism and there was no bigotry, right?
No, not at all. Charlie Kirk was a wonderful man. I am still devastated as someone that's a part of, the community. I'm from Arizona. I'm from Phoenix. I've known his wife, Erica, for over 20 years. And I cannot tell you emphatically enough that he was a wonderful man. There was not a racist, xenophobic, sexist, whateverist bone in his body. No. And this kind of clip makes me sick for a few reasons. First of all, we know, as you kind of alluded to earlier, that as of 2025, attacks by crazy left-wingers are up in unprecedented numbers, right? They're the highest they've been, and they're far higher in number than any, conservative right-winger hate crime. It is rhetoric by people like Omar that has incited such hatred against good, wonderful, loving husbands and fathers like Charlie Kirk, who are out doing, nothing but displaying and using their First Amendment right to engage with civil discourse, to share and discuss ideas. That's what America was founded on. And for someone like her, you know, there's that other clip that was going viral where she was saying, she was using language that I won't use, just atrocious, horrific language, basically spitting on his legacy and spitting on his grave. And that is not anyone that should be sitting in Congress. That is not someone who comes to our country, who benefits from all of our laws, and who is able to go from living in a third world country to sitting in the United States Congress. And all she wants to do is destroy and dismantle everything that has made America great, and that President Trump is trying to, you know, reinstill and reinforce.
You know, and it's not about whether she's a Muslim or not, Ilhan Omar. You know, my Uber driver going to the Charlie Kirk Memorial at 4 a.m. said, I love Charlie Kirk. I'm a Muslim from Somalia. But it depends what side of the fence you were on. He fought against, his father died in the Civil War against warlord Farah Aidid, which she probably sides with, and al-Shabaab, which she's probably sympathetic to. This guy wasn't. His family died in the Civil War there and fled to Kenya and came to the United States. He loves the United States. But Ilhan Omar does not love the United States. I wanted to go to cut number 7. This teacher in front of TPUSA headquarters explaining how Google manipulated this false narrative about Charlie Kirk.
But I had a student, just in reference to the Kirk thing, I think that's what really kind of hit me, was several years ago, this was many years ago, before a lot of people really knew who he was. I honestly didn't even know who he was at that point. A student came to me and asked, can we start a Turning Point chapter on campus? And I said, you know, because I've always told my students, I will advise, because they have to have a teacher advisor, I will advise a conservative or a liberal or anything as long as it's, you know, there's nothing negative about it. And this is like a mea culpa. I didn't know who he was, so I said, well, let me look into it. And I said, I will Google it. And the narrative, as we know online, was very negative. And I did about 20-30 minutes of research, and I got a lot of negative feedback, to be perfectly honest. And I told the student no. And he said, and I explained, I said, you know, a lot of what I've seen is, you know, showing that there's a lot of racist and this and that. And he's told me, he's like, but he's not. And I said, I can't support that, right?
How were you researching that, if you don't mind me asking? Were you looking at articles? Were you looking at Google?
Yeah, sorry, Googling articles, you know, the general.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of misinformation out there. Is it too late for people to really know the truth about Charlie Kirk? How do we keep that going?
I think that it's never too late to tell the truth and spread the truth, but that is the problem. You see, you know, you look at the AI search results, and what we're really seeing is that the majority of their information or misinformation is coming from platforms like Reddit, where they're not even legitimate sources. They're sourced by people that are most likely voicing their opinions or some obscure thing they pulled from the bottom of the internet. So I think that more importantly, you know, the more we speak out and we maintain the truth of who Charlie Kirk was, what Turning Point USA is doing and has done, and the fact that this man, this wonderful man, he basically single-handedly saved the world by saving America, by helping President Trump be elected in 2024. Without Charlie Kirk and his dedication to the cause and to America First policies, we never would have gotten to the point where we garnered that young male vote that tipped us over the edge, and not only won us the vote, but won us the popular vote. You know, you look at how he was friends with everyone. And there was not a single person who knew him, whether they agreed with him or not, who disagreed with him. And you can even see what Bill Maher said on his show.
Sure.
And as we know, Bill Maher is a crazy atheist liberal who now is very publicly standing up for Charlie Kirk and saying what happened was evil and wrong, and he did not deserve it.
No, he absolutely didn't. And one thing that struck me, I was on the ground doing interviews outside the memorial, filling up the stadium and the arena. We've never seen anything like it in U.S. history. Biggest event since MLK's death, that most of the people were not members of TPUSA who were there. And they were older generations, or they were in their 30s, and they just loved Charlie Kirk's message, especially women. In about less than a minute, I'll give you the last word on where can people follow you.
Oh, yeah. People can follow me online on Instagram at Tiffany Marie Brannon. I'm on X at Tiffany M. Brannon. But, you know, more than anything, just keep trying to focus on America First policies and remember what Charlie would always say. And that's love Jesus, go to church, read the Bible, and, you know, do the best to put your family and faith first.
Yeah, it's not that hard. You know, the good people are tired of being told they're the bad people. Right, Tiffany?
Yes. Exactly.
All right. Thank you so much for joining us, and we'll have you back. Adam will be back, and thanks again.
Thank you so much, David.
All right, you're welcome. Everybody, now a word from HotelPlanner.com. A word from our sponsor, Hotel Planner. Are you frustrated with how confusing it is these days to find and book a good hotel for yourself, your family, or for large group events? Our friends at HotelPlanner.com have a cutting-edge hotel booking platform that's easy to navigate, AI-powered, and has over 1.4 million global properties available across all traveler categories. And they've been in business more than 20 years. If you call their reservation line, you'll speak to real-life humans, not chatbots. Hotel Planner, high-tech, high-touch. Go to HotelPlanner.com and discover the world. And I've used Hotel Planner. I went to Italy. I used Hotel Planner. They were phenomenal. They found me great hotels that were top-notch. They put me in a hotel in Milan that was not expensive at all, a couple of $100 a night, right next to the Duomo. And this beautiful hotel, the Hermitage in Florence, right on the Arno River, which was just the most spectacular setting you ever want to be in your life. You got to go to Florence. Thank you so much. I'm so honored to sit in for Adam Weiss at Media Exposed. And tune in next week for more insider insights and unfiltered analysis on all of the things the mainstream media won't tell you. Thank you so much. We'll see you next time.
Some people are worried that they won't be able to get food because of disasters, food shortages, rising prices, you name it. Well, let me show you something. This tote right here has enough food for breakfast, lunch, dinner, even snacks for 3 full months. And right now, when you order one of these 3-month survival food kits, you're gonna get 2 months absolutely free, guys. So you see that square on your screen? That's called a QR code. Now, here's how to use it. Just pick up your smartphone and open up your camera, right? Point it at that QR code. Now you're gonna see right in the picture there that this link pops up, that one right there. Tap that link and it's gonna take you to this deal right now. These kits can last up to 25 years, the food tastes great, and guess what? It's your food security plan. And today, you get way more while paying much less. But only if you scan the code before the deal ends, all right? So go ahead, scan the code to buy 1 3-month food kit. And guys, you're gonna get 2 months absolutely free, but only if you scan this code before it ends. So go ahead, scan the code to buy 1 3-month survival food kit and get 2 months absolutely free.
Water, nature's ultimate cleaner. We drink it, we bathe in it. Think water, think steam, think clean. Now harness the power of water with the H2O X5 5-in-1 steam cleaning system.
I'm so impressed with the X5. It's an all-in-one product, so I can use it throughout my entire house.
It's cleaning, it's sanitizing, there's no chemicals in it. It's just steam.
This is unbelievable. There is no more odor. 5 minutes, I'm done. Look at that, it's amazing.
If you're ready to step into an effective, economical, and eco-safe world of cleaning, look no further than the H2O X5. Using just the power of superheated water, the X5 Super Hot Steam cleans and kills up to 99% of germs, viruses, and bacteria. You could spend over $500 to purchase the products that the X5 5-in-1 Miracle replaces. But through this special TV offer, you won't spend $400, $300, or even $200. Order your H2O X5 steam cleaning system, a $500 value, for just 4 easy payments of $43. You'll get the X5 steam mop with microfiber pad, the carpet glider, the handheld scrubber, the window glass and mirror attachment, and the garment and upholstery bonnet. It's a complete 10-piece system, all this for just 4 easy payments of $43. But it gets even better. Order now and we'll upgrade your X5 package. We'll add a 6th mode with a dusting and polishing wand. Valued at over $30, this extra bonus attachment makes your H2O X5 the H2O X6. That means your 10-piece system becomes a 12-piece system at no extra cost to you. If after 30 days you're not absolutely delighted, send it back for a full refund of the purchase price. Don't wait. Now's your chance to own the X5 for just 4 easy payments, and we'll make the first payment for you. You get the X5 incredible 5-in-1 lightweight, powerful 12-piece steam cleaning system, a $500 value, all for just 3 easy payments of
3, 2, 1. Hey, America, it's Sunday. We're coming to you straight from Washington, D.C.
We're live from the White House with breaking news.
Ryan Glenn.
Yes. My question is,
bringing you the stories that matter.
You're putting the American people first. Your thoughts on that?
Thank you. I like that question. Boy, I want more questions like that.
And the conversations you won't hear anywhere else.
It is a privilege to report from the White House.
Why don't you wear a suit? Do you own a suit? I think he's a great guy, by the way.
A superstar in the media world, Brian Glenn.
Trump was right about everything.
Mr. President, I'll take one.
Brian, you're not a stiff.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
This is Saving America on Real America's Voice. Now, here's your host, Brian Glenn.
What a historic day here at the White House. Now, earlier, when we're still waiting for Benjamin Netanyahu and his team to leave, departure of the West Wing, but President Trump laying out a 20-point plan to end the conflict in Gaza. Now, he didn't take any questions during this press conference, and I think wisely so, because you hate to open up any type of dialogue that might hinder the other parties from signing this document and getting it going. Here's some of the highlights.
So this is a big day, a beautiful day, potentially one of the great days ever in civilization. Things that have been going on for hundreds of years and thousands of years. We're going to, at least we're at a minimum very, very close, and I think we're beyond very close. And I want to thank Bibi for really getting in there and doing a job. We've worked well together, as we have with many other countries, both of us, with many other countries, which is the only way this whole situation gets solved. And I'm not just talking about Gaza. Gaza is one thing, but we're talking about much beyond Gaza. The whole deal, everything getting solved. It's called peace in the Middle East. So today is a historic day for peace, and Prime Minister Netanyahu and I have just concluded an important meeting on many vital issues, including Iran, trade, the expansion of the Abraham Accords, and most importantly, we discussed how to end the war in Gaza, but it's just a part of the bigger picture, which is peace in the Middle East. And let's call it eternal peace in the Middle East. If accepted by Hamas, this proposal calls for the release of all remaining hostages immediately, but in no case more than 72 hours. So the hostages are coming back, and I hate even saying this from the standpoint, doesn't sound right, but it is so important to the parents. The bodies of the young men, I believe in almost all cases, the young men are coming back immediately. I met with parents. The parents felt as strongly about getting the body of their dead boy back as they did as though the boy were alive and well. It's so important to them. And it means the immediate end to the war itself, not just Gaza. It's the war itself. Under the plan, Arab and Muslim countries have committed, and in writing in many cases, but I actually would take their word for it. The people I mentioned, I'd take their word for it, to demilitarize Gaza, and that's quickly. Decommission the military capabilities of Hamas and all other terror organizations. Do that immediately. And we're relying on the countries that I named and others to deal with Hamas. And I'm hearing that Hamas wants to get this done too, and that's a good thing. And destroy all terror infrastructure, including the tunnels, weapons of production facilities. They have a lot of production facilities that we're destroying. They'll also help train local police forces in the areas that we're discussing right now, in particular in and around Gaza, working with the new transitional authority in Gaza. All parties will agree on a timeline for Israeli forces to withdraw in phases. They'll be withdrawing in phases. No more shooting, hopefully, as progress is made toward achieving these goals. Arab and Muslim nations need to be allowed the chance to fulfill these commitments of dealing with Hamas. They have to deal with them because they were the one group that we have not dealt with. I haven't dealt with them. but the Arab countries are going to, and Muslim countries are going to be dealing with Hamas, and I believe they've already been there. I think they probably have an understanding, and they haven't maybe mentioned that, but I would imagine they do. Otherwise, they wouldn't have gone as far as they've gone. If they're unable to do so, then Israel would have the absolute right and actually our full backing, the U.S. full backing. Marco's here, and a lot of our leaders are here, our great Vice President, Susie Wiles, Steve Witkoff, Jared Kushner. They've been so involved in this process. I don't think anybody else could have done it or even come close. But it's we're right there. We're right there. First time in thousands of years, I think you can probably say, if you really look into it, if you study back, if you're a scholar, you would say thousands of years. Israel would have my full backing to finish the job.
Mr. President, when our two countries stand shoulder to shoulder, we achieve the impossible. Just a few months ago, in Operation Rising Lion and Operation Midnight Hammer, we struck a decisive blow against Iran's nuclear and ballistic missile program. Your bold decision to send those B-2s made the region safer and the world safer. Now, under your leadership, we're taking the next step to win the war and expand the peace. Your plan is consistent with the 5 principles my government set for the end of the war and the day after Hamas. Everybody asks, what is your plan for the day after Hamas? Here's our plan. Passed it in the cabinet. All our hostages, both those who are alive and those who died, all of them will return home immediately. Hamas will be disarmed. Gaza will be demilitarized. Israel will retain security responsibility, including a security perimeter for the foreseeable future. And lastly, Gaza will have a peaceful civilian administration that is run neither by Hamas nor by the Palestinian Authority. If Hamas agrees to your plan, Mr. President, the first step will be a modest withdrawal, followed by the release of all our hostages within 72 hours. The next step will be the establishment of an international body charged with fully disarming Hamas and demilitarizing Gaza. I appreciate your willingness to lead the body, Mr. President. I really appreciate it because you have a lot of things to do, and this is important. And it reflects the confidence that this will give everyone, that things will be followed up on all the commitments made. The fact that you're taking this on, I think, helps a lot to make sure that everything flows in the direction that we want. Now, if this international body succeeds, we will have permanently ended the war. Israel will conduct further withdrawals linked to the extent of disarmament and demilitarization, but will remain in the security perimeter for the foreseeable future. I think we should understand that we're giving everybody a chance to have this done peacefully, something that will achieve all our war objectives without any further bloodshed. But if Hamas rejects your plan, Mr. President, or if they supposedly accept it and then basically do everything to counter it, then Israel will finish the job by itself. This can be done the easy way, or it can be done the hard way, but it will be done. We prefer the easy way, but it has to be done. All these goals must be achieved because we didn't fight this horrible fight, sacrificed the finest of our young men to have Hamas stay in Gaza and threaten us again and again and again with these horrific massacres. Mr. President, I was encouraged by your clear statement at the UN against the recognition of a Palestinian state. That would be an outcome that, after October 7th, would reward terrorism. undermine security, and endanger Israel's very existence. As for the Palestinian Authority, I appreciate your firm position that the PA can have no role whatsoever in Gaza without undergoing a radical and genuine transformation. In your 2020 peace plan, which you mentioned just now, you made clear what that transformation requires. It's not lip service. It's not checking a box. It's a fundamental, genuine, and enduring transformation. And that means ending pay to slay, changing the poisonous textbooks that teach hatred to Jews, to Palestinian children, stopping incitement in the media, ending lawfare against Israel at the ICC, the ICJ, recognizing the Jewish state, and many, many other reforms. It won't come as a surprise to you that the vast majority of Israelis have no faith that the PA Leopard will change its spots. But rather than wait for this miraculous transformation, your plan provides a practical and realistic path forward for Gaza in the coming years, in which Gaza will be administered neither by Hamas nor the Palestinian Authority, but by those committed to a genuine peace with Israel.
Thank you very much, Anderson. Thank you.
Now we're waiting for the Prime Minister to leave. As you can see, massive media presence outside the West Wing, the stakeout area. And so they're going to make their way, and we'll just see what moves on from here. Oh, you can hear it. You can hear him. Let's see. Make sure we're not blocking anything. As you can hear the questions, the reporters shouting some questions from the side. That's when you know that he stepped out, because we can't see him. Obviously, loading up. There's also a press vehicle, a van behind there as well. That is a part of his entourage here at the White House. Now, this is, President Trump spoke for about 40 minutes before the Prime Minister had an opportunity to speak as well. So the overall was about an hour of the actual press conference. But we'll see what happens. And President Trump has really been the leader on this. You know, they've even named him to the Board of Peace. He's a director of the Board of Peace. And that really just, I think, shows how much respect they have for President Trump and his ability to call for peace. He wants peace more than anything. I've often said he will go down as the peacemaker in the history books, not only for this conflict, but for others. But let's take a look real quickly as we see the Prime Minister pulling out of the West Wing there. We'll circle around. We'll maybe get a shot of him in the back seat as he's leaving. And then there we go. And so we'll see history right here at the White House. And in that region.
We'll be right back with more Saving America here on Real America's Voice.
Hey, did you find the manual? Yes! Summon Dale!
Who's Dale? American Home Show now provides video chat with live repair experts for home fixes over the phone. Let's go fix that oven.
Okay, Dale.
Sign up today at ahs.com.
How does the world's most trusted dog expert keep his own dogs so healthy?
Hi, I am Cesar Milan. In my 20 years rehabilitating dogs, I've seen too many struggle with health problems that no amount of training could fix. Then I discovered it wasn't the dog, it was their food. Fortunately, I found veterinarian Dr. Marty's Anti-Kibo Breakthrough.
Nature's Blend is packed with whole foods that are freeze-dried, locking in nutrients.
I saw remarkable improvements in my dogs within weeks.
Try Dr. Marty risk-free for 90 days. Plus, get a free gift when you call or visit drmartypets.com/Caesar.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
I'm a J6er, and I spent 3 months in jail and about a year in prison.
I spent 4 years out of an 18-year sentence in prison.
J6ers have been smeared and defamed by the media, persecuted by the government, and treated like terrorists.
J6ers are patriotic men and women, mothers, fathers, sisters, and brothers from all walks of life.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
And we need your help.
For just $10 or more, you're helping these patriots get mental, physical, and spiritual help.
Please scan the QR code or go to j6support.com to donate $10 or more to support these American patriots.
Every dollar you give is being matched up to $50,000, doubling your impact. Go now to j6support.com and donate today.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
About a year in prison.
4 years out of an 18-year sentence in prison.
J6ers have been treated like terrorists.
And we need your help.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
For just $10 or more, you can help these patriots get back on their feet again.
Please scan the QR code to donate $10 or more to support these American patriots.
Thank you for standing in the gap.
Did you know that thousands of authors across the country have written books and published them with Page Publishing? If you've written a book, Page Publishing can help you through the process. We cut through the confusion of the publishing world to make it easy for you.
Call or scan for your free writer's guide today.
Welcome back to Saving America with Brian Glenn.
Okay, on this Tuesday, lots on the schedule. Earlier today, President Trump traveled over to Quantico to deliver a speech to numerous military leaders that came in from not only around the country, but around the world. Here's some of the highlights.
I've never walked into a room so silent before. This is very, don't laugh, you're not allowed to do that. You know what, just have a good time. And if you want to applaud, you applaud. And if you want to do anything you want, you can do anything you want. And if you don't like what I'm saying, you can leave the room. Of course, there goes your rank, there goes your future. But you just feel nice and loose, okay? Because we're all on the same team. And I was told that, sir, you won't hear a murmur in the room. I said, we got to loosen these guys up a little bit. So you just have a good time. But I want to thank Secretary Hegseth and General Kane, General Raisin Kane, for a reason they call him that. When I heard his name, I said, you're the guy I'm looking for. The Joint Chiefs of Staff and so many others in this room who together represent the greatest and most elite fighting force in the history of the world, the United States military. We're very proud of our military. I rebuilt the military during my first term. It's one of the greatest achievements. We had the greatest economy in history, and I built the military. Those are the two things I say more than anything else. And I also kept us safe at the borders. We had very good borders. We didn't have people coming in from jails and prisons and everything like took place over the last 4 years. They'll never forget what happened to this country over the last 4 years with the incompetence. We're 25 years ahead of Russia and China in submarines. Russia's actually second in submarines. China's third, but they're coming up. They're coming up. They're way lower in nuclear too, but in 5 years they'll be equal. They're coming up. And you don't have to be that good with nuclear. You could have 1/20th what you have now and still do the damage that would be, that'd be so horrendous. But I announced that, based on his mention of nuclear, and it was really a stupid person that works for him mentioned the word nuclear, I moved a submarine or two, I won't say about the two, over to the coast of Russia, just to be careful, because we can't let people throw around that word. I call it the N-word. There are two N-words, and you can't use either of them. You can't use either of them. In the coming months, we'll be making even more historic announcements to fully embrace the identity of the Department of War. I love the name. I think it's so great. I think it stops wars. The Department of War is going to stop wars. If we are as ruthless and relentless as our enemies, the United States Armed Forces will be totally unmatched in the future. We have a group of enemies that are very ruthless and very smart, but they can't match us. They can't match us. They don't even come close to matching us. No adversary will stand in our way. They won't stand in our way. We don't want them to stand in our way. We don't want to even put them in that position, but they're not going to stand in our way ever again. You'll never see 4 years like we had with Biden and that group of incompetent people that ran this country that should have never been there. Because we are the United States military, the best, the boldest, the bravest that the world has ever seen, that the world has ever known. With leaders like we have right here in this beautiful room today, we will vanquish every danger and crush every threat to our freedom in every generation to come, because we will fight, 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 and we will win, win, win. I want to just thank you once again, and God bless the United States military, and God bless America. God bless you all. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Also, Secretary of War Pete Hegseth had some inspiring words to those around the world that might want to do us harm. Take a listen.
And since waging war is so costly in blood and treasure, we owe our republic a military that will win any war we choose or any war that is thrust upon us. Should our enemies choose foolishly to challenge us, they will be crushed by the violence, precision, and ferocity of the War Department. In other words, to our enemies, F-A-F-O. If necessary, our troops can translate that for you.
But so far, the big news today just came out of the Oval Office. Well, Pfizer announced that they would provide the lowest cost for prescription drugs that you can get in the world to Americans. Take a listen.
For many years, Americans have paid the highest prices anywhere in the world for prescription drugs. They paid far more, 10 times, 13 times, 15 times more than other countries for the exact same product. A major reason is that the American consumers have been subsidizing research and development costs for the entire planet. They put all of that on us, and yet they were the beneficiaries too. So it's being changed as of today. The United States had just 4% of the world's population and consumers, only 13% of all prescription drugs, yet pharmaceutical companies make 75% of their profits from the United States. So think of that. We have 4% of the market, 13% of prescription drugs, and yet, Albert, I didn't know you were that violent. I'm surprised you're agreeing to this.
I'm getting better.
No, he's doing the right thing. Thank you.
But we're out here now waiting for the 3 o'clock executive order, where I've got one question that I've just got to ask the president. And many of you at home on social media have been asking the same thing. You've been reacting to this question and to this announcement that just happened a few days ago. I'm going to keep you in the secret of what that is right now. But if I go in at the 3 o'clock Oval Office, I'm going to ask the president and get his thoughts on this topic. We'll see how he reacts.
And I'm thrilled to sign a very historic executive order to massively accelerate pediatric cancer research and harness the extraordinary potential of artificial intelligence to fight this terrible disease. We're going to hook up the artificial intelligence with all of the other things that we have at hand, and we're going to come for answers. And these young children who are just really, some are absolutely better and others are getting better. You're all going to be better very soon. Yes, please.
Yes, Mr. President. It seems like every time you assemble your MAHA team and your cabinet members behind you in regards to health issues, it just keeps getting powerful. And I look at these young kids there and the weight that is on the world right now that you can lift by what you're doing. I've often said Trump could cure cancer and people would still criticize him. And it's true. What is your message to America that this potentially could bring us all together, get us on the same page and have unity? And I'd like to see if some of the kids or the parents have what it means to you to see President Trump get involved with this.
Well, we've made tremendous strides in cancer research, far more than anyone has done. And we have the greatest minds, the greatest people working on it. And childhood, they call it childhood cancer. It's a very specific thing, and we've really made a lot of progress. I think something that's going to allow us to make a lot of progress is the money we're saving on pharmaceuticals. We'll be saving 500, 600, 1,000%. Nobody's ever heard of that. I told the story, you were here before, that when I was in the previous administration, my first term, I was so proud of myself because I'm the first president, in 28 years they cut drug prices from beginning to end. So they went down. I think it was 1/8% or 1/4%, and I was so proud of that. I thought that was great. Now I'm cutting them 500%. And I will say this, politically speaking, the people understand. Otherwise, I wouldn't have won in a landslide. You know, I get 97% bad press, and I won in a landslide, which tells you the press has no credibility. But I will say that what we've done has been a great tribute to the people that's standing behind me in different forms. Linda in education, different, but what she's doing in education, she's sending education back to the states. That's a big move. The states, like, you know, you go back to Indiana, Iowa, you know, I would say 40 states will be great. 45 will be, you know, the 5% of them will be pretty good, and then you're going to have a Gavin Newsom and some other people that aren't going to do a good job, but, you know, we'll help them out. I want to help them out. Yeah. And we're going to have safe cities again. We're going to be very safe. We're going to be going to Chicago pretty soon. Because a friend of mine, a great guy, the head of the Union Pacific, he said, "Sir, you have to save Chicago. It's going bad. It's going bad fast, and it's a great city." He's right. It's a great city. I know it very well. And we have to save Chicago. So we're going to Memphis, Tennessee right now. We've had a home run in D.C. You can walk out. Brian, you got mugged here a long time ago.
Yes, sir.
And the mugger must have felt some pain because you're a tough cookie.
Well, he had a gun, and I wish I would have had Triple H with me as well.
Yeah. If he had a gun, all you can do is say thank you very much. Yeah, no, but it's everybody here. I mean, you were here in the room when I said to the reporters, who got mugged in the last year? And like half of the people raised their hand. Now, if you said who got mugged over the last 60 days, nobody. No killing, no nothing. And the restaurants are booming, the town is booming, it's clean. You know, the National Guard actually went out and started cleaning all the crap out of the parks. The tents are knocked down. We had one that you said it was a blue tent, and you said it was a communist tent, right? See, we're going to have a communist mayor of New York, so, you know, let's see how that works out.
And I've gotten a lot of feedback on that. Everyone's very appreciative of you removing that tent.
You told me about a blue tent, and I said, I can't be there because we knocked them down. But this was a very highly sophisticated group of people that had permits and all the other things. Well, their permit expired. We knocked it down. It took, 24 hours less, maybe?
Yes, sir.
So I appreciate you telling me that. No, we have a great thing going. The country is doing incredible. We are a hot country. The hottest. We're the hottest country in the world right now.
Do the parents of the kids have anything they'd like to say?
Yeah, that's a great question. Would you like to say something?
I would.
That's a good comment right there. That's the best comment you've made in a long time.
Mr. President, good evening. I'm Josh Armstrong. My name is Josh Armstrong. I'm from West Virginia, and I'm the father of this amazingly brave and resilient little 6-year-old, Laurel. Laurel was diagnosed with leukemia when she was 2 years old, just before her 3rd birthday. And we went on to watch as she spent months in the hospital fighting for her life, as she received blood transfusions and platelet transfusions, as she fought off one potentially fatal infection after another. We watched as her body swelled and became painful from steroids, and then as it became frail and weak from chemotherapy. And we watched and we wondered why there aren't better treatments available, and we wondered what might happen if she doesn't get the drugs she needs. And we wondered, why isn't anybody doing more? And on behalf of myself and all the parents that have watched and wondered, we'd like to say that what you're doing today gives parents like me and children like Laurel the one thing that we most desperately need, and that's hope.
And Laurel's doing well.
And Laurel is, I'm happy to say Laurel's in remission today.
That's good. She looks so beautiful.
Thank you. She is beautiful.
You feeling good now?
That's for you.
You look so great.
Because of this bill, doctors are going to be able to get better treatments faster to patients like Laurel. And because of you making children like her real children, not cases or statistics, but children like Laurel and all of these children here today, we have that hope, and we are so proud that you're standing with children with cancer and making it a national priority.
It's very nice.
Thank you, Mr. President.
We're with you all the way. How about you, back there, Dad?
Actually, I'd like my daughter to speak.
I like that much.
Caroline would like to speak. She's what's
very good. I'd like you to speak.
Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Carolyn Hendricks. When I was 4 years old, I was diagnosed with Ewing sarcoma, a pediatric bone cancer. 11 years later, I'm now 16 years old, and I'm doing great. What you're doing today, Mr. President, means that kids like me will get better options and so much more hope for the future. This will help doctors use technology to find cures faster, match patients to trials more quickly, and give our families more control over our health. For kids, every day counts. This order shows that our lives matter enough to be first in line for innovation. On behalf of children and young adults with cancer, those still fighting and those in remission like me, and families who wish that they had more time together, thank you for making us a national priority. Mr. President, because of actions like this, kids like me have the chance to grow up, to chase our dreams, and to live full lives. And that is the greatest gift anyone could ever give.
Wow, that was so good. Your father could not have done that like you. You did a good, there's a big service, Father.
Yes, sir.
That's great. When did you learn how to speak like that?
I've done lots of speeches for childhood cancer over the last few years, and I'm also in a theater program, so that helps a lot.
Well, good. That's a great job. Would anybody like to say something? Would you like to say something, honey?
Yes. I'm Eleni Myers, I'm 9 years old, and I had a blood cancer called leukemia when I was only 2 years old. I had to get treated at 7 different hospitals across this country, and I had to have 2 bone marrow transplants, one for my dad and one for my mom. And I had to spend many days and the nights in the hospital getting pokies and yucky medicine. And me and my parents were very worried, and I had to go through those 7 different hospitals to find the best treatment that can make me better. And thank you, Mr. President, for making everything happen today. So kids like me and Laurel, we can still be living today and speaking.
We're better than any of us up there. We're not doing so well today. They're doing so good. That was fantastic. Thank you. And you're feeling good now? Are you all better? You're pretty close, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I hear you're going to do good. Anybody like to say something? Yes, sir. Go ahead.
I've had a brain tumor since I was 4 months. Now I'm off all medicines. I'm a cancer survivor. I've had a brain tumor since I was 4 months, and I'm doing great. I'm 15 now, and I'm going to 10th grade.
And you're going to be a football player, offensive lineman. You look fantastic. How about somebody else? I love hearing this. I love hearing you talk because you talk better than any of us, right?
Thank you, Mr. President.
Well, I want to thank you all for being here. Amazing.
We wouldn't miss this.
Thank you. But we're doing a lot for you, and you're all going to be better very soon. I don't think you're going to need any of the help that we're giving. It's going to be for the future. But I want to thank you for being with us, and I'm going to bring them back to a room. We have a room where we have lots of hats and things in the back, and would you like to go back, and we'll pick some nice presents?
Yes.
And we'll get rid of the wonderful people of the media. Do you like the media? They're nice, right? They have good days, right? They do, actually, they do. Thank you very much. That's beautiful. That's really good. And thank you. We're not going to top that, so I want to just thank you all very much. Thank you.
We'll be right back with more Saving America here on Real America's Voice.
If we've learned anything over the past few years, it's that devastating events can strike without warning. Global pandemics, acts of terror, and even bank collapses that can cause chaos in a matter of moments. And I just want you to be prepared. Hi, I'm Donald Trump Jr., and it's for these reasons that I strongly recommend a gold IRA from my trusted friends at the Birch Gold Group. For thousands of years, gold has protected wealth through every kind of crisis. Birch Gold can show you how to move your retirement savings into an IRA in gold, legally and tax-free. For decades, they've helped thousands of Americans protect their IRA or 401k from unexpected events. To learn more, click below for your free info kit on gold IRAs from the Birch Gold Group, the only gold company I trust. Don't wait for the next crisis to strike. Take action now to protect your family's financial future. Click below for your free info kit on gold IRAs from the Birch Gold Group.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
J6er, and I spent 3 months in jail and about a year in prison.
I spent 4 years out of an 18-year sentence in prison.
J6ers have been smeared and defamed by the media, persecuted by the government, and treated like terrorists.
In reality, J6ers are patriotic men and women, mothers, fathers, sisters, and brothers from all walks of life.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
And we need your help.
For just $10 or more, you're helping these patriots get mental, physical, and spiritual help.
Please scan the QR code or go to j6support.com to donate $10 or more to support these American patriots.
Every dollar you give is being matched up to $50,000, doubling your impact. Go now to j6support.com and donate today.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
About a year in prison.
4 years out of an 18-year sentence in prison.
J6ers have been treated like terrorists.
And we need your help.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
For just $10 or more, you can help these patriots get back on their feet again.
Please scan the QR code to donate $10 or more to support these American patriots.
Thank you for standing in the gap. Welcome back to Saving America with Brian Glenn.
Made our way from the White House to here at Joint Base Andrews. We're waiting for Attorney General Pam Bondi, Secretary of War, Hegseth, to make their arrival here. Now, today, we're on a trip to Memphis, Tennessee, as this is one of the things that President Trump is really cracking down on, crime in the streets. Memphis ranked one of the most dangerous cities in America statistically for crime. We know what's happened in D.C. by him lowering the crime rate there overall, making D.C. much safer. Let's see if that same model can apply to Memphis. We're waiting for them to get here. We're going to jump on the plane and make our way.
Want to get your thoughts, that's okay, on how important it is right now to take this same model that's worked in D.C., lowering crime, lowering all the rape, murder, assaults to different cities in America.
So the model that we did in D.C. worked incredible. And as you see, crime has plummeted in D.C. It's been amazing. I was texting with Mayor Bowser this morning, and last night I was texting with the mayor of Memphis. So we're really looking forward to going to Memphis today. And, you know, we know, President Trump knows, when the government shuts down, crime doesn't shut down. And so we're not going to let that impact what we're doing in fighting to keep America safe. Memphis has the highest violent murder rate in the entire country. Just this year alone, they have had 150 murders, and it's going to stop. We're all working together, and we're going to meet with the governor, the mayor. I talked to both of our U.S. senators last night, who are here, I think, voting to hopefully open up our country again. And but we're all, Secretary Hegseth, Stephen Miller, and others, and I are going today to Memphis to meet with all of the government officials and all of our great members of law enforcement who are out there now working so hard.
Let's talk about the policies that need to be put in place to make sure that when we do get these criminals off the street, they stay off the street and maybe get charged for some of the crimes that they've been allegedly committed.
Yeah, and that's a huge problem in Memphis because they've had cashless bail. You know, when you have a woke DA who doesn't care and they're letting people out, they're turning it around. Someone who committed a violent murder recently in Memphis in 2024, I think, had just been let out months before on cashless bail and then commits a murder. So these people should be locked up. They shouldn't be on the streets. And that's why our U.S. attorneys are going to take as many of these crimes federally as we can, as we legally can. And also we have DEA, ATF, FBI, U.S. Marshals, all working hand in hand with the National Guard, with Secretary Noem and DHS, and with all of our partners on the ground, local law enforcement as well, to help keep Memphis safe and make Memphis safe, because it's been horrendous out there.
In D.C., you took some of those National Guard members and you used them as sort of lawyers. Is that something that you plan to do in Memphis as well?
Did you say use them as what?
You had them working on legal cases as well, so that they were working in the streets, but also to keep these criminals in jail.
Well, right now we have our U.S. Attorney's Office ready to go. Everything's on the table. But yeah, we had taken a lot of JAG officers that we were using that Secretary Hegseth loaned us. And so, yeah, we might be doing that again as well. But right now, it's really just getting the crime under control in Memphis because it has been out of control. And, you know, we have a Democrat mayor there who understands it. He understands they want to make Memphis prosperous. They want to bring businesses there. They want to keep it a beautiful city that it is. It's so historical. And yet the crime is through the roof. Number one violent crime in the entire country. Gonna stop under Donald Trump.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Thank you.
So we just now arrived here in Memphis. Attorney General back there along with Hegseth, Secretary of War, is greeting the governor, some other dignitaries here in Tennessee as we make our way to the Joint Operations Facility. Let's go.
You know, President Trump knows Memphis is such an iconic city, and he was so excited about us coming here and working hand in hand with you to make Memphis safe again. And that's what we did in D.C. And Gaddy said you're 24/7. Well, so are we. When people play politics and shut down the federal government, we don't shut down because President Trump knows crime doesn't stop, and you don't stop.
You know who the bad guys are, you know who the villains are, you know who the gangbangers are, you know who the drug dealers are, you know who is causing all the bloodshed and misery in this city. Every resource we have, federal, state, and local, we are going to use to dismantle their networks without apology and without mercy. Everything we have, we are going to bulldoze the criminal element in this city and thereby liberate all the law-abiding citizens in the city. We're going to send the message this city belongs to people who follow the law and obey the rules, and we're not going to live one more day in fear of criminals. No one should have to change their life path, change their routine, change when they go out, where they go out, what they do for fear of criminals. The idea that any person living in a city would say, I can't walk down this block by myself, or I can't leave my house at this time of night, or I can't let my kids go to that store or that corner. Are you kidding me? We're going to tell our own families and children where they can and can't go because what a criminal's going to do? Over our dead bodies are we going to live that way anymore. It's not happening. I see the guns and back in this room. You are unleashed. The handcuffs that you're carrying, they're not on you anymore. They're on the criminals. And whatever you need to get it done, we're going to get it done. State, local, federal, on President Trump's promise, we are going to get it done. Thank you.
Okay, we just wrapped up a quick briefing inside the command center there. Really strong words from Stephen Miller. The handcuffs are now off the officers, and they're going to go on the people committing these crimes. Now we're jumping back in the motorcade. Going to head out to location number 2. Let's go.
We'll be right back with more Saving America here on Real America's Voice.
If we've learned anything over the past few years, it's that devastating events can strike without warning. Global pandemics, acts of terror, and even bank collapses that can cause chaos in a matter of moments. And I just want you to be prepared. Hi, I'm Donald Trump Jr., and it's for these reasons that I strongly recommend a gold IRA from my trusted friends at the Birch Gold Group. For thousands of years, gold has protected wealth through every kind of crisis. Birch Gold can show you how to move your retirement savings into an IRA in gold, legally and tax-free. For decades, they've helped thousands of Americans protect their IRA or 401k from unexpected events. To learn more, click below for your free info kit on gold IRAs from the Birch Gold Group, the only gold company I trust. Don't wait for the next crisis to strike. Take action now to protect your family's financial future. Click below for your free info kit on gold IRAs from the Birch Gold Group.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
I'm a J6er, and I spent 3 months in jail and about a year in prison.
I spent 4 years out of an 18-year sentence in prison.
J6ers have been smeared and defamed by the media, persecuted by the government, and treated like terrorists.
In reality, J6ers are patriotic men and women, mothers, fathers, sisters, and brothers from all walks of life.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
And we need your help.
For just $10 or more, you're helping these patriots get mental, physical, and spiritual help.
Please scan the QR code or go to j6support.com to donate $10 or more to support these American patriots.
Every dollar you give is being matched up to $50,000, doubling your impact. Go now to j6support.com and donate today.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
About a year in prison.
4 years out of an 18-year sentence in prison.
J6ers have been treated like terrorists.
And we need your help.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
For just $10 or more, you can help these patriots get back on their feet again.
Please scan the QR code to donate $10 or more to support these American patriots.
Thank you for standing in the gap. Welcome back to Saving America with Brian Glenn.
Our department is here to enable you, law enforcement, to do your job, to help protect your facilities, help protect your people, so that your hands can be untied to secure your city. So our department's proud to be here. It's a priority for us. The Tennessee National Guard's going to be right here, having your back. Godspeed, God bless. Thank you for everything you do. They have no idea how ruthless we are. They think they're tough. They have no idea how tough we are. They think that they're hardcore. We are so much more hardcore than they are. And we have the entire weight of the United States government behind us. What do they have? They have nothing behind them. So we are going to win. They're going to lose. We're going to rescue Memphis. And it will not only be safer than ever before, but businesses and investment are going to pour in, and Memphis will be richer than ever before. Because President Trump has decided this is a priority. And when President Trump makes a decision, this team behind me today executes. Thank you, and God bless.
If you touch a law enforcement officer, it is a crime and you are going to jail. We are arresting anyone who touches any of you. If you touch a federal officer, it's going to be assault on a federal officer, and we have our U.S. attorney here. And to all of you state and local officers, let's see what your DA does, because he better prosecute crimes against you, because we have your back.
An amazing speech, and it just proves that they're here to support the men and women of law enforcement. I think Stephen Miller once again summed it up the best. The bullshit stops now, and they're going to take back this city. The streets don't belong to the criminals. The streets don't belong to the gangs, and they will not allow any criminal activity to take place here in Memphis.
What's up, Ryan?
What's up, hey?
How you doing?
Everyone says congratulations. You're doing a great job. I got about 5 phone calls that said your son and daughter just enlisted from Lakeview. Marty said they're doing one thing.
Stinchfield tonight. I'm Bo Davidson, live in Orlando, Florida. You know, there have been many developments in the area of health recently with news about Tylenol, autism, a deal with Pfizer.
What do you think about the push-up contest over there?
Oh, I mean, you know, they, I want to say he was Army. He was doing a good job, but Hegseth kind of had him. I'm not going to lie. I don't know if that bodes well for him.
Yeah. But that just shows just really how connected that Hegseth is with the people who serve our country, and he's willing to stop, drop, and do push-ups. I think it's pretty cool. In regard to the shutdown, how does that affect this at all in terms of securing these cities?
It does. The shutdown does not affect our program at all, because they can play politics, they can shut down the federal government, but President Trump knows crime doesn't stop and we don't stop. We're not going to shut down law enforcement in this country.
That's right. We do our job. What it does expose is quite a contrast. So you got this task force here securing the American people. The work that we do at the Defense Department alongside, the Department of War, alongside our partners in law enforcement, is to secure the American people and also help them in mass deportations of illegals. Yet you see Democrats shutting down the government to try to provide health care for illegals. And is that what people want? Is that what people want their government focused on? Of course not. President Trump, our departments are focused on real things for real citizens, and we're proud to do it.
That's exactly the point. So look, this is the first shutdown in American history, I would say in the world history, where a political party has shut down government to give free health care to illegal aliens. This has now been conceded by all. Maxine Waters conceded it, Rep. Khanna conceded it, Hakeem Jeffries has conceded it. The White House has released the text, the Democrat funding rider. They've shown the exact paragraph that gives $200 billion of free health care to illegal aliens. Now, I would say that probably less than 1% of America's population, excluding illegals, would support that provision. You're talking about taking Americans' hard-earned tax dollars and giving it to people who have no legal right to be in this country, taking away from our children, taking away from our loved ones, taking away from sick and elderly Americans. It's downright disgusting. And to deny pay to our troops, to deny pay to FBI, ATF, DEA, and ICE, to try to give free health care to illegals is honestly, it's sinful. I've never seen anything worse in any funding fight in my entire life. Republicans put up a clean funding bill. No policy riders, just straight funding of the government, and they voted it down for one reason: it didn't give free health care to illegals. It's revolting.
We noticed on the way in here, there's a digital billboard that said, "Memphis, we welcome the National Guard." How does that make you guys feel?
You know, that doesn't surprise me at all. I don't think it surprises any of us, because when you go out on the streets and talk to the citizens, even if they were hesitant at the beginning, a couple days in, and now they're looking at what happened in Washington, they say, we want that security. We want that safety here in Memphis. It's a proud city. These are proud people that love that city. So they're welcoming the National Guard, and it is the Tennessee National Guard. It's their fellow members of their state securing that city. They have welcomed us, and we're glad to be here for them.
I saw a message on X someone sent me, and they said, please let everyone know that some of these criminals are going out into the suburbs. They know that you guys are coming to Memphis, and they're running out to the suburbs. How do we handle that?
That's an easy message. You can't hide. You can run, but you can't hide. We're coming after you. We're going to find you. Get ready. You're going to prison.
Thank you.
We'll be right back with more Saving America here on Real America's Voice.
Did you know that thousands of authors across the country have written books and published them with Page Publishing? If you've written a book, Page can help you through the process. We cut through the confusion of the publishing world to make it easy for you. If we decide to publish your book, your work ends and ours begins. From copy editing and proofing to typesetting and book cover art, we get you printed, distributed, and sold on Amazon, Apple iTunes, and bookstores. We'll even promote your book.
Call for your free writer's guide, 800-319-0257, or scan the QR code now.
Water, nature's ultimate cleaner. We drink it, we bathe in it. Think water, think steam, think clean. Now harness the power of water with the H2O X5 5-in-1 steam cleaning system.
I'm so impressed with the X5. It's an all-in-one product. I can use it throughout my entire house.
It's cleaning, it's sanitizing. There's no chemicals in it. It's just steam.
This is unbelievable. There is no more odor. 5 minutes, I'm done. Look at that. It's amazing.
If you're ready to step into an effective, economical, and eco-safe world of cleaning, look no further than the H2O X5. Using just the power of superheated water, the X5 Super Hot Steam cleans and kills up to 99% of germs, viruses, and bacteria. You could spend over $500 to purchase the products that the X5 5-in-1 Miracle replaces. But through this special TV offer, you won't spend $400, $300, or even $200. Order your H2O X5 steam cleaning system, a $500 value, for just 4 easy payments of $43. You'll get the X5 steam mop with microfiber pad, the carpet glider, the handheld scrubber, the window glass and mirror attachment, and the garment and upholstery bonnet. It's a complete 10-piece system, all this for just 4 easy payments of $43. But it gets even better. Order now and we'll upgrade your X5 package. We'll add a 6th mode with a dusting and polishing wand. Valued at over $30, this extra bonus attachment makes your H2O X5 the H2O X6. That means your 10-piece system becomes a 12-piece system at no extra cost to you. If after 30 days you're not absolutely delighted, send it back for a full refund of the purchase price. Don't wait. Now's your chance to own the X5 for just 4 easy payments, and we'll make the first payment for you. You get the X5 incredible 5-in-1 lightweight, powerful 12-piece steam cleaning system, a $500 value, all for just 3 easy payments of $43. This offer can't last forever, so call or click right now.
Welcome back to Saving America with Brian Glenn.
Okay, we're in the government shutdown right now, and of course a lot of federal employees are affected by this shutdown, and of course the White House is not shielded from that. They have some shifting around the schedule, so I thought this morning I would pick up some McDonald's and surprise the press team back here and let them know that we're thinking about them. They're hardworking people. Now let's go feed them. Let's go. We just got out of a press briefing with Caroline Leavitt, and as we would expect, the first question was all about the government shutdown. Take a listen.
Should there be some type of scheduled layoffs to maybe entice Democrats to come to the table, like every hour another agency, another 100 pink slips? I'm sure Russ Vought has a list of folks ready to go.
Well, look, the Office of Management and Budget, as we've said repeatedly, is working with the agencies and our cabinet secretaries to identify where cuts unfortunately can and have to be made. And again, we understand there's another vote happening on the Senate floor in an hour. Maybe if Democrats do the right thing, this government shutdown can be over. Our troops can get paid again. We can go back to doing the business of the American people. But if this shutdown continues, as we've said, layoffs are an unfortunate consequence of that. And Russ Vought has been in contact with our cabinet secretaries at their respective agencies to discuss that.
And of course, my question had to do with my visit to Memphis and her message to other Democrat mayors around the country. Take a listen.
Brian, go ahead.
Welcome to the briefing room, by the way. I was with the Secretary of War and the Attorney General in Memphis just the other day as we were going to a command center. And I noticed a billboard along the highway that said, "Memphis welcomes the National Guard." Now, what is your message today to Democrat mayors watching us right now that suffer from TDS and they cannot get Trump out of the way to saving their city, Portland being one of them?
They should do the right thing by their citizens, Brian. They should call the president. They should call the White House and say, we want to work with you. And in Memphis, we are seeing some cooperation. As you saw from that billboard, the people of Memphis are loving this, and they are very grateful for the federal government's efforts. And federal law enforcement is there. We're working alongside local law enforcement. We'd like to see it ramped up a little bit because we want to make progress, and we want to arrest as many bad criminals as we can. Since Monday, I do have some updated statistics from the Homeland Security Council this morning. Since Monday, 153 arrests have been made in Memphis, including 5 gang members. 48 illegal guns have been seized, and 5 missing children have already been recovered. Last night, 60 arrests were made and 21 illegal firearms were seized. Arrests from last night include a suspect wanted for rape of a child under 13, first-degree murder, breaking and entering, aggravated assault, illegal drug possession, and many more. So we continue to see good results coming in through Memphis, and the president is very excited about making Memphis safe again. Thank you, everyone.
See you next time on Saving America.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
I'm a J6er, and I spent 3 months in jail and about a year in prison.
I spent 4 years out of an 18-year sentence in prison.
J6ers have been smeared and defamed by the media, persecuted by the government, and treated like terrorists.
In reality, J6ers are patriotic men and women, mothers, fathers, sisters, and brothers from all walks of life.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
And we need your help.
For just $10 or more, you're helping these patriots get mental, physical, and spiritual help.
Please scan the QR code or go to j6support.com to donate $10 or more to support these American patriots.
Every dollar you give is being matched up to $50,000, doubling your impact. Go now to j6support.com and donate today.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
About a year in prison.
4 years out of an 18-year sentence in prison.
J6ers have been treated like terrorists.
And we need your help.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
For just $10 or more, you can help these patriots get back on their feet again.
Please scan the QR code to donate $10 or more to support these American patriots.
Thank you for standing in the gap.
I am Mike Crispy, and we got a big show for you on this Saturday night on Real America's Voice. Government shutdown is on, baby. And will the Democrats get the best of Trump? Yeah, I don't know what their strategy is. We'll try to unpack that on the show. Additionally, law and order. Are we going to have it in left-wing cities, or will the Democrats continue to enable Antifa? You'll never believe what's gone on in Portland this week. Updates from the Charlie Kirk assassination fallout, and so much more. I want to welcome everybody into the show. Big episode tonight. I'm ready. Frankie's ready. You better be too. And let's go. We are going to be too big to win.
Mike Crispy. Where's Mike? Man, did he make a good speech. Thank you, Mike. You have big plans for the future, and we're with you.
Welcome back to the show, everybody. Mike Crispy here, coming to you live from New York on this Saturday night. From New York, and I'm joined in studio by the one and only, the most bass producer in the game. And if Antifa comes anywhere near New York City, he will be there, ready to go. He's got two guns from each shoulder. Those are his biceps. Producer Frankie, ready to restore law and order. Frankie, how you doing, pal?
I was going to say, listen, it's New York. Tread lightly with whatever you're about to say to me. But yeah, these two guns. All right, I'll take it. Great to be here, buddy.
All right. Big show. He's an Italian stallion. And right now, as we said in the early on portion, we are headed for a prolonged government shutdown. We're going to see what's going on here. I don't think that anybody really knows what is going to happen, but I think this is a time where Republicans can dig deep, step up, act tough, and get results for the American people. The American people are dissatisfied with the federal government. That's why they elected Trump 3 times. And now during this government shutdown, again, there's been government shutdowns before. You guys all remember them over the years. This time during the government shutdown, the Democrats have overplayed their hand. They have directly hung their hat on this shutdown over the topic of health care. Now, they're not specifically talking about what health care means or what it's for or who it's impacting. More on that in a second. But this is a time where Republicans need to be absolutely on the offense, not acquiescing to Democrats. Republicans have always acquiesced to Democrats a little bit on shutdown conversations. You know, people on CNN, on MSNBC are like, well, there hasn't been shutdowns under Biden because the government ran orderly. No, we had weak Republicans that approved BS continuing resolutions. That just means kick the can down the road. That's what it's called in fancy speak. Approving continuing resolutions that allow Joe Biden's illegitimate reign to continue when they should have been squeezing him. Democrats at least know a little bit about squeezing, even though they're squeezing to help illegal aliens. Does that make sense? So it's time that we get tough. Here is Mike Johnson getting accosted in the hallway by Democrat members of Congress. Look how this exchange went down. Roll.
The president is unhinged. He is unwell. What are you doing? A lot of folks on your side are too. I don't control. Oh my God, please. That performance in front of the generals, I didn't see it. Is so dangerous. You know I serve on foreign affairs and appropriations. This is a collision of those two things. Our allies are looking elsewhere. Our enemies are laughing. I just left you have a president who is unwell.
I don't know why Mike Johnson said, well, you have people who are unwell too. Hey, MAGA Mike, what are you doing, pal? Trump is a figure of the millennium. You know, funny, over the last 10 years, like, he's done. This is his downfall. This is his demise. He's in decline. He's losing it. And he just keeps winning. And he just keeps beating lawfare attempts. He just keeps beating 4 arrests. He just keeps beating the January 6th hoax. He just keeps beating the Russia collusion hoax. He keeps winning elections. He keeps making it too big to rig. He beats an assassin. And you're going to let some mealy-mouthed Democrat geek come up to you with pre-rehearsed talking points and acquiesce a little bit and say, well, you have people who are mentally unwell too. I don't think so. I think that Trump is at a level that these people couldn't get to in 1,000 lifetimes. So for him to even give her the time of day, he should just be shouting every time these people get in their face. Mentally unwell is when you want to give health care to Democrats and are willing to shut everything down over it. And when I say Democrats, I mean illegal alien Democrat voters. That's what I mean. You say it's health care for people in inner cities. Everyone knows it's for illegal, savage, alien criminals. Here's what we're dealing with here. We got Mike Johnson doing that. And then we got AOC on the other side. I guess she's ready to take on Chuck Schumer. Very fascinating. Roll it.
And I saw some Republican members of Congress saying, oh, well, if we have this shut down, it's because of AOC. Well, if that's the case, my office is open and you are free to walk in and negotiate with me directly. Because what I'm not going to do is tolerate 4 million uninsured Americans because Donald Trump decided one day that he wants to just make sure that kids are dying because they don't have access to insurance. That's what's not going to happen. And so if those senators think that we're having a shutdown because of me, they're free to enter my office and negotiate, because what we're not going to do is allow all of millions of people in this country to not be able to afford their insulin and their chemotherapy. So come strike a deal with me if that's what they really do.
Hold on a minute. I think, you know what they should do? I think Trump should call the bluff. He should bring AOC into the Oval Office and say, AOC, do you support health care for illegal aliens? One dime. Do you support it? Because Democrats said it didn't exist. And then Ro Khanna said the other day on TV, he's like, it's only a small amount. And then they said, well, no, they're undocumented, but they're still Americans. Just absolutely conflating it and making it a murky thing. And then we got the Trump impeachment, the latest Trump impeachment guy, Representative Shari Tanenbaum. Here he is. Roll it.
Returning back to Detroit this morning after the Republicans failed to show up in the U.S. House. We got to make sure Americans have the health care that they need. And if that means we got to shut this government down, so be it.
We got to shut it down, so be it. So when they cry about all the federal workers who are going to lose their job and all of the services that go to the urban cities from federal funding, what they're really saying is they will cut that all off and put a line in the sand to allow illegal aliens to continue to have the funding to get free health care. Illegal aliens and fraudsters. I don't know if people know how it works. Like when they talk about Medicaid cuts, let me give you guys a little skinny on how that works. When Democrats complain about that, they're complaining because Republicans analyze the data. And the data says that illegal aliens get it, and then also people who are defrauding the system. And defrauding the system means that if somebody has a child over the age of 15, so if they're under the age of 15, they're going to get it no matter what. It's pretty generous. Whether they work or don't work. If the kid is over the age of 15, that means that they need to do a certain amount of hours per week of studying in school or working a job. Studying in school or working a job. If they have children that are over the age of 15. I don't think that that's an unreasonable standpoint. No illegals getting service, and the people who have children that are over 15 or no children. So basically, if they're not a caregiver, they have to either work or be in school. That's what the Democrats are fighting against, in its essence. That's what it's all about. And that is the provision. When they talk about cuts, that is what's being talked about. They just want to flood the country with people who have nothing to do with America, people who have no semblance of America, people who will come in and vote for Democrats for the next 10 years because they got free stuff and allow the Democrats to initiate and fulfill the end stages of their globalist takeover of the country. Don't believe me? Listen to the way their leading voices talk with contempt about the people who built America. Roll it.
And so the idea that this is a white nation that needs to be preserved is a fascinatingly disgusting view because this country is one for the many.
So it's not a white country. Frankie, who built the country? Who built the country? Who created the railroads? Who created the banks? Who created the transportation system? Who built the highways? Who built the buildings? Who did the small businesses?
Who wrote the founding documents?
Who did it, Frankie? Who wrote the founding document? Little newsflash here. White Europeans. That's who did it. It's not racist. It's objective fact. Is that this country was founded by white Europeans. I'm Italian. The country wasn't founded by Italians, but we came over in the 1900s and we contributed a great deal to it. We didn't complain. We didn't deny reality. We took the incoming arrows. We did it the right way with the system. We shut up, we worked, and we made our place in it. We didn't come in with demands, denying reality, starting riots. No. We did it the right way. So that's what Ilhan Omar thinks about the people who built the country. Even Hakeem Jeffries, the leader of the Democrat Party, couldn't escape the narrative on Friendly CNN. He goes on Friendly CNN, and he sitting there, and Tapper starts talking to him about what they're shutting the government down over. And even Tapper was saying, hey, kind of looks and smells like protecting illegals. Roll it.
I understand that's not really an accurate depiction, but what it does do is... It's a lie. It's a lie, but what you support does bring back funding for emergency Medicaid to hospitals, some of which does pay for undocumented immigrants and people who don't have health insurance. And also there is this provision, and it's not about undocumented immigrants, it's about people with asylum seekers and people with temporary protected status, et cetera, but about their ability to get Medicaid. So they're non-citizens, they're not undocumented, they're not illegal. Why even include that in a bill knowing that they're going to seize right upon that and use that to message? I understand.
Even Tapper saying, you know, the money could be looked at as being used that way. They have nothing. They can't tell you, just like they can't tell you what a woman is, they can't tell you what an American is. It's a very simple thing on both standards. But they're breaking down in real time. The government is shut down, and I say shut it down, keep it shut down. You know what? If they want to shut it down over this and implode their cities, go for it. If they want to hollow out the funding that goes to necessary things in urban areas, which there are some, go for it. If the federal workers that are Democrat voters, the Democrat politicians want to fight for and say Trump isn't getting them their salaries because they're furloughed over the shutdown, it's Trump's fault. And then Trump and the Republicans go, no, you're doing this because you want to give health care funding to illegal aliens. If they want to fight that battle, go for it. Because they are not equipped for any of this. Listen how Hakeem Jeffries, very, I wouldn't call it authentically, very rehearsed, plays the tough guy role with his backup dancer, Maxine Waters, in the background. Yeah, you tell him, Hakeem. Over Trump trolling with the now infamous sombrero meme. Roll it.
And Mr. President, the next time you have something to say about me, don't cop out through a racist and fake AI video. When I'm back in the Oval Office, say it to my face. Say it to my face.
Look, guys, there's no way to sugarcoat it. Nobody likes Democrats anymore. We have no voters left because of all of our woke trans bullshit. Not even black people want to vote for us anymore. Even Latinos hate us. So we need new voters. And if we give all these illegal aliens free health care, we might be able to get them on our side so they can vote for us. They can't even speak English, so they won't realize we're just a bunch of woke pieces of shit, you know, at least for a while until they learn English and they realize they hate us too.
All right. All right, so I like how then Trump played that on repeat in the press briefing room. The best part is last night he was on like a tear. He's just like they got triggered over the meme and went crazy and said it was like a racist attack because of the sombrero. And so they all go crazy. So Trump just keeps posting more memes. It's amazing. What's amazing is that after 10 years, they don't have it figured out. Because when Trump does something funny, they melt down and act like it's an existential racist attack. Roll it.
And then what does that shameful man do? After a meeting where you're supposed to be working out details, where you're supposed to be negotiating a deal, you post something that draws a sombrero and a mustache on the leader with whom you're supposed to be.
A sombrero? It's sombrero, okay? A sombrero? How dare you? It's such a joke. Let me tell you something. That woman is Hispanic origin. I know many Latinas, okay? None of them are jiving with that. None of them are resonating with that. All of them like Poppy Trump. Because it's real and authentic. Trump has Hakeem Jeffries and Schumer coming to his office. And then masterfully, as they're sitting there, they say midway through the meeting, one of the aides comes in and puts Diet Coke and the Trump 2028 hats on the desk. Because they're coming in bad faith. They're coming in, we negotiated with the president. We negotiated with the president. Trump knows it's BS. So what he does is he goes, all right, let him come in. Put the 2028 hat there and let that be the photo op. If they're going to come in and try to get a photo op and a press clip with me, we try to negotiate, I'm going to own them. He's one step ahead, baby. He's one step ahead on it. He's saying, you can't stop me. He's saying, I'm the existential threat. I'm going to be a dictator for life. I'm never leaving office. He's mocking their continued, perpetuated 10-year hysteria as he continues to rack up the wins. That's what he's doing with that. That's why he's got the hats on the desk. It's amazing. So I say, let the shutdown go. Let us cut the waste, fraud, and abuse. We'll be a better country for it. And the Democrats can hang their hats on the illegals. Hat, sombrero, it's all good, baby. All right, we're going to take a quick break. We'll be right back with so much more. Don't go anywhere.
To avoid digital threats, just turn on NordVPN. Improve your protection against trackers, malicious websites, and malware-ridden downloads. Get the deal now.
How does the world's most trusted dog expert keep his own dog so healthy?
Hi, I am Cesar Milan. In my 20 years rehabilitating dogs, I've seen too many struggle with health problems that no amount of training could fix. Then I discovered it wasn't the dog, it was their food. Fortunately, I found veterinarian Dr. Marty's Anti-Kibble Breakthrough.
Nature's Blend is packed with whole foods that are freeze-dried, locking in nutrients.
I saw remarkable improvements in my dogs within weeks.
Try Dr. Marty risk-free for 90 days. Plus, get a free gift when you call or visit drmartypets.com/Caesar.
Did you know that thousands of authors across the country have written books and published them with Page Publishing? If you've written a book, Page Publishing can help you through the process. We cut through the confusion of the publishing world to make it easy for you.
Call or scan for your free writer's guide today.
Water, nature's ultimate cleaner. We drink it, we bathe in it. Think water, think steam, think clean. Now harness the power of water with the H2O X5 5-in-1 steam cleaning system.
I'm so impressed with the X5. It's an all-in-one product, so I can use it throughout my entire house.
It's cleaning, it's sanitizing, there's no chemicals in it. It's just steam.
This is unbelievable. There is no more odor.
5 minutes, I'm done. Look at that, it's amazing.
If you're ready to step into an effective, economical, and eco-safe world of cleaning, look no further than the H2O X5. Using just the power of superheated water, the X5 Super Hot Steam cleans and kills up to 99% 100% of germs, viruses, and bacteria. You could spend over $500 to purchase the products that the X5 5-in-1 Miracle replaces. But through this special TV offer, you won't spend $400, $300, or even $200. Order your H2O X5 steam cleaning system, a $500 value, for just 4 easy payments of $43. You'll get the X5 steam mop with microfiber pad, the carpet glider, the handheld scrubber, the window glass and mirror attachment, and the garment and upholstery bonnet. It's a complete 10-piece system, all this for just 4 easy payments of $43. But it gets even better. Order now and we'll upgrade your X5 package. We'll add a 6th mode with a dusting and polishing wand. Valued at over $30, this extra bonus attachment makes your H2O X5 the H2O X6. That means your 10-piece system becomes a 12-piece system at no extra cost to you. If after 30 days you're not absolutely delighted, send it back for a full refund of the purchase price. Don't wait. Now's your chance to own the X5 for just 4 easy payments, and we'll make the first payment for you. You get the X5 incredible 5-in-1 lightweight, powerful 12-piece steam cleaning system, a $500 value, all for just 3 easy payments of $43. This offer can't last forever, so call or click right now.
Welcome back to the show, everybody. Mike Crispi here, coming to you live from New York. Government shut down. The studio's not. Me and Frankie, we're here, baby. We're here. And last segment, we're talking about the cringeworthiness of the Democrats, the way in which they are doubling, tripling, quadrupling down to protect illegal aliens. And really, from every angle, any way you slice and dice it, it's painful to watch. It's cringeworthy to consume. And their leaders, AOC, Jeffries, Sherry Tannenbaum with his painted on eyebrows. I mean, it's just really, really inauthentic. This is how they're messaging out the shutdown narrative to the masses on their official Democrat social media accounts. Do they think that the public, I would see like Gus Walls, his mother, Tim Walls' wife, okay, this woman, the Walls woman, she speaks to the people on the campaign trail like they're third graders. Democrats always seem to speak to their voters like they're imbeciles. It's very condescending. So this is the narrative they put out to explain the shutdown to people. With animated cats, roll it.
Republican and Democrat kiddies cannot agree on what should be funded. Democrat kiddies want you to have health care. Republican kiddies do not. Republican kiddies control the Senate, House, and the White House, so they're using that to cut your health care and give money to billionaires. Democrat kitty tries to negotiate, but Republican kitty keeps running away. He has a vacation to get to. Uh-oh, suddenly the money you pay for your health insurance has tripled. Thanks, Republicans.
That was real. That wasn't like a meme that some like lefty created. That was the official Democrat Party putting that out. Republican kitty, Democrat kitty, yes, Frankie.
The only argument I could possibly think of is that they're going for the 3-year-olds and hoping, in 15 years, it's going to pay off for them. I genuinely, that is so brutal. It's like, that's okay, fine. Listen, think about it. Republicans, we had Charlie Kirk to literally flip over the youth vote absurdly for Trump, and this is what they got. It's embarrassing. They learn nothing. Like that's going to go well on TikTok. We have Charlie Kirk's legacy that will never die. We have all these things. Frankie's right. The Democrats at this point, I guess, are playing the really long game, which is illegal aliens now, but in the future, get the 4-year-olds in. That's what they think of the Democrat voter. They think they are so stupid that they're going to buy and eat up this slop. Kitty tried to negotiate. No, Kitty come in bad faith for photo op, and Republican Kitty owns, Hakeem Jeffries Kitty with Trump 2028 hat. Because Democrat kitties have rabies. That's it. Democrats are spiraling into a trend here, and that trend is, again, protecting the illegal aliens at all costs. They're about to die on that hill. It's funny, like everyone's like, the midterms, Republicans usually lose seats when they have the presidency. Have we ever seen a Democrat Party double down on this kind of stuff? I mean, think about it. If they just said, all right, no health care for illegals, and we're going to help deport these violent criminals,
I think working class Americans maybe would say, oh, at least they're being sensible. No. Triple down. The woman who let her city burn, the mayor of Los Angeles, when she was on a trip to Africa, doing the African tribal dances, getting freaky, while the whole city smoldered into ashes. She's back, and she's on TV. And there's this trend here of, ICE agents trying to do their jobs and them continuing to get assaulted, attacked, beat up. And I say, these ICE agents should be able to use full force of the law to do whatever they need to do to defend themselves. Nobody ever once said that Antifa rioters should have the masks that they wear be outlawed. Nobody once said that. But every single Democrat is saying that the ICE officers shouldn't be able to wear masks. Every single ICE officer, the Democrats are saying it should be illegal for them to wear masks because they need to be identifiable. What they're trying to do is they're trying to have these domestic terror cells, these Antifa cells, be able to go after and identify them and then go dox them, show at their house, menace their families, harm their children. That's what sickos like Karen Bass and Gavin Newsom want. That's why they're not moderates, they're radicals. By them enforcing and wanting that, they're domestic terrorists. Listen to them talk.
Around racial profiling of Latinos, which we refer to here as the hunting of Latinos, that has created a blanket of fear around this city and has had detrimental impacts to our economy. We had 2 court decisions, and then the Supreme Court basically gave a green light to racial profiling. They are trying to dial us back to the 1940s, and that is a tragedy for the American people.
So, Mayor Bash, you talked about the shutdown and the impact that it...
The 1940s, racial profiling, it's literally just criminals who were in the country. It's literally people who are committing crimes, who shouldn't be here, who got in here under illegal pretenses, who need to go. That is not racial profiling. It's not seeing some black kid who was born and raised here, who they're, walking up to on the street and giving a hard time. It's actually insulting to the plight of any black that went through any racism to conflate this to that. But these psychos like Karen Bass say it for the same reason that they put out the kitty video, because they think their voters are clinically on the, mentally ill, brain dead spectrum. Frankie, yes.
Just the best part of that entire thing is she said it is a detrimental impact on society. Can we just cut back to the wildfires? Like, this woman has the audacity to drop such a line when she let her entire city burn because of her inadequate ability to handle anything with infrastructure. It's incredible.
She was getting after it in Uganda. She was at a dance party with Beyonce in Uganda. So people would then say, all right, Democrats, midterms, hang their head on this. CNN, I think, is doing the job for us right now. They talked to a cartel boss. I don't know how they get in touch with these people, but I guess it was a real cartel boss because, if CNN was staging this, they would have been like, all right, the cartel boss is going to say, no, we're better than ever under Trump. Business is booming, right? So they get to this cartel boss, and I'll give CNN credit, they aired this. Trump saying we need to do this because it stops human trafficking, which is $1 billion business for the cartels, stops drug smuggling, stops people dying from fentanyl overdoses, stops criminal cartel gangs in the streets, which makes everything unsafe for everybody, hurts the economy because then people are afraid to go out at night. Doesn't help the economy, Karen Bass. So CNN catches up with a cartel guy, and here's what he had to say. Roll it.
Do you think what President Trump has been doing has been making your job tougher?
Oh, yeah.
Yes?
Yes.
But it's becoming more difficult, you think?
Yeah.
Is it more difficult? Yeah, it is. Wow. So, Democrats, you're hanging your hat on saying we're going to shut down the entire government to continue to give the cartel a money pipeline stream. What does that mean? Human trafficking is $1 billion business for these cartels. Keeps them in business. It is now another arrow in their quiver to go to these places in Central and South America and Mexico and say, pay us. We will traffic your kids in. When they get there, they'll get free health care. They'll get free everything. And then when you get here, you'll get it too. It is a direct enablement by the Democrat Party that they are willing to shut down the country over to give the illegal aliens free health care. You know, if you look at the data, again, New Jersey's about to turn red. We're talking about it all the time. Follow me on social media. You know, we're all over that. It's like they're losing ground big time in every single state. New York and New Jersey swung 10, 11 points in the Republicans' direction in 2024. They can't afford to keep this going unless they get illegal alien voters imported. And they can't afford to change positions because the people who bankroll them, the Soros people, the Democrat globalists, they want the system to fall. So they're in this quandary where they need to embrace the cartels, essentially. Mayor Brandon Johnson. Roll the clip.
This is absolutely appalling. This president is an unstable human being, and it's right for this moment to check him. And we're calling on Congress to do its job. There's no way that anyone in this country should be okay with armed, militarized troops being sent to cities. These individuals, these brave women and men who sign up to serve and protect this country, they do not do it with being deployed against American citizens and residents.
So when you have criminal gangs causing daily strife and chaos for innocent people in Chicago, and you're not willing to do anything about it, that's unprecedented. We've never seen anything like that. Over the last decade, we have seen leaders just go, don't care about it. We're just going to plummet this. So Trump says unprecedented times call for unprecedented measures. Then when Trump wants to take the unprecedented measure, they go, this is militarizing, and then it's mentally ill. Do you see the game here? Do you see it? And it mostly happens around ICE facilities. Because these domestic terrorists, enabled by the Democrats, go to the ICE facilities at night and cause chaos. Listen, Mayor Brandon Johnson, these people wouldn't be deployed if the law enforcement did their job, instead of you threatening them with taking away their pensions to arrest people breaking the law outside of ICE facilities who are assaulting and harming these officers, who are carrying out federal law. They go to federal facilities and cause chaos. It's happening all over the place. Let's go to ground zero right now for the Democrat chaos. Portland, Oregon. So you can see they're there. They storm at the ICE gates. Do you know one normal person, Republican, like everybody has a Democrat friend. Do you know one normal Democrat who would storm the gates of an ICE facility? Do we know anybody who would do that? Do we know anybody who would give a reporter there a black eye? Is this okay? Somebody had a pole. They were waving like a Palestine flag outside the ICE facility. Because those two are totally related, right? No, they just want mentally unhinged loons to flood the zone. And the mentally unhinged Antifa person hits this journalist in the face with the pole, blackens her eye. The person who does it doesn't get arrested. Is that normal? They say that President Trump is losing it mentally. I think they're losing it, the Democrats, because they're not punishing the people who do this stuff. Because they're clearly already mentally ill. So when you don't call out and nip mentally illness in the bud, you're probably mentally ill yourself. This reporter, black eye. Now, it gets even weirder in Portland, Oregon, because on Thursday night, they got together, and what do? They started burning the American flag, as we see. And watch what unfolded here. Roll it.
We got a Trump supporter. We got a Trump supporter right here.
Oh, he's putting it on the ground and he's making it worse. And now he's standing on it. Now he's standing on it. You're not supposed to stand on it. Oh, now he thinks he's saving it.
So what you're seeing there is these Antifa agitators are burning the flag. Trump said he wants to make burning the flag a crime. If you make burning the flag a crime, a lot of Antifa psychos like that would be going to jail. Why wouldn't you support that? Again, do you have Democrat friends, guys? Does your neighborhood Democrat go burn American flags? Is that normal behavior? No. The man you saw who was stopping that from happening, his name is Nick Sorter. We've had him on this show. He's a friend of the program. Nick Sorter goes there as a journalist because he documents this because the fake news media won't. He stops the flag from being burnt. Trump says burning the flag should be a federal crime. Sorter stops that from happening. He puts it out. Hear the way the mentally unhinged, middle-aged woman loon is yelling, "You're making it worse," like antagonizing him. Scumbags. And what does the local law enforcement do? They arrest Nick Sorter. Roll it.
Whoa.
I'm not through. What's your name? That's Harvey.
You know what's funny?
We're ready to turn that phone off.
So these people, these left-wing thug enablers, they're going after the low-hanging fruit. Do the Antifa agitators comply like that? Sorter got jumped after he stopped that flag from being burnt. He gets jumped, and he fights back, so they arrest everybody. Come on, the police officers know who's doing what. They're thugs. They're thugs because they're following the orders of the left-wing law enforcement officials who answer to the left-wing mayors and leaders. Why are you arresting him? Everyone knows what he's there to do. He's there to document it and capture it. They don't like him doing that because it shows how evil and vile they are. He gets jumped. He fights back. They arrest everybody. He spends the night in jail. Frankie, last word on this.
Yeah, I'll just say these places, Oregon and Seattle, it's like, you know, there's all this big wealth in these places, and then there's this insane violence, and it's almost like it just looks coordinated, like these billionaires. It just goes back to, you know, who's controlling what, Soros. It's just like, what is going on where, you know, you'll have, like, for instance, Seattle, you have all these, you know, Microsoft, Amazon facilities and all, like, the head tech people and these billionaire mansions on a lake. And then there's this insanity going on. It's just, you got to think, you got to wonder, where's that money going? Because the destabilization is just, it's unbelievable.
This is why people voted for President Trump. Send in the Guard, send in the military, crush these people. Because they'll say it's a militarized Gestapo force anyway. So you know what? Crush these domestic terrorists once and for all. I'm calling on it hereby on the show. All right, we're going to take a quick break. We'll be right back with so much more. Don't go anywhere.
Hi, I'm Dr. Ron Paul. Something shocking is happening with gold that the mainstream media won't report. Paper contracts for gold rarely result in physical delivery. But today, billionaires and major banks are demanding actual gold bars at 10 times the normal rate. Why the panic for physical gold? These institutional giants understand our $37 trillion debt means we're on a path to currency collapse. The good news, you can make the same move. A gold IRA from my trusted friends at Birch Gold Group lets you move your IRA or 401k into gold. To learn more, click below to get a free info kit on gold. Throughout history, gold has endured where currencies failed. Right now, the biggest players in the finance industry are proving this time won't be different. Click below for your free info kit from Birch Gold and diversify your savings now.
This right here is confidence in a bottle.
Not only does it change you on the outside, but something on the inside, knowing that you're looking better.
It makes me feel so much more confident than I've ever felt in my life.
They are some of the hottest videos on social media. Those videos claiming to instantly get rid of bags under your eyes. Well, today we're going to see one for ourselves and let you be the judge. It's called Plexiderm, and lifestyle expert Annette Figueroa is here to tell us why she says this one is for real.
This one is for real, and I'm so excited. We even have a video, and you'll notice the model has bags underneath his eyes and some sagging, and all he uses is a small amount on a clean, dry face, and that's how easy it is.
All right, what's the active ingredient?
Okay, so it's silicates that are minerals found in shale rock, and what it does is it tightens and lifts the appearance of bags underneath your eyes in as little as 10 minutes, no prescriptions, and very little effort. Even watching the video, this is a real it's a model, but it's a real guy with real bags underneath his eyes.
My real true opinion is holy words I can't say on camera. This is absolutely unbelievable. I mean, I could feel it just lifting my skin. It was amazing. It feels good. Feels great. Looks even better.
And I did this to my father. We were at home. So we applied it to his under eye bags. And let me tell you, we were so excited. In under 10 minutes, they visibly disappeared from view. And now it is literally part of both of our daily routines. He calls me every single month saying, hey, Annette, I'm out of Plexiderm. Please send me more. And not only does it work on the bags, it works on the appearance of crow's feet, fine lines, and wrinkles. The way you want to do it is you want to have a clean, dry face. You use a small amount because it's so powerful. You have high school reunions, you have events you want to go to, you want to look years younger. This is it.
At our $14.95 price, it's the best way to try Plexiderm and see it work for yourself after your first application. Call the number on your screen.
Call 1-800-854-0295.
And welcome back to the show, everybody. Mike Crispy here, coming live from New York, Saturday night, Real America's Voice. And I want to continue on our coverage over the last couple of weeks about the continued fallout on the assassination of Charlie Kirk. And I want to say this. We still don't have many answers. And I don't think it's a bad thing to continue to say that the public deserves more answers. Things are not sitting right in my soul about this. And you see a lot of people out there are making theories about this or theories about that. People are saying it's disgusting to implicate this person. People are saying that, you know, it's wrong to talk about that person. All of these things are swirling out there, and that's just what happens when you have an absence of direct, concrete, factual evidence. I don't want things to be swirling. I want things to be transparent. So there is no swirling corners of the internet talking about different theories. I'm an individual who believes in full transparency. The public deserves full transparency. I'm also a person who doesn't believe in jumping to, theories that are unfounded and, implicating people that are good people and just doing that for clicks and views. I understand that some of that's going on. But at the same token, on the other side, people who are saying if you ask any questions, well, then you're defiling the legacy of Charlie. That's disingenuous too. So I see all sorts of things going on. And I see the way that people are arguing and fighting. And I just say, why don't we have transparency? Everything would be put to bed if we had transparency. There wouldn't be theories about where the shot came from or if the microphone exploded on his chest. There wouldn't be theories about if there were 3 people on the roof or 2. There wouldn't be theories about if there was a person who got away that was totally different and a patsy. And bottom line is, there wouldn't be anything to talk about if we got everything available to us. Does that make sense? That's the bottom line with all this. So much footage is out there. There are hundreds of security cameras that was on that campus that day. People are fixating on the footage right behind Charlie, Turning Point. That's one camera. There are hundreds of cameras available from all different angles that would show the shooter on the roof, that would show the shooter in the prone position getting up and running, that would show the shooter ascending up those stairs, that would show alternative viewpoints of the person they say is the shooter. We have a still frame blurry image of a guy with a hat. Why don't we even have the video of that? That's a still frame from a video. Where's the full video? Where are other videos of him walking? Why is the footage from the neighborhood of him walking around, why is that cut short? How did that get into the hands of TMZ? Kind of weird. Turned it over to the authorities, then it went to TMZ. Why isn't everything just put out in full? These are all the cameras on campus. This would all be put to bed if you just saw the full footage that day from everything on campus. If I was the president of the university and I was the head of the FBI in Utah, I'd say, you know what? We're going to release 24 hours before and after every single camera that day because it's extremely pertinent to the public trust. We will release everything online in full. I don't think anybody would be saying anything if that happened, right? There'd be people still hypothesizing, but people wouldn't say anything because there'd be maximal transparency. When you start hiding things and start making obviously absurd assertions, that is when you start becoming disingenuous. And if you question their obviously ridiculous assertions, and they say, well, you're just, a bad faith actor. No, they're being a bad faith actor. Don't talk to me like I'm stupid. We've talked about all the theories and the patsies and who Tyler Robinson was and if he could or couldn't take the shot. And then we've got nothing when there's clearly a lot available and science doesn't back up some of the core claims. And if you question it and still get nothing, they attack you? Come on. It's not fair. And it's not dishonoring Charlie's legacy at all. I think we deserve answers. I think it's wrong to point at somebody and not question if he had accomplices, help, with all of the other things that are out there of what we know. I can almost guarantee there were accomplices. He was in these left-wing terror cell Discord chats. Nothing about that. Just the text conversation that's out there. Nothing about this guy, George Zinn. Frankie puts on screen. We're learning that George Zinn was a mainstay in Republican politics. He was endorsing Republican governor candidates, and they were putting his endorsement on their website in the last election. How much of a kook are you if you're on that level? Everyone knows there's like a neighborhood kook, some mentally ill person. If you are mentally ill enough to raise your hands and throw them on the ground and start waving in the seconds after gunshots go off, if you are mentally ill to do that with no preconceived patsy negotiation, then you are too mentally ill to be a mainstay in Republican politics, which by all of the new unearthed information, George Zinn kind of was. So what's going on here? We showed on the program last week the footage of Zinn. Where's the footage of him walking on campus that whole entire day? We showed the footage of him in the direct aftermath. Puts his hands up, puts his hands on the ground, takes off his hat, starts waving and screaming and flailing his arms. while everybody ducks for cover. Then he had the child porn on his phone. Was he blackmailed to do something by a left-wing domestic terrorist cell? Frankie put this on screen. Then you got all this weirdo stuff about all these people that are appearing. These decoys, the guy with the pellet gun, Zinn. You got this other guy that's popping up that they say is a foreigner. All we have is one grainy image of Robinson that looks like it was shot in 1986. Frankie, give me the last word on this stuff.
Yeah, I'll just say, the argument would always be, well, they're withholding it to protect the investigation. And it's just like, well, what could possibly ruin a court situation if just showing the act by the person you are accusing? It just doesn't add up to me. Like withholding to the public to make the investigation more secure. It just doesn't make sense. If it's the person who you're talking about, then the footage of them doing the act, I just don't understand why that'd be an issue to release, especially with all this outpour of support to just give us answers. It doesn't feel right to me. I don't like it. And, it just, people will be like, oh, you're going after cash? No, I'm not. The FBI has been corrupt to its core for how long? This is all we've done on the show is show all the corruption. Just because someone's in there, I'm not saying it's cash. I'm saying, that core situation might still be a problem. It's annoying where you're just vilified by, oh, you hate Trump. It's like, what are you talking about? We're just asking questions.
I just want it out there. I just want transparency. I think I'm a very fair voice on this. I'm not jumping off and saying, I think this person did it or that person did it or this group. I'm not doing that because there is no evidence for any of that. But what I am saying is that there's a lot that we do have evidence that is out there. I see the cameras with my own eyes. It's out there. And then I see weird anomalies, and then I see weird spins, and I just go, come on, it's not right. And when the public moves on, I go, come on, don't be sheeps. It's weird. Quick break, we'll be right back. Don't go anywhere.
Water, nature's ultimate cleaner. We drink it. We bathe in it. Think water, think steam, think clean. Now harness the power of water with the H2O X5 5-in-1 steam cleaning system.
I'm so impressed with the X5. It's an all-in-one product. I can use it throughout my entire house.
It's cleaning, it's sanitizing. There's no chemicals in it. It's just steam.
This is unbelievable. There is no more odor.
5 minutes, I'm done. Look at that. It's amazing.
If you're ready to step into an effective, economical, and eco-safe world of cleaning, look no further than the H2O X5. Using just the power of superheated water, the X5 Super Hot Steam cleans and kills up to 99% of germs, viruses, and bacteria. You could spend over $500 to purchase the products that the X5 5-in-1 Miracle replaces. But through this special TV offer, you won't spend $400, $300, or even $200. Order your H2O X5 steam cleaning system, a $500 value, for just 4 easy payments of $43. You'll get the X5 steam mop with microfiber pad, the carpet glider, the handheld scrubber, the window glass and mirror attachment, and the garment and upholstery bonnet. It's a complete 10-piece system, all this for just 4 easy payments of $43. But it gets even better. Order now and we'll upgrade your X5 package. We'll add a 6th mode with a dusting and polishing wand. Valued at over $30, this extra bonus attachment makes your H2O X5 the H2O X6. That means your 10-piece system becomes a 12-piece system at no extra cost to you. If after 30 days you're not absolutely delighted, send it back for a full refund of the purchase price. Don't wait. Now's your chance to own the X5 for just 4 easy payments, and we'll make the first payment for you. You get the X5 incredible 5-in-1 lightweight, powerful 12-piece steam cleaning system, a $500 value, all for just 3 easy payments of $43. This offer can't last forever, so call or click right now.
Hey, welcome back to the show, everybody. Mike Crispy here, coming to you live from New York on this Saturday night, Real America's Voice. And the conversation today has been dominated by the talk of government shutdown, how long that will be, and why the Democrats seem hell-bent on hanging their hat on doing this for the benefit of illegal criminal aliens. Chuck Schumer has been the focal point of this, and it looks like he has to fight on it. Otherwise, AOC will come in and embarrass him. Let's take a look at Chuck Schumer before the Democrat Party went absolutely off the rails, how he talked about these things back in a more normal time period for our country. Roll it.
Amendment. Over where we go, people say, well, why can't you stop illegal immigrants or others from coming here? And the number one answer we give our constituents is when they come here, they can get jobs, get benefits against the law because of fraud. And here, the gentleman from Florida has put together the most effective anti-fraud measure we can find without it changing the actions of the government one bit. And we find all this opposition. Ladies and gentlemen of this chamber, what I worry about is that this bill, which started out with good intentions, whether you agree with it or disagree with it, is going to end up being the same kind of thing that the public gets angry with us on. We say we're doing something, and we do nothing. Because every time someone makes a rational and small proposal to get something done, people say, well, what about this hypothetical, that hypothetical, etc. I urge support of this amendment. If you believe you want to stop fraud in immigration, you have no choice but to support this amendment.
What happened, Chuck? Talking about, I mean, come on. Him and Joe Biden, I mean, and Hillary Clinton. Hillary Clinton talking about super predators, in the streets based. Joe Biden talked about how he didn't want his family getting mugged at night and he wanted more criminal justice system and wanted to deport illegals. They wanted to build a wall. Chuck Schumer wanted to stop fraud in the illegal alien system. What happened? They lost their voters. That's what happened. And their party got taken over by foreign, left-wing, oligarch money that uses them as puppets to usher in the downfall of the country. Yes, Frank?
Well, that was before Chuck would put his cheese on his burger before he'd flip it. So, maybe something happened medically. Right. Maybe we should look into it. I don't know, Mike. Let's give him some benefit of the doubt.
I mean, it's so bizarre that maybe Chuck Schumer has had a medical episode. So again, I said the Democrats are going to do this and a lot of things are going to happen. We're saying that we're going to get rid of a lot of waste, fraud, and abuse and a lot of dead weight in the federal government. I say bring it on. Roll it.
An estimate on the amount of federal workers that the Trump administration wants to fire during the government shutdown. Are we talking hundreds? Are we talking thousands?
Look, it's likely going to be in the thousands. It's a very good question, and that's something that the Office of Management and Budget and the entire team at the White House here, again, is unfortunately having to work on today. These discussions and these conversations, these meetings would not be happening if the Democrats had voted to keep it going.
There are tens of thousands of government workers in each agency that do nothing. And the Democrats are going to say, oh, well, we're going to make a calculation to fight this for the illegals, and then those people's jobs will get cut, but it's okay because they'll be even angrier, and then they'll go on welfare, and then they'll really be in our debt, but we're going to try to do this to protect the illegals. They are playing a losing game. Here's Trump talking about the cuts on the way.
There was an OMB memo going around suggesting that there might be firings during the shutdown. Do you think that will happen if the shutdown goes for a little bit of time, sir?
Well, there could be firings, and that's their fault. And it could also be other things. I mean, we could cut projects that they wanted, favorite projects, and they'd be permanently cut. So you could say, a lot of people are saying Trump wanted this, that I wanted this closing, and I didn't want it. But a lot of people are saying it because I'm allowed to cut things that should have never been approved in the first place. And I will probably do that.
Amazing. Cut it full speed. Programs, USA type scams, Department of Education scams. The Democrats are going to die on the Hill for the shutdown. And while they do that, we will cut it all completely. I don't know why they're taking the risk. I don't know why they're taking the gamble. I don't know what the end game is here. But we will cut these things. We will make them permanent. We will prevent them from rigging future elections. And we win. It's beautiful. So I expect this to be a massive, complete gutting, and I expect the Democrats to go full-on lefty, full-on welfare state, full-on illegal alien enablement, and that is why I believe the Republicans are going to hang on at the 2026 midterms at this rate, the rate they're going. It's beautiful. All right, guys, that's about all the time that we have in the show today. You guys are amazing. We appreciate you. We love you. And it's never a dull moment. We'll see you back live next week.
Welcome to Wayne Allyn Root Show.
Good to see you again, man. How's everything going in Viva Las Vegas?
He loves Israel. He loves our country.
I'm always ready to fight, Gary. Always ready to fight.
One of the most popular hosts.
You are my Superman. Thank you.
Thank you.
He's got radio. He got television. He's got a beautiful wife.
We are under invasion at the border.
This is the kind of thing he talks about because he's about common sense.
Make faith and belief in country cool again. You are truly a breath of fresh air. Your fans love you.
Thank you very much. And they love you too. And for good reason, because you have a spirit and you get it at the same time. You're both angry, but a happy warrior nevertheless. Wayne Allyn Root.
I salute you.
Where's Wayne? Where is Wayne Allyn Root? Where the hell is he?
All right, the angry, happy warrior is here with you. I'm here, Mr. President. The root is on fire. I'm Wayne Allyn Root. You've heard of the mainstream media. Welcome to the Mainstream Media. I'm your Secretary of War, Wayne Allyn Root. Loudest MAGA mouth in the USA, coming to you from Vegas, the entertainment capital of the world. I am the hardest working man in showbiz, certainly conservative showbiz, with the fastest show in the history of TV. This show is conservative patriotic talk on steroids, square to the 1,000th power. Reminder, my command central, root4america.com. At the top are 4 tabs. Watch Wayne on TV, listen to Wayne on the radio, listen to Wayne's audio podcast, watch Wayne's daily video podcast. Click and you're on live, or you get links to all the places to watch or listen to me every day, or you can watch or listen to a library of all my recent shows. Root4america.com. My email, wayneroot@gmail.com. Email me anytime. Love to hear from you. I can't answer everyone, but I read every single email. Sometimes I stay up till 2 or 3 in the morning to read them all, but I read every single email. You give me my best ideas. wayneroot@gmail.com. And if you look forward to watching America's Top 10 Countdown show every Saturday, you don't have to wait for once a week. I hope you're watching my daily video podcast, Warzone, with Wayne Allyn Root, now the official podcast of thegatewaypundit.com. It's right at the top of the Gateway Pundit every single day, Monday through Friday, 6 p.m. to 8 p.m. Eastern Time, reaching their 2.5 million unique daily readers. thegatewaypundit.com. And breaking news, my daily podcast is now a TV show, too. I just joined the lineup at Patriot TV. 2 hours a day of war at patriot.tv, daily at 6 p.m. Eastern, 3 p.m. Pacific. Warzone, every day, Patriot TV, The Gateway Pundit, and Rumble.com. Just go to Rumble, and you either type in Wayne Root, Wayne Allyn Root, or Warzone, and you get my show 2 hours a day in all those places. All right, time for my opening commentary. It's titled, Russiagate Was Treason. It was part of a conspiracy to steal 3 presidential elections. 3! Here are the top 10 reasons why the Trump DOJ must appoint a special prosecutor immediately. Yes, top 10 for you. Russiagate was really Obamagate. All roads lead to Obama, and it was treason. The Trump DOJ needs to appoint a special prosecutor to investigate Russiagate. This is the conspiracy of the century, maybe the conspiracy of modern history. It is massive. It's time to put it in the hands of a powerful pit bull special prosecutor and his team or her team of pit bulls under him or her, and the unlimited resources of the federal government. Don't wait another day. Do it immediately. This criminal conspiracy started while Obama was president. Either you assume Obama is a moron and or a helpless puppet, or a moron puppet who stood by unaware as his DOJ, FBI, CIA, and other intelligence agencies were targeting presidential candidate Trump. And then after Trump upset Hillary, all these same agencies targeted President-elect Trump while Obama was still president, and he knew nothing about it. They all risked their careers to target a president without ever notifying their boss. You have to believe that. You have to believe that fantasy, that fairy tale, or you understand the truth. Obama ordered it all, approved of it all, and coordinated it all. Obama was and still is the head of the snake. This massive conspiracy connects all the dots from 2016 to today. A decade of weaponized government trying to destroy President Trump. Obama and his crew of criminal conspirators and communist comrades tried to rig and steal not one, not two, but 3 presidential elections. 3. I do 3 right there. You go. 3. And to make it all work, they had to eliminate President Trump. So they conspired to frame him, indict him, convict him with rigged judges and juries, demonize him with a massive fraudulent sting operation on January 6th. And when all of that failed, they ordered 2 assassination attempts. The only way to get to the bottom of this conspiracy of the century is to hire a team of legal pitbull prosecutors to go after all the participants: Comey, McCabe, Brennan, Clapper, Hillary, Rosenstein, Weissman, etc., and then threaten them all with life in prison, preferably a Gitmo, or the death penalty for treason, and then offer immunity and a greatly reduced sentence if they rat on the capo di tutti who gave them the orders, the Godfather, Barack Hussein Obama. So here are my top 10 reasons why the Trump DOJ must name a special prosecutor. Number 1, the investigations of Special Counsel Mueller and Durham and Department of Justice Inspector General Horowitz never investigated the origins of the Hillary Clinton Democrat National Committee plan as a criminal conspiracy to defraud the United States. Number 2, every investigative and prosecution check and balance in the system to prevent the weaponization and politicization of the federal government agencies by those in power either failed or was ignored by those in leadership positions and by the Inspector General's office. Number 3, the Special Counselor Mueller and DOJ Inspector General Horowitz investigations into the Russian hoax conspiracy never looked at the national security implications or President Obama's actions of allowing the FBI investigations on Team Trump to go forward when Obama and those within his administration clearly knew this was a scheme by the Clinton campaign and the DNC to taint Trump with Russian collusion to interfere in and steal the 2016 presidential election. Number 4, expose how the Russian hoax ruse evolved from simply a Democrat dirty trick into a massive criminal conspiracy implemented at the highest levels of government to interfere in the 2016 presidential elections to sway votes over to Hillary Clinton. Number 5, expose how Hillary Clinton and the Democrat National Committee paid for disinformation documents. The bogus Steele and Shearer dossiers became the centerpiece for the national security agencies, the CIA, FBI, DOJ, and I'm sure NSA, and congressional and Senate investigations into Trump and members of his team for conspiring with the Russians, which of course never happened. Number 6, the facts show there was never any legal justification for any of the FBI or special counsel investigations that Trump or his team, and no evidence that Trump or his team conspired with the Russians. The release of the files, Crossfire Hurricane and Arctic Frost, showed the substantial role that the FBI played in the Russian hoax conspiracy of interfering with and influencing not 1, but 3 presidential elections, 2016, 2020, and 2024. Number 7, allegations that former FBI leadership and special counsel Mueller hid exculpatory documents, in the Russia Gate investigation. You say that 5 times fast. Allegations that former President Obama, CIA Director Brennan, Office of National Intelligence Director Clapper, and FBI Director Comey manipulated the intelligence community assessment to destroy Trump. Number 9, in March 2016, President Obama shut down the CIA unit, Strategic Foreign Denial and Deception Committee, FDDC, the unit responsible for countering the Russian disinformation threat. That is the smoking gun that proves President Obama and his administration did not believe their own political narrative that the Russians were a threat to the nation, contrary to the Russian interference narrative sold to the American people. Number 10, accountability and transparency are the only way to restore the public's faith in our justice system. Those who orchestrated the most significant sedition coup in American history must be held accountable. Failure to do so is not an option. Again, let me stress, the litany of crimes committed under the umbrella of Russiagate, which I call Obamagate, in 2016, led to the 2020 rigged and stolen election, which led to massive collusion between China, the Chinese Communist Party, and the Democrat Party to use the COVID pandemic to destroy the booming Trump economy, change voter laws, and introduce fraudulent mail-in ballots to steal key battleground states, which led to the 2020 BLM riots, manufactured anarchy created to destroy Trump's reelection, which led to the bogus indictments, convictions, and judgments against President Trump, all intended to get rid of him and force him to die in prison, which led to the Cloward Piven open borders conspiracy to flood America with tens of millions of illegal alien foreign invaders, to change the voting demographics of America, the Great Replacement, which led to the cover-up of Biden's mental incapacitation as president, which then led to the 2024 media manipulation to make Kamala seem like a popular candidate, fake polls to make it seem like she had the lead over Trump, and 2 assassination attempts on President Trump. It's all part of the same ongoing communist globalist conspiracy. Democrats used fraud, Soviet-level propaganda, slander, demonization, and weaponization of government to try to manipulate, rig, and steal 3 presidential elections, pull off a seditious coup, and hijack the entire U.S. federal government to control all its power, riches, and resources forevermore. Only a massive special prosecutor investigation operating independently from the DOJ with all the unlimited power and resources of the federal government can connect all the dots and bring former President Obama and all his communist comrades to justice, and perhaps most importantly, tie all of this to one overriding crime, treason, which leads to them facing the death penalty, which will force the criminals to rat on the man who gave the orders, Manchurian candidate Barack Hussein Obama. All right. Energize Health, sponsor of this show. They're the ones who make it all possible. John Jubilee, my man. I joined the Energize Health program in November of 2020. That was 5 years ago, and it changed my life and my career. I lost 25 pounds of fat. No weight. It's not a weight loss program. It is a fat loss program. Weight isn't dangerous. Fat is dangerous. I lost 25 pounds of fat and gained 10 pounds of muscle in only 88 days to start the program. That was 5 years ago. My life's never been the same. I gained energy, intercellular hydration, got in the best shape of my life, and I gained 4 new TV shows past the age of 61. I don't think that's ever happened in TV history. And I know why it happened. The fat melted off my face. I'm 64 years old. I look younger now than I did at age 50. Show the pictures. It's impossible. No one reverse ages over 15 years into their 60s. Energized Health is my fountain of youth. It reversed aged me. It can do the same for you. For decades, Energized Health has transformed the lives of thousands of people using the breakthrough science of intercellular hydration. Here's your chance to be like Wayne. Energize Health can change your life and supercharge your health just like it did for me. They've created a special opportunity to share this with you in a 5-day challenge. Lose 5 pounds in 5 days for only $5. It's coming up soon, so register now at my555challenge.com. That's my555challenge.com. My555challenge.com. Thank you, Energized Health, for changing my life. It'll do it for you too. Up next, it's the big one. We start America's Top 10 Countdown.
Tonight's show is brought to you in part by Energized Health. Transform your health from the inside out with intercellular hydration.
Wayne Allen Root, always bringing you great opportunities. It's time to discover how you can invest in the most advanced consolidated tungsten deposit in the United States. You may ask, what is tungsten? Tungsten is the metal of strength, powering missiles, tanks, fighter jets, and the ammunition that keeps our nation safe. But here's the danger. China controls nearly all of it, and that's a national security risk that we can't ignore. Right here at home, we got the answer. Patriot Critical Minerals owns the most advanced tungsten deposit in the United States, right in my home state of Nevada. A mega discovery that can fuel our defense, secure our economy, and provide independence. And I am joined now by the CEO of Patriot Critical, Brody Sutherland. Brody, welcome aboard. Tell us a bit about yourself and your company, Patriot Critical Minerals.
Yeah, thank you, Wayne. We're excited to be here. And myself, I'm a geologist driving projects forward just like this. I mean, for over a decade, that America has not produced any tungsten. We're looking to change that with the most advanced asset on American soil.
Why is tungsten so important to the U.S. economy and our national defense?
China has controlled over 83% of it, and February this year, they banned all export. We need to secure this on American soil, and we can do that. We have the people, we have the project, we have the process. Drill, baby, drill. Let's develop this thing.
How will Patriot Critical Minerals be able to impact U.S. manufacturing, defense, and technology?
It's secure, stable supply, and it starts with one of the largest, most advanced tungsten deposits that we have access to, and it's fully ready to take online. We're going to advance this thing as quickly as we can towards production, and this is going to give us stable supply for a long, long time.
Why do accredited investors need to get involved now and not wait?
The price of tungsten has doubled this year, and it doesn't look like it's slowing down, Wayne. This is the time to be investing in these metals. Again, we need these on American soil. This is a very important project for America, and we're looking to advance this as fast as we can.
To learn about investment opportunities or to speak with Patriot Critical Minerals to ask questions, scan the QR code right on the screen. There's the QR code, or go to patriotcritical.com. That's patriotcritical.com. And we say goodbye now to Brody Sutherland. Thank you, Brody. patriotcritical.com. My favorite part of the show, because we start America's Top 10 Countdown. All right, so you heard my opening commentary. All roads lead to Obama. Russiagate should be called Obamagate. We found out just a couple of days ago, new news out. Director of National Intelligence, Tulsi Gabbard, she's wonderful, isn't she? Uncovered documents that were hidden for a decade, showing President Obama was leading efforts to make it look like President Trump and Vladimir Putin of Russia teamed up to steal the 2016 election from Hillary. There it is, right there. Obama ordered a CIA director, John Brennan, to create this fake story. We got him dead to rights. Fraud, stealing elections, treason. It's all Obama. He gave the orders. We know it. The question is, and you know how much I love President Trump. You know how much I think he's the greatest president in my lifetime and the greatest president we'll ever have. And one of the top 5 of all time with George Washington, Abraham Lincoln, Thomas Jefferson. So the question is, however, does President Trump and, even more importantly, Attorney General Pam Bondi have the intestinal fortitude or the cojones to indict and arrest Barack Obama, to order an FBI raid on his mansions? I can imagine the look on Obama's face as the FBI raids his mansions, and to take a world-famous Obama mugshot like Democrats did with President Trump. I guess we're all going to find out soon. Countdown number 9. All right, another great week for President Trump. Let me stress my now famous mantra. I've said this on so many shows for months now. Trump achieves more in a week than any other president, including my hero Ronald Reagan, did in 8 years. And then next week, he does it all again. Here are just a few of the things he did great this week. First of all, the White House unveiled Trump RX, and they got together and they partnered with a group I hate, Pfizer. You know how I feel about the vaccine. It's crimes against humanity. It's mass murder. The vaccine has murdered and injured so many millions around the world and in this country. I hope they never get away with it. I hope there's a Nuremberg trial one day. But in the meantime, Trump is always pragmatic. He gets together with the head of Pfizer and he gets them to capitulate, and they agree to start charging us the same prices they charge for drugs around the world. So if you pay $3 in England or $3 in Italy or $1 in Africa, then you got to pay $1 in the United States, not $300. Great move by President Trump. Trump also opens public lands and allocates $625 million to revive the U.S. coal industry. You want to beat inflation. You want middle-class people not to drown in electric bills and energy bills. This is how you do it, with clean coal, and the United States has plenty of it. The DOJ targets pro-Palestinian groups with the same law used by the Biden administration against pro-life activists. If you stand in front of a Jewish temple and you are causing trouble, you get arrested the same way they did if you were standing in front of an abortion clinic and all you were doing was praying out loud or singing hymns or quoting the Bible. They arrested grandmothers and put them in jail. Now we do the same to pro-Palestinian violent groups. The FBI fires 15 agents who knelt for the George Floyd protests in 2020. Bye-bye. And Letitia James effect. Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac shutter their New York offices amid the mortgage fraud allegations against Letitia. And here's a big one to end it. Immigration judge denies MS-13 gang member Kilmar Abrego Garcia's request for asylum. He's off and running for Uganda. Bye-bye. Don't let the door hit you in the ass on the way out of the United States. Gone forever. Countdown number 8. All right, another great Trump achievement. He unveils a 20-point peace plan to secure peace in Gaza. Brilliant strategy. First of all of us want to see an end to this war. Second, Trump gets a buy-in from all the Middle East nations, from Israel to Arab Muslim nations. Even Turkey signs on. Third, now the onus is on Hamas. Stop blaming Israel. Any deaths from this point forward are 100% owned by Hamas. Let's see if they want peace, or is war too good for their bank accounts? Israel has offered peace countless times to the Palestinians, but their leaders want war. It's good for business. They make billions by playing the poor, persecuted race card. They get great PR by stealing all the food and letting their own people starve to death and then blame Israel. They get great PR by using their own people as human shields in schools and mosques and churches and hospitals. And then when women and kids die, they blame Israel. Trump has given Hamas until 6 p.m. Sunday to decide. Well, let's see what their leaders say. But if they say no, then the deaths are on them. And Israel will have complete sign-off to end this war once and for all and wipe them out. Countdown number 7. Well, this could have been one of my final 4 choices. It's that huge news, but I ran out of room. Trump declares war on the drug cartels. America's officially at war against drug cartels in Mexico, Central America, South America, Venezuela. It's about time. This has been a war for decades, but only one side was fighting it and killing people. It was the drug cartels killing over 100,000 Americans a year, mostly young Americans, mostly our children. That's over 1 million dead Americans each decade. That's twice as many Americans who died in World War II. That's over 10 times the number who died in Vietnam. This is a war that matters. And what do you need to do to fight this war? Close the borders. Trump did it. Build the wall. Trump did it. Deport the illegal alien foreign invaders. Trump's doing it. Declare war. He just did it. Mobilize the military to attack and wipe out the drug cartels. Bravo. Countdown number 6. Nothing Democrats do ever works. Another great example. Study confirms Gavin Newsom's $20 an hour minimum wage decimated businesses in Los Angeles. And by the way, there's a $30 minimum wage in Los Angeles for hotels, and all the hotels are dying and going out of business, and they can't sell to anyone because no one will buy their hotel, knowing you have to pay $30 an hour. Everything Democrats touch turns to failure and death. Countdown number 5. Nice story from number 5. Too much negative news in the world and in the media, and I'm betting I'm the only TV host in America to feature this story. Conservative, liberal, or even mainstream media, no one's got it but me. And here it is. I'm it. It struck me as so important. In my hometown, Las Vegas, this week, Tony Alamo Sr. died. He was 84 years old. One of the great American hero stories. A real-life miracle. Horatio Alger, a Cuban immigrant born into total poverty, in a small, obscure fishing village in Cuba. At the age of 20, in 1961, he came to America on a small, leaky boat that was falling apart. He almost drowned on this harrowing trip. He had $7 in his pocket when he landed in America. And where did he wind up? In Reno. And he became a janitor. He cleaned toilets in Reno. But he saw opportunity, and he moved to Las Vegas. And guess what happened to the janitor? He became the president of 4 major hotel casinos, including MGM Grand, the world's biggest hotel. He built 2 other resorts from scratch. He oversaw their development and building. He became the highest-ranking Latino ever in the casino industry. An amazing man. From janitor to the king of Las Vegas, only in America. God bless capitalism. God bless Tony Alamo Sr. in heaven. We love you, and this is why we love America. All right, you know how this works. There's a sponsor of every segment. That way, they sign the front of the check, and you get to watch for free. And this segment is sponsored by Lost Soldier Oil and Gas, one of my favorite sponsors of all time. The golden age of Trump prosperity is all about making America the energy capital of the world. Enter Lost Soldier Oil and Gas. It took 40 years, that's 4 decades, to piece together this 40,000-acre giant gas discovery. Talk about patience. It could be the largest oil and gas discovery since the Permian Basin, with a forecast projecting the first 25 wells to produce 400 million cubic feet a day of natural gas, and by 2035, targeted production of over 1 billion cubic feet a day. The surge in AI data centers is placing soaring demand on energy resources. It's only going to get worse and worse. So this is the answer. This is how we power the AI future of America, with clean natural gas. Headed by oil and gas legend Mark Brunner, whose previous public companies delivered spectacular returns for investors. At their peaks, Penteco Energy grew about 100 to 1 for investors, and Ultra Petroleum soared, get this, from 15 cents as a public company, from 15 cents to $200 per share at its peak. A $10,000 investment turned into $13 million over 10 years. 10,000 turned to $13 million. One of the biggest hits in the history of Wall Street. To learn more about Lost Soldier Oil and Gas, go to lostsoldier.com. Fill out the contact form. They'll get right back to you. lostsoldier.com. And remember, I'm in, baby, and I'm adding more as soon as I can, because this could be the big one, the gusher of all time. LostSoldier.com. No guarantees in life, but man, am I excited about LostSoldier.com. We'll be right back.
Mama, look. It's just like our new house.
Warranty!
I hope you have an American Home Shield warranty. Leaky toilet? Fixed. Clogged AC coils? Fixed. Oven beyond repair? Ta-da! If AHS can't fix your covered item, they'll replace it, no matter its age.
A warranty is smart.
Oh, a happy family. Is that us? Too much. American Home Shield. Sign up today at ahs.com.
Thinking about long-term care? Think AMAC. Rosemark Advisors, the financial division of AMAC, specializes in alternative solutions for long-term care planning. We help AMAC members prepare for future healthcare needs without compromising their retirement goals or financial security. But that's not all AMAC has to offer. AMAC is America's leading conservative advocacy and benefits organization. So when it comes to long-term care and so much more, think AMAC.
This right here is confidence in a bottle.
Not only does it change you on the outside, but something in the inside, knowing that you're looking better.
It makes me feel so much more confident than I've ever felt in my life.
They are some of the hottest videos on social media. Those videos claiming to instantly get rid of bags under your eyes. Well, today we're going to see one for ourselves and let you be the judge. It's called Plexiderm, and lifestyle expert Annette Figueroa is here to tell us why she says This one is for real.
This one is for real, and I'm so excited. We even have a video, and you'll notice the model has bags underneath his eyes and some sagging, and all he uses is a small amount on a clean, dry face, and that's how easy it is.
All right, what's the active ingredient?
Okay, so it's silicates that are minerals found in shale rock, and what it does is it tightens and lifts the appearance of bags underneath your eyes in as little as 10 minutes, no prescriptions, and very little effort. Even watching the video, this is a real, it's a model, but it's a real guy with real bags underneath his eyes.
My real true opinion is holy words I can't say on camera. This is absolutely unbelievable. I mean, I could feel it just lifting my skin. It was amazing. It feels good. Feels great. Looks even better.
And I did this to my father. We were at home, so we applied it to his under eye bags, and let me tell you, we were so excited. In under 10 minutes, they visibly disappeared from view, and now it is literally part of both of our daily routines. He calls me every single month saying, "Hey, Annette, I'm out of Plexiderm. Please send me more." And not only does it work on the bags, it works on the appearance of crow's feet, fine lines, and wrinkles. The way you want to do it is you want to have a clean, dry face. You use a small amount because it's so powerful. You have high school reunions, you have events you want to go to, you want to look years younger. This is it.
At our $14.95 price, it's the best way to try Plexiderm and see it work for yourself after your first application. Call the number on your screen.
Call 1-800-854-0295.
All right, welcome back. The Root is on fire. This segment of the show is sponsored by Patriot Critical Minerals. You know me. I tell the raw truth about America's future. And here's the truth. Our military dominance, our economic strength, and even our freedom itself depends on one critical metal most Americans have never heard of, tungsten. Tungsten is the metal of strength. It's what hardens our tanks, powers our fighter jets, drives our missiles, and puts steel behind every round of ammo. Here's the danger. China controls 80% of the world's supply and 90% of production. If China cuts us off, America's military power, economy, and independence all hang in the balance. Here's the good news. We have the solution. Patriot Critical Minerals, home to the most advanced tungsten deposit in the entire USA, right in my home state of Nevada, a deposit with an historical resource of over 19 million tons. This is a game changer, enough to fuel America's defense industry, support our economy, and break China's stranglehold on tungsten. The time to invest in tungsten is now, and Patriot Critical Minerals is leading the charge. Together, we can break China's grip and power America's future. To learn about investment opportunities or to speak with Patriot Critical Minerals, scan the QR code on the screen right now. See the QR code? Scan it with your cell phone or go to patriotcritical.com. That's patriotcritical.com. All right, this is my interview segment, and I had an interview with Roger Stone on my daily video podcast, Warzone, earlier in the week, which you can find at thegatewaypundit.com and now at patriot.tv every single day, Monday through Friday at 6 p.m. Eastern. Roger Stone is a brilliant political advisor to so many candidates, but to pretty much every Republican candidate in history since Richard Nixon, a longtime associate of President Trump and the host of the Stone Zone. We talked about the James Comey indictment and whether or not Roger thinks we'll see more indictments, and if Attorney General Pam Bondi is tough enough for her role. Roger, take it away.
Well, it's an open question, Wayne, to be quite honest. Let's be clear. Thanks to the directions of the president and the courageous actions of Tulsi Gabbard, we now have absolute, indisputable, stone-cold proof that there was a seditious conspiracy to engage in treason and to undo the results of the 2016 election. That's not investigative journalism. It's not conjecture. It's not supposition. It's now an indisputable fact. And we know this conspiracy was born on July 17th of 2017 in an Oval Office meeting with the entire cabal. That included Obama, Biden, Susan Rice, the National Security Advisor, John Brennan, the Islamic convert, communist CIA director, James Comey, the corrupt FBI director, as well as General James Clapper. Remember him? He's the guy who
did you
lied
say
to
Valerie
Congress.
Jarrett? I didn't hear if you heard her name. Valerie Jarrett was probably there too,
Valerie
right?
Jarrett was there. No,
Yeah,
so
another
there's
Muslim, right?
Yes, indeed. So the question now is whether the Justice Department is going to move on them. If you look at what happened in the case of James Comey, it is only after Donald Trump decided to fire the corrupt U.S. attorney from the Eastern District of Virginia, who had prepared a 51-page memo arguing as to why Jim Comey, the FBI director, should not be indicted. But Wayne, here's the news. That prosecutor, Eric Siebert, never disclosed that his father-in-law, his wife's father, was James Comey's daughter's godfather. That is an egregious legal conflict of interest. He should have recused himself from the beginning. He didn't. He was trying to cook this case. He was trying to kill this case. It's a very simple case. Why do I know? Because they charged Comey with the same thing they charged me with. Here's the difference. I did make misstatements to Congress under oath, but they were immaterial. I had no motive to lie. Why would you lie? There was no Russian collusion to cover up. They indicted me to try to pressure me to testify falsely against President Trump. We talked about it at the time, and I refused to do that. Comey, on the other hand, specifically lied on the narrow question of whether he had instructed or had knowledge of others who had leaked classified information in order to embarrass President Trump. And he did that on at least 2 occasions with Andrew McCabe and also a guy by the name of Richmond, who was a crony of his. Both of them said so under oath. So that is a material crime because it covers up a portion of this seditious conspiracy. And only because the president fired the prosecutor and inserted a really valiant, very smart, very tough lawyer, a woman named Lindsay Halligan, who's working on the White House staff, very tough, never prosecuted a case before, and the media tried to use that against her. But I think under enormous pressure, got a jury of James Comey's peers to vote to indict him, and now he will face a trial.
Hey, I was going to bring up to you that the way liberals treat us versus the way we treat them, I noticed that, Comey's indicted, but he was allowed to turn himself in, but they came to your house in the middle of the night with a SWAT team and almost gave you and your wife a heart attack. What a horrible thing to do to somebody. We're too nice to these people, and the way they treat us is horrendous.
Well, Wayne, I think most Americans saw the outrageousness of 29 heavily armed FBI agents in full SWAT gear, wearing night goggles, brandishing fully automatic assault weapons, swarming my home. They arrived in 17 armored vehicles, a helicopter, and 2 amphibious units. Shows you how dangerous I am. When all they had to do, of course, was talk to my lawyer. In fact, they spoke to my lawyer the day before. We had just handed them 30 pages of emails, messages that proved definitively that I hadn't lied to Congress. But they were interested in the spectacle. Now, what people don't know, Wayne, is I was arrested at 6:06. At 6:11, Sarah Murray with CNN sent my lawyer by text a copy of the draft of my criminal indictment. And although it had no court markings or court stamps on it, it did have the initials of the man who wrote it, Andrew Weissman, the epically corrupt prosecutor who obviously leaked it to CNN. So the idea that CNN was there on a hunch based on investigative, that's bunk.
Nonsense.
That's nonsense. But here's the worst part. The judge gagged me. I wasn't able to defend myself. I couldn't come on shows like yours or go on social media and defend myself because the judge said that I might taint the jury pool, and therefore she took away my First Amendment rights. Now, if the gag was to prevent me from tainting the jury pool, why did she leave the gag in place after I was convicted and before I was sentenced and after I was sentenced and was awaiting to be incarcerated? This is outrageous, but you don't see any effort to gag James Comey. He's all over social media saying he refuses to bend the knee. What he refuses to do is obey the law, and that's why he's being prosecuted.
Well, the good news is I saw an article just today. It's funny you should mention Andrew Weissman, that scumbag, vicious, horrible human being. I didn't even realize he was central to your case. I've seen him involved in so many cases. I hate that man. And I saw today that my great friend of 20 years, Ed Martin, it said today, I think at Gateway Pundit, that Ed Martin is going after Andrew Weissman, has requested certain documents from Weissman. So I hope that is true, because that is one vicious, horrible human being.
He is, of course, the de facto head of the Mueller witch hunt. Mueller was non compos mentis. He was a figurehead long around the bend, in my opinion. But it was Andrew Weissman who got his career lying to cover up mob murders in Brooklyn. Then he destroyed the Enron Corporation and Arthur Andersen, their accounting firm. By the way, his convictions in that case were overturned 9-0 by the U.S. Supreme Court, and his prosecutorial misconduct was cited. And then in the Mueller investigation, once John Durham was appointed as special counsel to investigate how the Russian collusion hoax began, it was Andrew Weissman who destroyed the cell phone memories of all of the Weissman, probably all of the Mueller investigators, including himself, which I believe is destruction of evidence and obstruction of justice. But of course, he has not yet been held to account for that. I think justice is coming for Andrew Weissman. He's an epically corrupt character. Of course, he's the main legal analyst on MSNBC. Wayne, I don't get my news from MSNBC for the same reason I don't drink out of the toilet.
Hey, do you think, I mean, I love Trump, I really do, and he's as good as we're ever going to get, but that's still not perfect. Do you think even Trump and the people he's appointed have the balls, and I use that word because it really is important here, the cojones to twist all these arms once they indict the lower level people, the Brennans, the Clappers, the Comeys, the McCabe's, the Weissmans, the Rosensteins? Will they ever twist their arms and go after the big fish, which is Obama? Does anyone have the cojones to indict Obama for the crime of treason, which you and I know he's a traitor?
Wayne, unfortunately, it just remains to be seen. I think you have to, I'm not an attorney, as you know, I'm honest. But I think there may be constitutional issues in terms of Obama. He may have immunity, although I would argue that the Russian collusion hoax is outside of his official duties.
And spying on Trump.
Biggest dirty trick in American political history.
Right, if Watergate got Nixon in trouble, how could spying, listening to every word of Trump, not get him in the same trouble that Nixon got in for Watergate, when you and I both know Nixon didn't even do anything in Watergate? They really did spy on a presidential candidate and give the information to Hillary, right? Terrible.
Absolutely true. It just remains to be seen if the president, and I think his appointments, generally speaking, have been excellent. Tulsi Gabbard, Bobby Kennedy, Scott Bessent.
Yes, excellent.
This is one of the greatest
Those are
cabinets,
good.
Maybe the greatest cabinet in American governmental history.
All right, up next, Final Four, otherwise known as Root Madness.
Mama, look.
It's just like our new house. I hope you have an American Home Shield warranty. Leaky toilet? Fixed. Clogged AC coils? Fixed. Oven beyond repair? Ta-da! If AHS can't fix your covered item, then replace it, no matter its age.
A warranty is smart.
Oh, a happy family. Is that us? Too much. American Home Shield. Sign up today at ahs.com.
Thinking about long-term care? Think AMAC. Rosemark Advisors, the financial division of AMAC, specializes in alternative solutions for long-term care planning. We help AMAC members prepare for future healthcare needs without compromising their retirement goals or financial security. But that's not all AMAC has to offer. AMAC is America's leading conservative advocacy and benefits organization. So when it comes to long-term care and so much more, think AMAC.
This right here is confidence in a bottle.
Not only does it change you on the outside, but something in the inside, knowing that you're looking better.
It makes me feel so much more confident than I've ever felt in my life.
They are some of the hottest videos on social media. Those videos claiming to instantly get rid of bags under your eyes. Well, today we're going to see one for ourselves and let you be the judge. It's called Plexiderm, and lifestyle expert Annette Figueroa is here to tell us why she says This one is for real.
This one is for real, and I'm so excited. We even have a video, and you'll notice the model has bags underneath his eyes and some sagging, and all he uses is a small amount on a clean, dry face, and that's how easy it is.
All right, what's the active ingredient?
Okay, so it's silicates that are minerals found in shale rock, and what it does is it tightens and lifts the appearance of bags underneath your eyes in as little as 10 minutes, no prescriptions, and very little effort. Even watching the video, this is a real, it's a model, but it's a real guy with real bags underneath his eyes.
My real true opinion is totally words I can't say on camera. This is absolutely unbelievable. I mean, I could feel it just lifting my skin. It was amazing. It feels good. Feels great. Looks even better.
And I did this to my father. We were at home, so we applied it to his under eye bags, and let me tell you, we were so excited. In under 10 minutes, they visibly disappeared from view, and now it is literally part of both of our daily routines. He calls me every single month saying, "Hey, Annette, I'm out of Plexiderm. Please send me more." And not only does it work on the bags, it works on the appearance of crow's feet, fine lines, and wrinkles. The way you want to do it is you want to have a clean, dry face. You use a small amount because it's so powerful. You have high school reunions, you have events you want to go to, you want to look years younger. This is it.
At our $14.95 price, it's the best way to try Plexiderm and see it work for yourself after your first application. Call the number on your screen.
Call 1-800-854-0295.
The Root's on fire. First of all, quick thank you. I want to say a quick thank you to Troy McSwain. It's my brand new suit. It is the 50th suit he's made for me since 1995. He makes all my suits handmade, direct from Italy. Troy McSwain, you are my man. Thank you. Also want to mention my book, How Democrats Have Made America Great. Everything You Need to Know by Wayne Allyn Root at Amazon. #1 bestseller. It's the only place you can get it. Amazon.com. 140 blank pages because Democrats have never done a damn thing to make America great. It's a gag gift. It's a funny book. How Democrats Have Made America Great. Get it? 140 blank pages. Buy it. Christmas coming up fast. Gosh, it's going to be November in less than a month, and it's Christmas season. You get a gift for all your friends, and they will laugh so hard and so loud. How Democrats Have Made America Great by Wayne Allyn Root at Amazon.com. All right, Goldgate Capital, sponsor of this show. I've spent the past 25 years warning you about things like inflation, reckless spending, insane levels of deficit and debt, half the country on 100 different forms of welfare, including millions of illegal aliens, bankrupting our country. There's a ticking time bomb. Was I right about everything? You're darn right. And during that whole time, what was I doing? Accumulating gold, 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 gold. And don't forget about all the problems around the world. Deficit, debt, huge spending around the world, World War III looming. Everybody's got problems. The best solution I see to prevent economic decline, or worse, a total collapse or a disaster like World War III or a terrorist attack, is gold, which is why every central bank in the world is right now buying all-time record amounts of gold, and gold is setting new records every day, all-time records. It's just a smidge under 4,000. When I started recommending gold, it was $400 an ounce in the early 2000s. Today, it's just under 4,000. Every day it goes up $30, $50, $70. So what are you waiting for? Follow the smart money. I believe the table is set for the most incredible bull rally in precious metals history, but don't wait or procrastinate. You don't want to be left behind holding the bag, a bag full of worthless U.S. dollars. Goldgate Capital sells physical gold and silver delivered right to your door. If you can't afford gold, silver is much less expensive. Or inside your IRA, SEP IRA, or 401k retirement account, 100% insured. I just bought a ton of gold from them. They have an A+ rating with the Better Business Bureau. And only for my fans, Goldgate Capital is giving the first 50 callers a free silver mercury dime. Free. A symbol of freedom and prosperity. Plus, with a qualified purchase, you can receive anywhere up to $20,000 in free silver. Call Goldgate Capital today. The first 50 callers will get a free silver mercury dime, plus up to $20,000 of free silver for any qualifying purchase. Call 855-770-GOLD. That's 855, toll-free, 770-GOLD. All right, time for the Final Four, otherwise known as Root Madness number 4. Fire! And by the way, each week, this is where I tell you about my social media. I got to stick it in somewhere, right? I'm at X, I'm at Getter, I'm at Truth Social, Donald Trump's site, I'm at Gab. At all of them, I'm at Real Wayne Root. At Real Wayne Root. Sign up, and you get my comments and my responses and my reactions, my Root reaction to all the news stories every day, 7 days a week. At Real Wayne Root on all social media. Now, countdown number 4, picking up where I left off last week. This is a demonic communist takeover of the USA that we are fighting. Let me read you a few headlines. Leaked Department of Homeland Security documents, millions on the terror watch list entered through the open border under Joe Biden. I didn't say millions entered through the open border because that happened too. We know that. Millions who were on the terror watch list came in through the open border. Who would allow millions, plural, of terrorists, potential terrorists, into our country except a communist traitor who hates our country? And that's why I don't believe it was Biden running the country. I believe Biden was the puppet and Obama was the communist Manchurian president of the United States. Philadelphia raised the Chinese flag over City Hall on Friday to celebrate the founding of the Chinese Communist Party. Can you even believe this is true? Did you see this in any news? Only Wayne Root tells you these things. They raised the Communist Party flag over the City Hall in Philadelphia for our great friends in the Communist Party. Folks, they killed 100 million people, and they starved to death another 100 million people. Who knows how many they put in jail and tortured, and we're saying, let's be cozy with them, because the people running our country now are not Democrats. They are communists, and there's a communist attack and takeover of the United States. The DNC chairman of the Democrat National Committee, says the Trump administration is a fascist regime. The minute we get back in power, we have to eliminate the filibuster so we can pass anything we want, and we have to make Washington, D.C. and Puerto Rico states so they'll never win again electorally. See? Communist takeover. Here's Eric Swalwell, the incredible communist congressman who had the Chinese spy girlfriend, and he says that if we win again, we're going to go after private citizens working with President Trump should Democrats seize control of Congress. They're coming for you and me, just like communists do. A knock at 2 in the morning with an FBI SWAT team, and they drag you off, and you're never seen again. Here is the Socialist Rifle Association. You heard me. Forget about the National Rifle Association, the NRA. This is the SRA, the Socialist Rifle Association. They're now boasting 10,000 members and planning a war against fascists. Whether you know it or not, we are in a civil war right now. It may not be a hot one. It's a cold one because only one side knows we're in it. A house in a Hispanic Houston neighborhood hangs ICE agents in effigy to celebrate Halloween. Really nice. Teachers Union of Chicago and Rolling Stone magazine and various liberal politicians celebrate the death of cop killer Assata Shakur, who fled 30 years ago for Puerto Rico and for Cuba, and spent the rest of her life in Cuba. She's a cop killer, and she died, I guess, of natural causes, and they're celebrating the death of a cop killer. Anarcho-communist website calls for war against ICE and mobilize across the United States. And finally, Antifa terrorists dressed in war gear seen unloading supplies outside Chicago ICE facility while they scream, "Shoot the mother F you know what," against ICE agents. We are in a civil war and a communist demonic takeover of the United States. Countdown number 3. All right, so you thought leftist violence was bad based on the latest study, but it's much worse than you know, because as usual, these studies all rig the results. So here it is. The study just came out, and it showed an increase in left-wing violence, but it happened to omit numerous acts of left-wing violence. They didn't characterize them as left-wing. In the authors' minds, the authors of this study, the Tesla terrorists who set Tesla cars on fire were not considered left-wing violence. They characterized it as economic vandalism. rather than terrorism. They did not consider 3 high-profile terrorist attacks in the United States in the first half of 2025, motivated by the conflict between Israel and Palestine, as left-wing terrorist attacks, and they omitted acts such as the arson attack on Governor Josh Shapiro's mansion in Pennsylvania, the murder of the staff members of the Israeli embassy in Washington, D.C., and the fire-bombing incident in Boulder, Colorado, where pro-Israel supporters were attacked and they tried to burn them to death. None of them were counted as left-wing violence. So when you add them in, the left-wing violence is so much worse than you know. Let's go to countdown number 2. This could have been the number 1 story last week. It probably would have been. But this news came in just minutes after I ended recording my top 10 last week. And this story's huge, so I put it at the top of my pile for this week. I thought it might be number 1 this week, but something even bigger happened. This is Exhibit A for everything happening in America today. Cloward Piven, the communists take over America. The Great Replacement, replacing all the voters who vote Republican. The communist attack and takeover of America, using illegals to replace American citizens. It kind of is all of them rolled into one. An illegal alien was running the Des Moines, Iowa school system, the public school system. It is the largest school system in Iowa, and ICE arrested him after a chase. And he was literally holding a gun and cash. He was the head superintendent of the school system. An illegal migrant school chief sorted past revealed sex lies and DEI payouts is the headline. School district superintendent raked in millions before his ICE arrest. And guess who put him in place? Michelle Obama's ex-chief of staff hired this illegal alien criminal to run the school district of Des Moines. How many other illegal aliens are in positions of power who control your life and are making tons of money all over the United States of America? I'll bet they're illegal alien police chiefs. I'll bet there's illegal aliens at the top of the FBI. The numbers are staggering. It's all because we are in the middle of a communist takeover of the United States. Countdown number 1. All right, the government shutdown's got to be the number 1 story in America. Now, my tweet about it was featured in headlines across the internet. I said it costs us $400 million a day. Every day the government is shut down. What do you call that? A bargain. If only we could keep government shut down permanently, we'd save billions. It's like Nevada, my home state. Very few people know this. We have 0 income tax and 0 capital gains tax and 0 inheritance tax and 0 business tax. Do you know why that is? Because by law, our legislature in Nevada only meets 4 months every other year. That's it. Every other year and only 4 months. We should pass that law for Congress, too. Every time they sit in their seats and open their mouths, we are getting screwed. It costs us billions every day that they sit in their seats in Congress thinking up ways to spend our money and drive us into debt. My new favorite saying, KISS. Keep it shut, stupid. Keep the government shut. Trump loves branding. Here's the brand. Every time we mention the shutdown, we should say the Democrat shutdown of government so illegal aliens can have free health care while you pay triple. Say it 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, buy TV ads all over the United States. It's the Democrat shutdown to help illegal aliens get free health care. That's it. That's it for this week's show. God bless you. God bless Trump. God bless America. And as always, viva my tax-free Las Vegas.
Where is Wayne Allen Root? Where the hell is he?
Oh.
Hey, did you find the manual?
Yes, of course I found it. No, I need that.
Summon Dale.
Who's Dale?
A real human.
I'm Dale. American Home Shield now provides video chat with live repair experts for home fixes over the phone. Let's go fix that oven.
Okay, Dale.
I need my phone back. Fix it over video chat with American Home Shield. Sign up today at AHS.com.
This right here is confidence in a bottle.
Not only does it change you on the outside, but something in the inside, knowing that you're looking better.
It makes me feel so much more confident than I've ever felt in my life.
They are some of the hottest videos on social media. Those videos claiming to instantly get rid of bags under your eyes. Well, today we're going to see one for ourselves and let you be the judge. It's called Plexiderm, and lifestyle expert Annette Figueroa is here to tell us why she says this one is for real.
This one is for real, and I'm so excited. We even have a video, and you'll notice the model has bags underneath his eyes and some sagging, and all he uses is a small amount on a clean, dry face, and that's how easy it is.
All right, what's the active ingredient?
Okay, so it's silicates that are minerals found in shale rock, and what it does is it tightens and lifts the appearance of bags underneath your eyes in as little as 10 minutes, no prescriptions, and very little effort. Even watching the video, this is a real it's a model, but it's a real guy with real bags underneath his eyes.
My real true opinion is holy words I can't say on camera. This is absolutely unbelievable. I mean, I could feel it just lifting my skin. It was amazing. It feels good. Feels great. Looks even better.
And I did this to my father. We were at home, so we applied it to his under eye bags, and let me tell you, we were so excited. In under 10 minutes, they visibly disappeared from view, and now it is literally part of both of our daily routines. He calls me every single month saying, "Hey, Annette, I'm out of Plexiderm. Please send me more." And not only does it work on the bags, it works on the appearance of crow's feet, fine lines, and wrinkles. The way you want to do it is you want to have a clean, dry face. You use a small amount because it's so powerful. You have high school reunions, you have events you want to go to, you want to look years younger. This is it.
At our $14.95 price, it's the best way to try Plexiderm and see it work for yourself after your first application. Call the number on your screen.
Call 1-800-854-0295.
Welcome back to another action-packed episode of Law and Border.
Somewhere you and I wouldn't go. Would it be safe for us to go or no?
Right here, no. Ben links back up with good friend Oscar Blue Ramirez and heads into one of the most dangerous places in Mexico, known as Culiacan, Sinaloa.
Right here, you can see the bullet holes.
It's also the headquarters for the Sinaloa cartel, where the El Mayo and the Chapito factions of the Sinaloa cartel are currently locked in a vicious, deadly war for control. From the demonic shrines to the multi-million-dollar mausoleums of death, we'll show you the truth about what it's like to live in a failed state.
A block away from here, a human head was left on the sidewalk.
Why it's so important that we rid the world of this cancer.
It's a very big problem. Ben Berkman with his camera. Truth coming through. Heads up.
Welcome to Law and Border, where we go to the front line to expose the truth about the real attack on America.
This is an invasion. This is an invasion.
You're watching Law and Border with Ben Bergwam. We begin our episode with Ben and Oscar linking up with our local Sinaloa reporter friend, Aaron Ibarra. He's with the Associated Press, Proceso News.
Talk to us about the violence. You were saying 37 people killed?
This past week were 37 persons murdered. I mean dead by gunshot.
And this is all from the cartel battles?
Absolutely. At least most of them are related with this cartel violence.
How insecure is it to live down here?
Well, you are driving to one of the most famous streets here in Culiacan. This is El Malecón Nuevo. It's like one of the most popular places where people come and drive through, eat some local snacks, and it's all alone. Little by little, we're kind of getting maybe tired of this violence and people starting to go out and do some stops. I don't know, but even with this sickness, I don't know how to name it, this tiredness, people are trying to get back his own lives, but it's kind of hard.
The Law and Border team arrived at their first stop in an affluent suburban area where earlier this year a cartel shootout erupted.
This will be our first spot to visit because I think is important for you guys to know that the violence is not only one place. I mean, this is one of the exclusive places in Culiacan, and past December, the neighbors around woke up between gunshots. I mean, gunshots, not only bang, 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 no, gunshots.
Fully auto, machine gun. This is Sinaloa cartel factions battling. Are you able to talk about the factions?
It's kind of between dangerous and bold. I mean, with the past years, many journalists have been kind of threatened because of their coverage. One of the sides might think that you are supporting the other side, no? So it's kind of dangerous and bold to say, I think this is Mayito stuff, I think this is, I don't know.
So if you say anything one way or the other, you get labeled as supporting the other side, potentially.
That's it.
And talk to me about that. Oscar was talking about that. The influencers that are being killed now, the influencers that are being basically bought off by the cartels.
Okay. I'm going to ask you to stop the recording because we are going to this house. I think, yes.
Even stopping for a few seconds, Aaron is visibly nervous as the house is constantly being watched by different factions of the cartel.
And what did it say?
They say, "Men are not welcome."
So as soon as we got our shots, we moved on.
Can you explain that in English, the influencers?
Yeah, it's gonna be kind of hard. It's not that good by English. These people are victims too. I mean, they are not criminals. It would be unfair for everybody to treat them like criminals because they are victims between fallen state and the organized crime, the cartel.
But they're basically it's a way for the cartel to funnel money.
Yeah,
through them.
Yeah, it's like a common thing that the cartel use the entertainment for ¿cómo dices blanquear?
Money laundering.
Yeah, for money laundering. I mean they kind of support these people in order to make this laundry.
So some of the like the music that you listen to, and this is something we were talking about earlier, you've got to be careful who you support because your money might be going to supporting the cartels directly, huh?
Yes, indeed.
Not just through drugs, but even through the music you buy. And
the ways cartel have for making money, it's so extensive. I mean, it's not only the drugs. It's they have these slots machines. They have also these vaping stuffs, and even small business like check this out.
The punteros are lookouts for the cartel. They ride around on motorcycles and have become a ubiquitous part of the culture in these cartel-controlled regions.
He also told me about, there was a small aircraft that had what the opposition or the other side of the cartel, what they did is they gathered all these small banners, and the small aircraft flew over all Culiacan, releasing these banners of all the influencers that they were, part of the opposition. So you watch out, you stop listening to their music and supporting them. So that's how big this market is for them.
Check this out. Behind this black truck, there it is. Last January, a bomb explode over here. That's the place where Edgar Guzman, one of El Chapo's sons, were killed in 2008, in May the 3rd of 2008.
Don't go anywhere, because it only gets crazier. From the $1 million mausoleums of the death-celebrating cartel bosses.
All the cartels have walls. They all have weapons. They all have protection. And the people actually trying to make a legitimate living are screwed.
Are suffering.
Every day.
Every day.
To the shell-shocked streets of Sinaloa.
This is part of the massive kidnappings.
And everywhere we look, we see the shrines to the patron saint of death, also known as Santa Muerte.
Because they were dumping bodies there.
It's nothing shy of a cartel war zone on these city streets. And if we're not careful, the same thing could happen in America.
Right here, you can see the bullet holes in this building all over here.
And be sure to stick around after the show for a special tribute dedicated to the 3 police officers from Pennsylvania who were gunned down in the line of duty.
Oh. Hey, did you find the manual?
Yes, of course I found it. No, I need that.
Summon Dale.
Who's Dale?
A real human.
I'm Dale. American Home Show now provides video chat with live repair experts for home fixes over the phone. Let's go fix that oven.
Okay, Dale.
I need my phone back. Fix it over video chat with American Home Shield. Sign up today at ahs.com.
This right here is confidence in a bottle.
Not only does it change you on the outside, but something in the inside, knowing that you're looking better.
It makes me feel so much more confident than I've ever felt in my life.
They are some of the hottest videos on social media. Those videos claiming to instantly get rid of bags under your eyes. Well, today we're going to see one for ourselves and let you be the judge. It's called Plexiderm, and lifestyle expert Annette Figueroa is here to tell us why she says this one is for real.
This one is for real, and I'm so excited. We even have a video, and you'll notice the model has bags underneath his eyes and some sagging, and all he uses is a small amount on a clean, dry face, and that's how easy it is.
All right, what's the active ingredient?
Okay, so it's silicates that are minerals found in shale rock, and what it does is it tightens and lifts the appearance of bags underneath your eyes in as little as 10 minutes, no prescriptions, and very little effort. Even watching the video, this is a real it's a model, but it's a real guy with real bags underneath his eyes.
My real true opinion is holy words I can't say on camera. This is absolutely unbelievable. I mean, I could feel it just lifting my skin. It was amazing. It feels good. Feels great. Looks even better.
And I did this to my father. We were at home, so we applied it to his under eye bags, and let me tell you, we were so excited. In under 10 minutes, they visibly disappeared from view, and now it is literally part of both of our daily routines. He calls me every single month saying, "Hey, Annette, I'm out of Plexiderm. Please send me more." And not only does it work on the bags, it works on the appearance of crow's feet, fine lines, and wrinkles. The way you want to do it is you want to have a clean, dry face. You use a small amount because it's so powerful. You have high school reunions, you have events you want to go to, you want to look years younger. This is it.
At our $14.95 price, it's the best way to try Plexiderm and see it work for yourself after your first application. Call the number on your screen.
Call 1-800-854-0295.
This episode of Law and Border is brought to you by PatriotMobile.com. Use promo code RAV for free activation today, only at PatriotMobile.com. Welcome back to Law and Border. We link back up with reporter Aaron Ibarra on the streets of Culiacan.
The militia in general, I mean, Guardia Nacional, La Marina, Sedena, started to be more aggressive here in Sinaloa since February 18, just the day when Donald Trump announces these extraditions. We're talking about like maybe 300 narco labs have been secured.
Wow.
About 300.
Just here in Culiacan?
Between Culiacan and Cozalá. Cozalá, it's another municipio. South from here, it's It's one of the most famous here in narco culture because of his mountains.
The difficult terrain.
Yeah. And
somewhere you and I wouldn't go. Would it be safe for us to go or no?
Right here, no.
And you as a journalist, like you're saying, you've got to be very careful. How concerned are you for your own life, for your own safety, even communicating about this?
Well, I don't feel like exposed or in danger that being the cartel, I mean, Mark, no? I am afraid, or maybe some kind of fear, I don't know, being in the middle of a crossfire. I have been experienced that twice in my life. Maybe I just ran out of luck. I don't want to know. Check this out. The holes.
In the wall?
Uh-huh.
It's all bullet holes?
Yeah. This area, we're like under siege. Lots of gunshots. I mean...
So this is all is this like different factions of narco here?
Yeah, here's like narco city. So we're paralyzed like, I don't know.
Yeah, I love this. We got the electrified fencing.
Yeah.
They got beautiful walls. We talk about this in Juarez. You know, they talk about the wall on their southern border. They don't want that. But all the cartels have walls. They all have weapons. They all have protection. But they don't want us to have it. So do you think you're talking about Trump, the extradition, do you think Trump's approach has given Mexico more boldness in going after them?
Yeah, I think the local government felt like maybe forced to do that. If you remember that bulletin from the White House, Department of State of the United States of America, they say we are not going to tolerate this government being what's the word, como que son cómplices.
Yeah, accomplices.
Yeah, the complicity between authorities and organized crime. That's an accusation. I mean,
and it's clearly true though, right?
Yeah.
Every level of government is corrupted by the cartel.
Let me put you this way. One day, you capture this kingpin or two kingpins or 10 kingpins, and nothing is solved. I mean, there's still being people running the cartel, no?
Right.
But there is zero politicians behind bars. I mean, isn't that strange?
Because you know they're all getting paid off.
Of course.
But we could prove that if we followed the money.
Yeah.
If you got the bankers.
Yeah. And they are not following it. They're just making these arrests, small arrests.
So it's all for show.
Yeah. Omar Garcia Harfuch were one of the closest students of Genaro Garcia Luna, who is now in jail there in the U.S. So maybe in these walls we managed to see these bullet holes.
Where are the most of the killings happening now?
It's the rural zone, la zona rural, ¿cómo lo diría?
¿Así?
Sí, okay, the rural areas, and within the city at the south and east side.
Can Mexico be saved? From the corruption, from the violence, from the...
I really think that it's a little from what I was trying to explain a few moments ago about why there is no politicians behind the bars, arrested, convicted. I don't know.
Or judges, or...
That's the real cartel.
No, indeed. Because you try to remove these people from like El Chapo, Mayo, Zambada, name it. It's okay. You're gonna put them behind You're gonna put them in prison. That's okay, but what else? The media where I work at, Mayo said that if I'm behind the bars, it's not gonna change nothing. Another people are going to take over the business, and another and another and another. So we are not doing anything different from back then. I mean, since the last century, maybe the 80s and 90s, it's the same. They captured Rosarellano, Miguel Ángel, Félix Gallardo, and so much names, and we still,
it's worse.
Yeah, fighting against this war. So in all this area, there was this gunfight in 2019, and another colleagues and I were just trying to seek cover because of the gunshots. I mean, they're like zoom.
So the levels of impact.
Yeah,
it impacts every level. You just can't.
This is one of the most important plazas. It's not even like is 40% of its capacity. I mean, look at the parking lot.
Yeah,
it's not full of people.
So it destroys your economy.
Yeah.
So the rich are the politicians, the district attorneys, the judges. They're all getting rich from drugs and human trafficking, and the people actually trying to make a legitimate living are screwed.
Yeah, are suffering. Yeah, we are talking about like almost 7 months in a constant war. I mean, there's not even one day we haven't been like, oh man, this is going to over now. There's no gunfights, there's nothing, but no.
Every day.
Every day. Wow. Doesn't matter to them, it's just a bullet in the head.
Better that than the chance of you actually working with them.
Yeah.
Coming up, we head to where the cartel bosses are celebrated, even in death. And then we'll join with the families whose loved ones have been kidnapped by the cartels, often never to be heard from again, and with zero response from the government. And only a block away from here, a human head was left on the sidewalk.
Where our hotel is that we're staying is right here.
All that and more when Law and Border returns right after this.
To avoid digital threats, just turn on NordVPN. Improve your protection against trackers, malicious websites, and malware-ridden downloads. Get the deal now.
How does the world's most trusted dog expert keep his own dog so healthy?
Hi, I am Cesar Milan. In my 20 years rehabilitating dogs, I've seen too many struggle with health problems that no amount of training could fix. Then I discovered it wasn't the dog, it was their food. Fortunately, I found veterinarian Dr. Marty's Anti-Kibo Breakthrough.
Nature's Blend is packed with whole foods that are freeze-dried, locking in nutrients.
I saw remarkable improvements in my dogs within weeks.
Try Dr. Marty risk-free for 90 days. Plus, get a free gift when you call or visit drmartypets.com/Caesar.
A heart attack? Do they have life insurance?
No.
But we have life insurance. John.
I'm trying to find something we can afford.
Fortunately, in only a few minutes, SelectQuote found John a $500,000 policy for only $29 a month. And his wife Anne a $500,000 policy for only $21 a month. Go to SelectQuote.com now and get the insurance your family needs
at a price you can afford. SelectQuote. We shop, you save.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
I'm a J6er, and I spent 3 months in jail and about a year in prison.
I spent 4 years out of an 18-year sentence in prison.
J6ers have been smeared and defamed by the media, persecuted by the government, and treated like terrorists.
In reality, J6ers are patriotic men and women, mothers, fathers, sisters, and brothers from all walks of life.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
And we need your help.
For just $10 or more, you're helping these patriots get mental, physical, and spiritual help.
Please scan the QR code or go to j6support.com to donate $10 or more to support these American patriots.
Every dollar you give is being matched up to $50,000, doubling your impact. Go now to j6support.com and donate today.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
About a year in prison.
4 years out of an 18-year sentence in prison.
J6ers have been treated like terrorists.
And we need your help.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
For just $10 or more, you can help these patriots get back on their feet again.
Please scan the QR code to donate $10 or more to support these American patriots.
Thank you for standing in the gap.
Did you know that thousands of authors across the country have written books and published them with Page Publishing? If you've written a book, Page Publishing can help you through the process. We cut through the confusion of the publishing world to make it easy for you.
Call or scan for your free writer's guide today.
Law and Border is back, and you won't believe what we see next.
So just went through this, the Maya Gardens, it's the cemetery, that's the translation in English right across the street from me. Too dangerous to get out there and actually film, but this is a cemetery dedicated to the cartel bosses. It is incredible. We're driving down through here and they look like houses. I mean, it truly is. It's shocking to see. They have built these monuments honoring the leaders of the cartels. The amount of money that has gone into these cemeteries, it just shows you the power that the cartels have. Look at these facilities. I mean, when we drove in here, I saw a couple. I thought, oh my gosh, the farther you drive back here, it is absolutely shocking. These are the size of houses, some of these, and they are simply monuments to the cartel. Some of the most evil people that have ever existed on our planet, the terrorist organizations, the leaders of these terrorist organizations, glorified in this cemetery in Culiacan, Sinaloa.
Early this morning, about 5 a.m., we had an execution from a man at Colonia Lázaro Cárdenas. That's a place south side of the city. It wasn't even the daylight. In some spots from that side of the city, we have reports from gunshots. We're heading to the cathedral. There's this protest because of the disappearing of a woman police. She was a police. She is now retired, but she has been taken with his 2 children. So that's another tragedy.
Do we know who took her?
No, we don't, but we can assume that it was a cartel.
So when they do that, they don't claim responsibility necessarily?
Not necessarily. I was just talking to Oscar about that. It's like the situation is this. The cartel, one of the factions, may assume that you are working with the other party. So how can you prove it?
Right.
You cannot prove it. They're criminals.
So they kill you anyways.
Yeah. It's just doesn't matter to them. It's just a bullet in the head.
Better that than the chance of you actually working with them.
Yeah.
So they'll kill you even if you're not. Yeah.
The Law and Border team heads to the Justice Department building, where a protest for the missing police officer and her family is underway. Unfortunately, she's just one of thousands that go missing each and every year.
This is actually happening around the whole country. This is part of the missing people, the missing problem that we are having right now, the massive kidnappings, the massive, missing people that's happening not only in the north part of our country, but in the south part of our country. Continuous kidnappings to innocent people and also to innocent children. These kind of protests are all over our country right now.
This is a visual representation of what a country controlled by the cartels looks like. All of these ribbons represent people missing, over 1,000 just in this area last year. Missing with 0% accountability for the cartels. This is what happens when you support the cartels. No politicians have been arrested yet, and there's corruption at every level of government.
There's people missing. We have what we call here the word taken. Taken is a translation that put Ed Mead is a researcher from California, and he has translated a book of Javier Valdez that talks about people that are missing, cartel we say it in Spanish, levantón, which is like they took you by the force and disappear you, like ribbons hanging off the tree. They also have names of the people that are taken.
Wow. So this is,
you can see it's a lot of
epidemic
people.
In Mexico.
Yeah. Just in Sinaloa, last year we have 1,600 people that are missing, and 0 people are behind bars or in jail because of those crimes.
So 0%
100%
punishment. Wow.
And despite their petitions for safety and accountability, they receive practically no response from the government.
All of these represent missing people by the cartels. They've been up here so long, some of them, the names have bleached off. Can't even hardly read them anymore.
Burlan de la sociedad, se burlan. Están los niños desaparecidos y nadie dice nada.
They're at the Fiscal General's office here. Looks like they're blocking it into the building. Sure. Tell me again.
The picture, this woman, she was taken or kidnapped with her daughter and her 2 grandchildren. These 2 boys are the sons of these girls, and they're both, they all are missing. It's the date, March 22. I mean, about almost 2 weeks ago. Now they're going to talk with the General Attorney, Claudia Zulema Sánchez Condo.
Mi madre es diabética y todos los días usa insulina y hasta ahorita no sabemos nada de...
¿No han aparecido entonces?
No.
Se molesta que se esté cerrando una puerta, se llevaron a ver niños. Que salga la fiscal, que salga la fiscal.
Say that.
It's unfair that cartel are murdering, killing kids, child. It's not fair. They should be at school, not missing, not taken.
When Law and Border returns, we'll expose the demons that are driving the cartels.
That could be a beautiful place too, but been taken over because they were dumping bodies there.
And we'll visit the communities that have borne the brunt of the cartel war, where professional musicians perform on the streets because the venues have been shut down and body parts are left by the cartels as a warning.
A block away from here, a human head was left on the sidewalk. Imagine that.
And later, we'll visit the scene of one of the brutal shootouts where 2 National Guardsmen were killed.
Right here, you can see the bullet holes in this building all over here.
And be sure to stick around after the show for a special tribute dedicated to the 3 police officers from Pennsylvania who were gunned down in the line of duty.
There's going to be thousands of people that gather on the mall at Washington, D.C., October 9th through the 12th.
We believe this could be the place of the great breakthrough into something we've dreamed about for 22 years.
Communion America has broke open the door that communion would become a daily part of a young person's life.
We will serve you with passion. We will demonstrate your love and your power for the nation.
You know, this isn't about anyone's brand or one ministry, but there's this sense that the body of Christ is recalibrated.
If you were on the mall last year at A Million Women, come back. Meet us again on the mall for this historic day.
Come to D.C., come and commune with me, with you, with Jesus. Can't wait to have you all here.
And I just want to encourage anyone that's a part of Gen Z, get to the mall that Friday night.
Water, nature's ultimate cleaner. We drink it, we bathe in it. Think water, think steam, think clean. Now harness the power of water with the H2O X5 5-in-1 steam cleaning system.
I'm so impressed with the X5.
It's an all-in-one product. I can use it throughout my entire house.
It's cleaning, it's sanitizing. There's no chemicals in it. It's just steam.
This is unbelievable. There is no more odor.
5 minutes, I'm done. Look at that, it's amazing.
If you're ready to step into an effective, economical, and eco-safe world of cleaning, look no further than the H2O X5. Using just the power of superheated water, the X5 Super Hot Steam cleans and kills up to 99% of germs, viruses, and bacteria. You could spend over $500 to purchase the products that the X5 5-in-1 Miracle replaces. But through this special TV offer, you won't spend $400, $300, or even $200. Order your H2O X5 Steam Cleaning System, a $500 value, for just 4 easy payments of $43. You'll get the X5 Steam Mop with microfiber pad, the carpet glider, the handheld scrubber, the window glass and mirror attachment, and the garment and upholstery bonnet. It's a complete 10-piece system, all this for just 4 easy payments of $43. But it gets even better. Order now and we'll upgrade your X5 package. We'll add a 6th mode with a dusting and polishing wand. Valued at over $30, this extra bonus attachment makes your H2O X5 the H2O X6. That means your 10-piece system becomes a 12-piece system at no extra cost to you. If after 30 days you're not absolutely delighted, send it back for a full refund of the purchase price. Don't wait. Now's your chance to own the X5 for just 4 easy payments, and we'll make the first payment for you. You get the X5 incredible 5-in-1 lightweight, powerful 12-piece steam cleaning system, a $500 value, all for just 3 easy payments of $43. This offer can't last forever, so call or click right now.
This episode of Law and Border is brought to you by PatriotMobile.com. Use promo code RAV for free activation today, only at PatriotMobile.com. Welcome back to Law and Border. You want to see what's driving the cartels? Look no further than the shrines to Santa Muerte.
On the way out of Culiacan to the Chapitos headquarters, you've got this, and this is what you see everywhere you go where you've got the cartel in operation, these shrines to Santa Muerte. Basically, they pray to the devil, they put their candles out here, send their prayers to the devil for their actions that they're committing.
The patron saint of death. We leave the Shrine of Death and head deeper into the Chapitos territory to one of the communities that was, until recently, the center of the cartel war. A once vibrant vacation town with hot springs, delicious foods, and village shops, Imala is now nothing more than a ghost town, where even most locals are still scared to venture outside.
This is like the main entrance of this little town called Imala. It's one of the eldest from Culiacan, even from this side of the country. This place is notorious because of its food, and it's like a holiday place where people come. So people stop coming because this danger from the criminal groups and these convoys. And last Saturday 29, local government tried to reactivate these activities and organize these events. So people try to come back and recover this side of the city.
The Law and Border team visits a local Catholic church that sits at the center of the once thriving city, but is now ghostly quiet. It's absolutely heartbreaking to see firsthand what can happen to a country when it replaces the goodness of God and life with the worship of evil, death, and the devil.
The cartel originally came in and took over the hot springs, and now the...
No, not actually the hot springs, but the town. The hot springs needs within the town. So because of these confrontations, these gunfights, military came and tried to keep the peace. So they need to have a camp. So they took the hot springs. The Mayos came to fight with the Chapitos. So this were a town in conflict, constant conflict.
And this place, you can see what a cool place it would be, but it still really hasn't recovered at all.
Yeah, it's still, this past Saturday, they make this big party. They have these puppets and clowns and everything, and music. But this is a place where this should be working even today, that is Tuesday, but it's not.
The Law and Border team enters the hot springs to get a closer look at the military outpost.
Well, they got all their tents set up over there too. So did he say this is in operation still or no?
No, it's not operating because of the army. They're camping here. You see those tents?
So this part of this was the war zone.
War zone. So we're trying to find these traces of the gunshots. But I don't see nothing yet. Maybe further.
Yeah, but they would definitely use these walls as cover.
Yeah.
They got big troop presence out here. That's a lot.
It's like maybe 100, 150.
This small town, Imala, we just came out. Beautiful town, known for its hot springs. People come out here on holiday and on weekends to hang out and relax. Got taken over by the cartels, became part of the cartel wars, and now the hot springs are shut down to the public, but they've been taken over by the military, which is a good thing for the town. It's protection for the town. Not the best because this was the draw. These hot springs were the draw, but at least they're not having gunfights anymore. Bottom line is cartels aren't good for anybody. So we've got little fobs set up over here. We've got tents from all the military down here. They got a couple different stations, but you just see the military presence. All these guys set up over here. Another spot on the other side, all set up over there as well, just to bring peace to this little town. And it's like this all over the country. Where the cartels are, there is no peace. You know, and sadly, everywhere you go across Mexico is like this, where you have these potential locations, opportunity. You look at a country like this where it could be such a great country, but because of violence, because of criminal activity, also, and because of the corruption, they never break out. There's that beautiful water park yesterday where the checkpoint was. That could be a beautiful place too, but been taken over because they were dumping bodies there. Nobody was going to it, so you're never going to have a resolution to it. It's a very big problem. Layers and layers deep.
Back in Culiacan, we visit the governmental palace. And there, the governor of Sinaloa is holed up and being protected from the cartel wars that he helped to instigate. And meanwhile, his citizens live in constant fear for their lives.
Behind us, we have the governmental administrative office. You've got the governor hiding out in there. What does that mean to you? Talk to us about that. And in particular, you just showed me an article from Proceso about the president and the hypocrisy, what's actually happening here.
It's the issue of October of the last year. This is a magazine and also a website. We published these investigation reports. So we had these informed from Sedena. Sedena is Secretaría de Defensa Nacional, the Army of Mexico, which are investigating Governor Rubén Rocha Moya because of his links with Los Chapitos. Since this war began, he has been appointed like a collaborator with Los Chapitos, and the Sedena knows about that. They are investigating him. So he managed to not go back to his house because this is my opinion, I think he is afraid to come back to his house because of the heat of the city. And he just lives up there in the third floor, tercer piso, of these administrative offices that he actually lives in within the night. I mean, he is not going back to his house until this is over.
So he's protected while the citizens have to live in the violence that he's helped create.
That's the point. Public act. He's going with all his guards, bodyguards, and the army, and the Guardia Nacional, etc. So the people, we are not moving like that. We should move and make a wish to be able to go back home.
Coming up next on Law and Border, it's more of the city under siege.
A block away from here, a human head was left on the sidewalk.
What you get when a government is completely corrupted from the top to the bottom, and the citizens are left stuck in the middle.
You can see the bullet holes in this building all over here.
And be sure to stick around after the show for a special tribute dedicated to the 3 police officers from Pennsylvania who were gunned down in the line of duty.
Thinking about Social Security? Think AMAC. The The AMAC Foundation takes the confusion and stress out of understanding Social Security's thousands of rules and regulations. Our nationally accredited advisors offer a personal touch that is unmatched. But that's not all AMAC has to offer. AMAC is America's leading conservative advocacy and benefits organization, guided by the principles of faith, family, and freedom. So when it comes to Social Security and so much more, think AMAC.
Welcome back to Law and Border.
This is the gas station where 2 National Guardsmen were gunned down. In fact, the 2 vehicles you're seeing in this video, one was here and one was here, both cartel vehicles. National Guard came up. They tried to approach them. They were firing back, and the 2 guys died right here where I'm standing. You can actually see bullet holes in the building over here where the gunfire went. Large caliber rounds. This whole building got shot up. All of these buildings got shot up here. But this is right in the middle of the city. And this is the level of violence that every day can and does happen. It just kind of shifts. Right now it's a little further north, but every day they're having killings out here. They just dropped a body this morning. They killed 2 others yesterday morning. On the road we were driving down yesterday, right after we got done with our hits, where there was a kidnapping on the road. And right here you can see the bullet holes in this building all over here. But there was a kidnapping as we were driving home yesterday on the same road we were driving on just minutes before we got there. And the crazy thing was, we didn't even know about it till we got back to our hotel, saw the video. We drove past it. There was no police presence. There was no people out in the street saying there was a kidnapping here. The people live in such fear. It's like living with Stockholm Syndrome. They live in such fear that they don't say anything. And it's no wonder. This is nuts. We were talking to Aaron, our guide here and local reporter, and there were, just to put it in perspective, there's been over 1,600 kidnappings this year in Sinaloa. 0 prosecutions. 0. So if you see a kidnapping, you don't say anything, because you know there's going to be no punishment for the people that were doing the kidnapping. The only thing that can happen is something bad to you. That's what the people live with, the fear of kidnapping and death. And the crazy thing, talking to Aaron, it's death isn't the biggest fear. A bigger fear is the fear of going missing and nobody knowing what's happened to you. And there are thousands of those cases here in Sinaloa and across Mexico. And that's the people that the Democrats are supporting. All of these idiots out there protesting President Trump. All of these guys are protesting in support of the cartels. And this whole facade has been repainted because of the shootout. As you can see, this was the camera that captured the footage of the shootout and the National Guardsmen being killed. And even still, there's bullet holes in the building over there, but even on this building right here, there's still bullet holes up on the side of that building.
And even though their nation is overrun with corruption, there are still heroes in Mexico who are doing their best to save their country. So please pray, if you will, for the families of these 2 National Guardsmen who gave their lives up in defense of their country. And every aspect of life is impacted when you allow the criminals to run your country.
So it's not just the drugs, it's not just the human trafficking, it's even small business. These guys are musicians, how to make a living. They're out here on the middle of the streets doing their music because the places they used to play aren't open now because the level of violence here in Culiacan. Right across from the street corner where these guys are playing their music was where the human head was left from the cartels who chopped this guy's head off while he was still alive.
When he got murdered, they left his head within this narco mensaje, a narco message, where they were accusing him for being part from Los Chapitos. And
so this is
what's going to happen to all Los Chapitos. And that sign is like a threat. If you work with Los Chapitos, you're gonna get your head chopped off.
Where the head was left and where the guys are playing music is right down there at that intersection. Where our hotel is that we're staying is right here. That's how insecure this city is. And this is one of the nicer parts of town. I came up here, I was like, oh, great hotel. Little did you know that a block away from here, a human head was left on the sidewalk. Imagine that. Imagine raising your kids not knowing if there was going to be a human head left out on the sidewalk in the morning when you walked out.
The Law and Border team leaves Culiacan and heads back to the border at Juarez, Mexico. And before they even cross into the United States, they find more of President Trump's policies in action. Looking back, it's quite obvious that Joe Biden and the Democrats allowed this invasion of illegals into our country. But now, President Trump is forcing Mexico to have checkpoints in their own country before the vehicles even approach our border.
Mexico side in Juarez, they've actually got National Guard set up. It's the first time I've seen this. We've got National Guard set up before you cross over the port of entry. Trump effect in action, at least here. Now, whether or not it's for show or they're actually going to do some drug interdiction, we don't have the statistics on how much they've actually apprehended yet, but first time I've ever seen this. This did not happen under Joe Biden.
Even the trains are being inspected. It's amazing what happens when you have a president and an administration that put America first. Now, if we can only get rid of the traitors in our country who do the opposite.
As we were coming back to our vehicle, noticed this guy with his canine out here at the railroad tracks and spoke to him. He confirmed he's out here. He's actually private security, working with the National Guard, checking the trains for drugs and illegals going across. And he confirmed this was not done under Joe Biden. This is new because of Trump's pressure on the Mexican government. So they're checking the trains now for drugs and people before they enter. Now, obviously, when they enter the United States, we're checking as well. But you're getting double layers of security on the Mexico side. Again, all due to President Trump's threat of tariffs on the Mexican government. That's the Trump effect, in effect. With all the attacks on law enforcement recently, you may not have heard about the tragedy last week in York County, Pennsylvania. Dave Bray's hometown, 3 law enforcement officers were killed in the line of duty. 2 others were injured. This week, we honor Mark Baker, Cody Becker, and Isaiah Emmenheiser. God bless all of our law enforcement officers. Pray for their families. Pray for this country.
First and foremost, I'd like to thank the families for allowing me this graceful opportunity to be able to sing a song for you today. You know, from someone who sits outside of the family of law enforcement looking in, but still somehow being allowed into this fold, truly means the world to me. And with that, I'm going to say a few words about this thing that we call the thin blue line. You know, astronauts often go up into space and they look back into the Earth and they say, my God, our atmosphere, so small, paper thin and blue. And each one of them comes back with the same exact thought in their hearts. The fragility of our humanity and our relationship to this earth is one that we don't really see. We don't know it because we look up through it. We use and consume its services and what it provides for us in the protection from the rest of the chaos in the universe. These brothers in blue who paid the ultimate price for that thin blue line, they know about its fragility, and they know about the relationship, but the people outside don't always see the service and the protection that our thin blue line that stands in this room gives and offers every single day. So for the few words that I have from many around this country, and of course in York County, for your service and for your protection and for being that thin blue line between civility and chaos, I'd like to say thank you. The song is called Hallelujah. And if you'd like to sing along, I think the families would like that.
Protect us all, but you don't know about this badge now, do you? Well, it stands for justice, hope, and truth, and warning faith by those in blue who answer the ancient call of hallelujah. Took a stand, you pledged your life as you raised your hand, but you don't think that you're a hero, do you? As you're holding up that thin blue line through the longest days, the darkest nights, the bullets fly, the screams that go right through you. Silent war in every town that nobody sees because you're around, and they'll never know how much they truly need you. It's the lion's roar that keeps us safe, the badge that shines and lights the way so we can sleep in peace the whole night through. Part of every day is seeing the innocent lives betrayed and holding back what you really want to do, yeah. When evil lurks outside the door, the lion's heart begins to roar, a righteous and a holy hallelujah. After all the sirens and all the lights, you never got to say goodnight to the ones at home who were always waiting for you. 'Cause you chose the badge and you wore the blue for all of us who depend on you to answer the ancient call.
Hey everyone, it's Dave Bray, and here at Law and Border, we take our support for our brothers and sisters of law enforcement quite seriously. Sadly, this tragedy has struck right in the heart of my hometown, so please consider scanning the QR code on your screen and supporting the families of these fallen heroes. Next time on Law and Border, we'll head back into the United States to reconnect with our friends from ICE and give you an up-close and personal look into the operations to remove the illegals that Joe Biden let into our country. We'll join them in Houston, Texas, and ride along with the heroes of ICE as they go into the communities to get the worst of the worst.
I cannot understand why there isn't broad support for turning criminals over to us.
And we'll join the Law and Border team as they get an exclusive look into a detention center where the illegals are being held before being removed from our country.
Many of them, gang members, cartel members.
And as the leftist attacks on ICE and our country continue to escalate, we have a very simple message to go out to all. God bless ICE. God bless our Border Patrol. God bless President Trump. And God bless America.
J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
About a year in prison.
4 years out of an 18-year sentence in prison.
J6ers have been treated like terrorists.
And we need your help.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
For just $10 or more, you can help these patriots get back on their feet again.
Please scan the QR code to donate $10 or more to support these American patriots.
Thank you for standing in the gap.
The following program contains political discourse, opinions, and footage that many viewers may find offensive. It should not be viewed by anyone ever.
There's not a snowball's chance in hell that Canada will ever be the 51st state.
What say you, Mr. American Ambassador?
Canada, go!
What's up? Welcome to Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. We got Trump's UN speech. Glad to have you on. Brought to you by GWC Construction. And nice to see everybody. We are on live. It is Dallas and I's 19th wedding anniversary. Beginning our 20th year of marriage. But I told her there's nobody I'd rather spend the evening with than you people. So just want to get that out there. Trump's UN speech was awesome. And I said something last night that I feel like the Democrat Party is finished. And the more I think about it, as absurd and extreme as a statement as that sounds like, I think they're done. I mean, who do you have that's going to resurrect your party? Who do you have that can influence society? You've got Harry Sisson. We've got Theo Vaughn. We've got Joe Rogan. You've got who? Like nobody. You got some singers, but what you found out during the last election was people like singers to sing. They don't care about who Cardi B and Megan Thee Stallion is voting for and all that. So I think it's over. And then I also feel like this is the beginning of the end of the United States in the United Nations and the United Nations on U.S. shores. I'll show you for yourself. Let's check the news. After pre-speech sabotage, Trump unleashes hell at the United Nations. How many slides? How many slides?
They just have the picture right now. They're pulling the slides.
Oh, I wanted the article. Okay, so I'll write anything I send you, grab the article and stuff if there's an article so I don't have to write it every time. Next. How can you not love this man? I ended 7 years. Well, listen to him say it for yourself. Go ahead.
I ended 7 wars, dealt with the leaders of each and every one of these countries, and never even received a phone call from the United Nations offering to help in finalizing
the
deal.
Do you know what a big deal it is to like eviscerate the United Nations on their own stage? He went for, it was a 51-minute speech, I think, in there. I watched half of it while I was playing video games. It was great. I meant to listen to it for like 90 seconds. I ended up listening to it for 28 minutes or so. And he tore them apart. It's basically like if you were going to serve your wife divorce papers, a speech you'd give and then serve her. And that's what I think is going to happen at the United Nations, because he ripped them for 1 hour. There was not one positive word said about them. Start from the beginning.
I ended 7 wars, dealt with the leaders of each and every one of these countries, and never even received a phone call from the United Nations offering to help in finalizing the deal. All I got from the United Nations was an escalator that on the way up stopped right in the middle. If the First Lady wasn't in great shape, she would have fallen.
Yeah, she almost fell.
She's in great shape. We're both in good shape. We both stood. And then a teleprompter that didn't work. These are the 2 things I got from the United Nations: a bad escalator and a bad teleprompter.
Yeah, and he killed
Thank
too.
You
can hear like the it's like ripping someone at their funeral and the whole family laughing, because that's what it was. It was like all the European leaders, Chinese, all the people that aren't on board with the U.S., French leadership, and everybody's laughing. Next. I'm really good at this stuff. Your countries are going to hell. Roll it.
You have to end it now. Let's see, I can tell you. I'm really good at this stuff. Your countries are going to hell. In America, we've taken bold action to swiftly shut down uncontrolled migration.
Insane. One more time.
You have to end it now. Let's see, I can tell you. I'm really good at this stuff. Your countries are going to hell. In America, we've taken
play from the beginning and watch the guy's head jerk up in the 3rd row.
You have to end it now. Let's see, I can tell you.
Watch.
I'm really good at this stuff. Your countries are going to hell. In America, we've taken bold action to swiftly shut down uncontrolled migration.
My man. Next. I voted quite specifically for this. Trump, climate change is the greatest con job ever perpetrated on the world. By the way, this is where it's being perpetrated from. Go.
Global warming, not happening. You know, it used to be global cooling. If you look back years ago in the 1920s and the 1930s, they said, global cooling will kill the world. We have to do something. Then they said global warming will kill the world, but then it started getting cooler, so now they could just call it climate change, because that way they can't miss. It's climate change, because if it goes higher or lower, whatever the hell happens, there's climate change. It's the greatest con job ever perpetrated on the world, in my opinion. Climate change, no matter what happens, you're involved in that. No more global warming, no more global cooling, all of these predictions made by the United Nations and many others, often for bad reasons, were wrong. They were made by stupid people that have cost their countries fortunes and given those same countries no chance for success. If you don't get away from this green scam, your country is going to fail.
Next. President Trump calls for protection for the most persecuted religion in the world, Christianity. Roll it.
Our commitment, values, and those values really that we hold so dear together. Let us defend free speech and free expression. Let us protect religious liberty, including for the most persecuted religion on the planet today. It's called Christianity. And let us safeguard our sovereignty and cherish qualities that have made each of our nations so special, incredible, and extraordinary.
Next. President Trump, here's Tommy Robinson. President Trump at the UN, Europe is in serious trouble. They've been invaded by a force of illegal aliens like the world has never seen. Europeans love to get lectured by Donald Trump. Roll it.
Europe is in serious trouble. They've been invaded by a force of illegal aliens like nobody's ever seen before. Illegal aliens are pouring into Europe. Nobody is ever, and nobody's doing anything to change it, to get them out. It's not sustainable. And because they choose to be politically correct, they're doing just absolutely nothing about it. And I have to say, I look at London, where you have a terrible mayor, terrible mayor, and it's been so changed. Now they want to go to Sharia law, but you're in a different country. You can't do that. Both the immigration and their suicidal energy ideas will be the death of Western Europe if something is not done immediately. This cannot be sustained.
Play it again. Let me just see the faces of Germany.
Europe is in serious trouble. They've been invaded by a force of illegal aliens like nobody's ever seen before. Illegal aliens are pouring into Europe. Nobody is ever, and nobody's doing anything to change it, to get them out. It's not sustainable. And because they choose to be politically correct, they're doing just absolutely nothing about it. And I have to say,
now keep going.
I look at London, where you have a terrible mayor, terrible mayor, and it's been so changed. Now they want to go to Sharia law, but you're in a different country. You can't do that. Both the immigration and their suicidal energy ideas will be the death of Western Europe if something is not done immediately. This cannot be sustained.
Dawson, I got an email from the State Department inviting us to a prayer meeting there in the morning, but I'm not going. Next. Somebody at the UN deserves a prize for this. LMAO, the escalator at the UN stopped working as soon as Trump and Melania. So this, obviously, that's George Conway, Kellyanne Conway's ex-husband, that's happy. This is, if he was on the fence about leaving the UN, what are you going to do when they clearly stopped the escalator when you got on, and then the teleprompter broke when he started speaking? They sabotaged him, and he got him anyway. And who's their number one supporter? The United States by far. Roll it. Watch Melania. If she wasn't quick and in good shape to grab the rail, she'd have fallen hard. See?
President Trump, Schumer.
Secret Service sucks. Next.
Very much appreciated.
Teleprompter broke.
And I don't mind making this speech without a teleprompter, because the teleprompter is not working. I feel very happy to be up here with you nevertheless, and that way you speak more from the heart. I can only say that whoever's operating this teleprompter is in big trouble.
Yeah, they're not, though. Except for the fact that Trump's going to probably pull funding, I think. Next. Trump's escalator stopped as soon as he stepped onto it. Then his teleprompter goes out right when he starts his speech. No way these were accidents. This is an investor. It's not like a conservative. I'd bet UN staff, which wouldn't have jobs without our taxes, conspired to embarrass President Trump. Absolutely. Play it again, even though we already watched it.
Thanks for watching Check the News. We'll be right back after these messages.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
I'm a J6er, and I spent 3 months in jail and about a year in prison.
I spent 4 years out of an 18-year sentence in prison.
J6ers have been smeared and defamed by the media, persecuted by the government, and treated like terrorists.
J6ers are patriotic men and women, mothers, fathers, sisters, and brothers from all walks of life.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after after being incarcerated.
And we need your help.
For just $10 or more, you're helping these patriots get mental, physical, and spiritual help.
Please scan the QR code or go to j6support.com to donate $10 or more to support these American patriots.
Every dollar you give is being matched up to $50,000, doubling your impact. Go now to j6support.com and donate today.
This right here is confidence in a bottle.
Not only does it change you on the outside, but something in the inside, knowing that you're looking better.
It makes me feel so much more confident than I've ever felt in my life.
They are some of the hottest videos on social media. Those videos claiming to instantly get rid of bags under your eyes. Well, today we're going to see one for ourselves and let you be the judge. It's called Plexiderm, and lifestyle expert Annette Figueroa is here to tell us why she says this one is for real.
This one is for real, and I'm so excited. We even have a video, and you'll notice the model has bags underneath his eyes and some sagging, and all he uses is a small amount on a clean, dry face, and that's how easy it is.
All right, what's the active ingredient?
Okay, so it's silicates that are minerals found in shale rock, and what it does is it tightens and lifts the appearance of bags underneath your eyes in as little as 10 minutes, no prescriptions, and very little effort. Even watching the video, this is a real it's a model, but it's a real guy with real bags underneath his eyes.
My real true opinion is totally words I can't say on camera. This is absolutely unbelievable. I mean, I could feel it just lifting my skin. It was amazing. It feels good. Feels great. Looks even better.
And I did this to my father. We were at home, so we applied it to his under eye bags, and let me tell you, we were so excited. In under 10 minutes, they visibly disappeared from view, and now it is literally part of both of our daily routines. He calls me every single month saying, "Hey, Annette, I'm out of Plexiderm. Please send me more." And not only does it work on the bags, it works on the appearance of crow's feet, fine lines, and wrinkles. The way you want to do it is you want to have a clean, dry face. You use a small amount because it's so powerful. You have high school reunions, you have events you want to go to, you want to look years younger. This is it.
At our $14.95 price, it's the best way to try Plexiderm and see it work for yourself after your first application. Call the number on your screen.
Call 1-800-854-0295.
Welcome back to Check the News.
The whole narrative is being torn down by the most powerful man on earth. Roll it.
Global warming, not happening. You know, it used to be global cooling. If you look back years ago in the 1920s and the 1930s, they said, global cooling will kill the world. We have to do something. Then they said global warming will kill the world, but then it started getting cooler, so now they could just call it climate change, because that way they can't miss. It's climate change, because if it goes higher or lower, whatever the hell happens, there's climate change. It's the greatest con job ever perpetrated on the world, in my opinion. Climate change, no matter what happens, you're involved in that. No more global warming, no more global cooling. All of these predictions made by the United Nations and many others, often for bad reasons, were wrong. They were made by stupid people that have cost their countries fortunes and given those same countries no chance for success. If you don't get away from this green scam, your country is going to fail.
Next. Get the U.S. out of the... Now, what we've been saying, my Uncle Ted, myself, is now being said by top people. This is all over the internet now, like by people like Tom Fitton, who's a top attorney in Washington, D.C. Get the U.S. out of the UN and get the UN out of the U.S. Roll it.
In Western countries and their borders. In 2024, the UN budgeted $372 million in cash assistance to support an estimated 624,000 migrants journeying into the United States. Think of that. The UN is supporting people that are illegally coming into the United States, and then we have to get them out. The UN also provided food, shelter, transportation, and debit cards to illegal aliens. Can you believe that? On the way to infiltrate our southern border. Millions of people came through that southern border. Just a year ago, millions and millions of people were pouring in, 25 million altogether over the 4 years of the incompetent Biden administration. And now we have it stopped, totally stopped. In fact, they're not even coming anymore because they know they can't get through. But what took place is totally unacceptable. The UN is supposed to stop invasions, not create them and not finance them. In the United States, we reject the idea that mass numbers of people from foreign lands can be permitted to travel halfway around the world, trample our borders, violate our sovereignty, cause unmitigated crime, and deplete our social safety net. We have reasserted that America belongs to the American people, and I encourage all countries to take their own stand in defense of their citizens as well. You have to do that because I see it. I'm not mentioning names. I see it, and I can call every single one of them out. You're destroying your countries. They're being destroyed. Europe is in serious trouble. They've been invaded by a force of illegal aliens like nobody's ever seen before. Illegal.
What an incredible speech, and to give it in that forum is wild. The guy's got grande bolas, grande, muy grande huevos. Next. When your wife knows that by cutting your teleprompter, they're going to have to listen to you ramble for an extra hour about whatever comes to your mind. Next. Autism Capital. Last night in Los Angeles, nightmare fuel on a freeway wall. Roll it. Next. Next. Would-be Trump assassin Ryan Roth tries to stab himself in the neck with a pen after his guilty verdict is read in court. You always know you're going to lose your case when your defense attorney has the same haircut as the Oakland Athletics relief pitcher. Next. I'm very excited to announce a partnership with TPUSA's Ryan Walters, who's the head of schools in Oklahoma. Take it away.
I'm excited to announce today that every Oklahoma high school will have a Turning Point USA chapter. We have seen the outpouring from parents, teachers, and students that want to be engaged in the meaningful work going on at Turning Point. They want their young people to be engaged in a process that understands free speech, open engagement, dialogue about American greatness, a dialogue around American values. We're so excited to partner with Turning Point USA with this initiative. For far too long, we have seen radical leftists with the teachers union dominate classrooms and push woke indoctrination on our kids. They fight parents' rights, they push parents out of the classroom, and they lie to our kids about American history. What we're going to continue to do is make sure that our kids understand American greatness, engage in civic dialogue, and have that open discussion. We will continue to do all that we can to make sure Oklahoma students have the best education possible.
You're handsome and smart and a hard worker, and let's be honest, white, that's a huge plus nowadays.
Next. Larry had a hell of a run, but this is a business. Rest in peace, Larry, now hiring managers. Next. Ooh, we got our Wednesday night breakthrough service tomorrow. I'm going to be there with Adonis. I'm preaching at 107 Patton Drive, Coraopolis, Pennsylvania. If you're in and around Pittsburgh, I'm going to lay hands on everybody that comes tomorrow night. It's going to be a great night. Hope you make it. Help us get the word out. Let's pack it out and keep the momentum going. 7 p.m. Next. Milo Yiannopoulos, conservative gay man. Roll it.
It doesn't matter if you agree with the literal truth of Christianity or not. The founders did, and they made a country for people who did. And if you don't agree with that, you don't like God, or you don't see why too much freedom is leading up.
Anybody else it's weird to have an open homosexual take a stronger stand for the Bible and Christianity in America than your favorite television pastor? Keep going.
To hate and kill each other, and you don't appreciate that we should not only restore Christianity in culture, but require it in public life. You should go to Canada. You should go somewhere else where there's a moral architecture built into the law. But here, it doesn't work without God. And when you don't have him, when instead people replace prayer and the rituals of the church with antidepressants, with compound interest, with games and drink and drug and drugs and fornication, kind of thing he does with his wife, you know, offering her around town like she's common property.
Who's he talking about?
It doesn't work when we behave that way, because we'll all just end up murdering each other.
Next. Compelled by subpoena, the parent company of Google and YouTube has now revealed officially today to the House Judiciary Committee that senior Biden White House officials pressured Google and YouTube to remove non-violative user-generated content related to the COVID-19 pandemic. Yep, I was one of them, and now they're letting all of those people back on as of today. I've been reading on Twitter that Milo has gotten saved and turned from homosexuality. That's the second person that typed that. I had not seen that before. Good if he did. Next. The predictions of the UN climate change is a scam. Oh, yeah, we watched it already. It's just great. Next. What a horrible human being. Pure division and lies. Scott Adam. Kamala Harris on MSNBC tonight, calling President Trump a dictator. After he got shot, after Charlie Kirk got shot for this kind of language, this is what this...
You a hoe.
Roll it.
A tyrant. We used to compare the strength of our democracy to communist dictators. That's what we're dealing with right now, Donald Trump. And these titans of industry are not speaking up.
And I know a hoe when I see one.
Next. Just out from the President of the United States, after getting to know this is interesting, it kind of tanked the market today. After getting to know and fully understand the Ukraine-Russia military and economic situation, and after seeing the economic trouble it's causing Russia, I think Ukraine, with the support of the European Union, is in a position to fight and win all of Ukraine back in its original form. With time, patience, and the financial support of Europe, and in particular NATO, the original borders from where this war started is very much an option. Why not? Russia has been fighting aimlessly for 3.5 years, a war that should have taken a real military power less than a week to win. This is not distinguishing Russia. In fact, it is very much making them look like a paper tiger. When the people living in Moscow and all the great cities, towns, and districts all through Russia find out what is really going on with this war, the fact that it's almost impossible for them to get gasoline through the long lines that are being formed, and all of the other things that are taking place in their war economy, where most of their money is being spent on fighting Ukraine, which has great spirit. I don't know why G and S is capitalized. And only getting better. Ukraine would be able to take back their country in its original form, and who knows, maybe even go further than that. Putin and Russia are in big economic trouble. And this is the time for Ukraine to act. In any event, I wish both countries well. We will continue to supply weapons to NATO for NATO to do what they want with them. Good luck to all. Donald J. Trump, President of the United States of America. Now that shook the market because we went from trying to end the war and sort of backing Russia and Zelensky being the bad guy. I don't know what went on when Trump met with Putin or what he found out happened when Putin met with Xi, but he is not happy. So now he's on the side of Ukraine fighting, taking all their land back, and possibly going into Russia and taking more back. And the stock market did not like that news. I don't like that news. But again, it's strength by force. So I get that he has to posture that way. Next. New pride flag just dropped. Next. This won't hurt my baby 23 years later. Next. Bridget Marcone provides photo evidence confirming she is a woman. God bless whoever had to look at it. Next.
Thanks for watching Check the News. We'll be right back after these messages.
There's going to be thousands of people that gather on the mall at Washington, D.C., October 9th through the 12th.
We believe this could be the place of the great breakthrough into something we've dreamed about for 22 years.
Communion America has broke open the door that communion would become a daily part of a young person's life.
We will serve you with passion. We will demonstrate your love and your power for the nation.
You know, this isn't about anyone's brand or one ministry, but there's this sense that the body of Christ is recalibrating.
You were on the mall last year at A Million Women. Come back. Meet us again on the mall for this historic day.
Come to DC. Come and commune with me, with you, with Jesus. Can't wait to have you all here.
And I just want to encourage anyone that's a part of Gen Z, get to the mall that Friday night.
Water, nature's ultimate cleaner. We drink it, we bathe in it. Think water, think steam, think clean. Now harness the power of water with the H2O X5 5-in-1 steam cleaning system.
I'm so impressed with the X5. It's an all-in-one product. I can use it throughout my entire house.
It's cleaning, it's sanitizing. There's no chemicals in it. It's just steam.
This is unbelievable. There is no more odor.
5 minutes, I'm done. Look at that, it's amazing.
If you're ready to step into an effective, economical, and eco-safe world of cleaning, look no further than the H2O X5. Using just the power of superheated water, the X5 Super Hot Steam cleans and kills up to 99% of germs, viruses, and bacteria. You could spend over $500 to purchase the products that the X5 5-in-1 Miracle replaces. But through this special TV offer, you won't spend $400, $300, or even $200. Order your H2O X5 steam cleaning system, a $500 value, for just 4 easy payments of $43. You'll get the X5 steam mop with microfiber pad, the carpet glider, the handheld scrubber, the window glass and mirror attachment, and the garment and upholstery bonnet. It's a complete 10-piece system, all this for just 4 easy payments of $43. But it gets even better. Order now and we'll upgrade your X5 package. We'll add a 6th mode with a dusting and polishing wand. Valued at over $30, this extra bonus attachment makes your H2O X5 the H2O X6. That means your 10-piece system becomes a 12-piece system at no extra cost to you. If after 30 days you're not absolutely delighted, send it back for a full refund of the purchase price. Don't wait. Now's your chance to own the X5 for just 4 easy payments, and we'll make the first payment for you. You get the X5 incredible 5-in-1 lightweight, powerful 12-piece steam cleaning system, a $500 value, all for just 3 easy payments of $43. This offer can't last forever, so call or click right now.
Welcome back to Check the News.
Of course, just to stick it to Trump and RFK Jr., liberal women who are pregnant are posting videos on social media of them downing Tylenol because they said that's a major cause of autism. Roll it. Imagine that being your mom. Like no chance in life.
Dude, there's plenty of reasons to hit a woman. You just don't do it.
Next. Las Vegas has a citywide sale led by the LVCVA Tourism Board in an effort to get, because visitor numbers are down 11%, which is drastic. So here's what they're going to do to try to get tourism back up in Las Vegas. I have not watched this yet. Curious. Roll it.
The Las Vegas Tourism Board has a big plan to bring people back to Vegas. Some of it's garbage, some of it's great. Here's what you need to know. Starting today, September 22nd through the 26th, Vegas launched a citywide sale in the style of Amazon Prime, and every resort and experience was asked to offer up a deal in the hopes that it would get you to book a vacation. I'll start with the worst. Ellis Island is offering 20% off their room rates and a free croissant, which is a terrible deal. Resorts World is offering a week dining credit depending on where you stay. They tell you where to eat and what you can eat. MGM is offering the same middle-of-the-road discounts that they do for every major holiday sale. And Caesars Properties has some offers that are great, like this one, but they have others that are garbage. Like instead of just waiving their bogus resort fees, they'll charge you for it, but they give it back to you in the form of a credit that you must spend at their overpriced restaurants, when they should just waive it to begin with. Red Rock and Durango have a great deal. $4.99 gets you 2 nights plus a $300 food and beverage or spa credit. It isn't available on weekends, and with tax, it is just over $500, but that $300 food and beverage credit will go a long ways, and their restaurants are excellent. Now for some of the best deals. Suncoast is offering 2 nights for $200, and that includes a $100 food and beverage spend. Fontainebleau is easily the nicest luxury resort in the city, and they're offering 20% off rates, no resort fees, free parking, and a $50 daily food and beverage credit. And the best deal, in my opinion, is the $400 all-in package at Circa, which includes 2 nights, $200 food and beverage, and a daybed at their year-round pool. Let me know if you find these offers compelling.
There's
or
the
if they make
Sphere.
you want to
That
book.
place
There's
is
more to cover, so
unreal
all the
to see
details in the
anything at.
comments. Follow me for all the Vegas.
Next. Why everyone is wrong about Jimmy Kimmel's firing except me. We got it edited, right? Roll it.
Pretty crazy week in the last little bit, right? Like they killed Charlie Kirk, then Jimmy Kimmel got fired, and then I just lost $800 betting that Bridget McCrone does have a yeah, apparently she doesn't. They provided evidence proving that she's a woman, which was just a photo of her parallel parking. So, are there any fans of Jimmy Kimmel in the audience today? One. His only viewer is in the audience tonight. I'll tell you, I feel like I'm losing my mind being gaslit by friends of mine. I had a friend, she came up to me and she was like, isn't it crazy that free speech is gone? I'm like, you supported every guy getting kicked off of everything for 10 years. It feels like a friend that was like an alcoholic for 8 years and just a menace, then coming back to the party after one day sober and being like, you guys need to get your life together. And you're like, what? Hypocrites when it comes to speech stuff, obviously, except for me. I'm the only non-hypocrite in the world. I was telling my Uber driver that. I was like, do you know how consistent I am? And he said, you're a hero. That's what he said. I thought that's what he said. He was talking to his wife in Arabic, but it sounded... But also at the other side, because people are like, well, this one's different because it's the government, right? And I'm kind of like, true. But the problem is Trump's such an egomaniac, he can't do his shady evil villain stuff in private. Like the Democrats, if they want to get someone kicked off the world, they're at back alley meetings. Trump's out there being like, Colbert gets fired. He's like, Jimmy Kimmel will be next. You're like, stop telling me. Why are you telling everyone your evil plan?
Next. Ryan Long, if you want to see him. 4 great churches, if you want to attend. Revival Today Church, Arizona, Saturday at 10 a.m. Revival Today Church, Los Angeles, Saturday at 6 p.m. Revival Today Church, Fort Worth, every Sunday at 9 a.m. Revival Today Church, Pittsburgh, every Sunday at 8 and 10 a.m. The place was jammed last week, but it's not complete till you're there. See you soon. Next. Kingsley Wilson. Secretary Hegseth decided to terminate the Defense Advisory Committee on Women in the Services. Next. Roll it.
You don't care, you don't think that you have any X.com or you have any responsibility to the truth or moderating? Do you believe that X and you have some responsibility to moderate hate speech on the platform? These posts should have been deleted, so why haven't they been deleted? Why are they still there?
We delete things if they are illegal.
But these have been up there for a while.
Are they illegal?
They're not illegal, but they're hateful and they can lead to violence. If you are doing something that promotes hate and violence and ultimately leads to killing, you don't feel you have any responsibility not to do that? You are a person of consequence to the world with what you do, that there is a certain responsibility that goes along with what you have on your platform and what you put out to the world. I think that there's right and wrong.
The idea of what's bad and what's not, what is that? That's subjective. Who is to determine if a joke is funny or not because you don't like it? Comedians are artists. They're part of the people that we are
shoes on the other foot
protect,
now, Dandy Don Lemon. Keep going.
Relates to freedom of speech. They give an idea about what's happening in the culture. They do it with humor, and oftentimes you learn things when they say the truth is often spoken in jest. People should be able to say whatever the hell that they want. If I'm watching something on television and there's
you hear this? 1 year ago. From that to now, when it's happening to you, people should be able to say whatever the hell they want.
I might have AIDS, and it scares the hell out of me.
Keep going.
Boat handy if I happen to watch TV. Linear TV, not so much anymore. But what do? I click it off. I turn it to something else. Perhaps people understand right now that we are dealing with cult-like behavior. Donald Trump fashions himself after being a dictator. How the are you so popular?
HIV pills aren't on my mind.
Next. This is, roll it.
Man, if he's a racist, he's a really bad one. This is how Charlie responded to an actual racist.
I want to ask a question of you. What does it mean to be an American? Is it an idea or a history, a shared history, or is it a skin color?
Well, I mean, you could go back to the original founding fathers, the Immigration Act of, I believe it was...
What does it mean to be an American? Is it a skin color or something else?
So there's the current idea of what it means according to...
Now, watch what this dude says here in a second, and you're going to see why Charlie does this.
But if you go back to the original founding fathers, they intended this to be a European nation for white men of good stock and character.
So that, but like you said, that's an actual racist.
White men of good stock.
That's an actual racist. Now, watch how Charlie responds.
Can you show me? Let me answer the question. Can you show me where in the United States Constitution it says that?
It wasn't in the Constitution.
It wasn't in the Constitution because they didn't believe it.
The founders explicitly clear.
What does the phrase e pluribus unum mean? What does the phrase e pluribus unum mean?
Why is that relevant?
Because it was on every founding document and presidential seal from our founding, which means out of many, one.
Come on.
You, sir, and your ideology is not conservative. It is right-wing, identitarian, and has no place in the conservative movement, my friend. Get out of line. Get out of line.
Oh my gosh. That's right.
That's an ending. That's an ending.
What a lion. Yeah. Let's say you're a Christian, you're like, okay, I don't agree with the DEI thing. But why did Charlie have to go after it so much? It's just uncomfortable. Why do you have to do that? You can really hear his heart for his why in this clip.
You will never be the best version of yourself if you allow other people to convince you that you can't be better because of your skin color, because of your sexual identity, because of the community you came from. You must resist those narratives at all costs if you truly want to be successful in America.
Amen.
Amen.
Next.
Amen.
16 years later, Trump and RFK Jr. are saying exactly what Jim Carrey and Jenny McCarthy were blasted for. Roll it. The video.
I don't know what happened in 1990. There was no plague that was killing children, that we had to triple the amount of vaccines.
What happened after 1989?
The why did they
triple? It warranted 26 more vaccines.
Agreed.
Are all of them absolutely necessary?
Because they want to make money.
Of course.
It's twice as many as anywhere else in 30 countries in the Western world. But we give twice as many shots as any of those countries. Why is that?
Well, what are you against? Don't vaccinate for this, but vaccinate for that?
Yes.
I think we have to choose which ones are absolutely necessary.
You should educate yourself. We want to empower parents to educate themselves. Do we need to have the chickenpox? Do we need the hepatitis B shot on the second day of life?
I don't think we can afford to assume that the people who are charged with our public health any longer have our best interests at heart all the time. Parents have to make their own decisions, educated decisions. They have to look at the information.
Space out the vaccines, delay them till after 1, clean out the toxins that are in them. We don't need that many.
Why would a doctor not want to know more about something that could save a life or prevent a disease? I don't understand.
The AAP is financed by the drug companies. Medical schools are financed by the drug companies. This is a huge business. Vaccines are the largest growing division of the pharmaceutical industry. $13 billion.
They control medical schools.
What we're asking is for them to take a loss for the good of our children. That's a tough sell in a boardroom.
And they were roundly rejected by everybody. Conservatives, liberals, everybody. Next. Sex offenders per million. Biological women, 3. Biological men, 395. Most of whom are in the Unitarian Church. Trans women, 1,916 sex offenders per million. Bit of a problem. Next.
Look at y'all jumping around like a bunch of child molesters in Chuck E. Cheese.
October 6th to the 10th, Greendale, Indiana. We put in big bold underneath, knowing that there's a large contingent of morons that watch this program, the greater Cincinnati area. Grace Church of the Valley, Monday to Friday, 7 p.m., 1709 Nowlin Avenue, Greendale, Indiana. RevivalToday.com/events for more information. Look forward to seeing you there. First time there. Next. YouTube admits to having censored people during the COVID pandemic and for political reasons. Offers terminated creators the opportunity to rejoin the platform. And also Google.
You're watching Check the News. We'll be right back after these messages.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
I'm a J6er, and I spent 3 months in jail and about a year in prison.
I spent 4 years out of an 18-year sentence in prison.
J6ers have been smeared and defamed by the media, persecuted by the government, and treated like terrorists.
reality, J6ers are patriotic men and women, mothers, fathers, sisters, and brothers from all walks of life.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
And we need your help.
For just $10 or more, you're helping these patriots get mental, physical, and spiritual help.
Please scan the QR code or go to j6support.com to donate $10 or more to support these American patriots.
Every dollar you give is being matched up to $50,000, doubling your impact. Go now to j6support.com and donate today.
This right here is confidence in a bottle.
Not only does it change you on the outside, but something in the inside, knowing that you're looking better.
It makes me feel so much more confident than I've ever felt in my life.
They are some of the hottest videos on social media. Those videos claiming to instantly get rid of bags under your eyes. Well, today we're going to see one for ourselves and let you be the judge. It's called Plexiderm, and lifestyle expert Annette Figueroa is here to tell us why she says this one is for real.
This one is for real, and I'm so excited. We even have a video, and you'll notice the model has bags underneath his eyes and some sagging, and all he uses is a small amount on a clean, dry face, and that's how easy it is.
All right, what's the active ingredient?
Okay, so it's silicates that are minerals found in shale rock, and what it does is it tightens and lifts the appearance of bags underneath your eyes in as little as 10 minutes, no prescriptions, and very little effort. Even watching the video, this is a real it's a model, but it's a real guy with real bags underneath his eyes.
My real true opinion is holy words I can't say on camera. This is absolutely unbelievable. I mean, I could feel it just lifting my skin. It was amazing. It feels good. Feels great. Looks even better.
And I did this to my father. We were at home. So we applied it to his under eye bags. And let me tell you, we were so excited. In under 10 minutes, they visibly disappeared from view. And now it is literally part of both of our daily routines. He calls me every single month saying, hey, Annette, I'm out of Plexiderm. Please send me more. And not only does it work on the bags, it works on the appearance of crow's feet, fine lines, and wrinkles. The way you want to do it is you want to have a clean, dry face. You use a small amount because it's so powerful. You have high school reunions, you have events you want to go to, you want to look years younger. This is it.
At our $14.95 price, it's the best way to try Plexiderm and see it work for yourself after your first application. Call the number on your screen.
Call 1-800-854-0295.
Welcome back to Check the News.
We're muting it just so I don't get a copyright violation. But in your mind, know they are playing this with the Pokemon theme song in the background. Gotta catch 'em all. Totally different country. Next. How it started, autism announcement. How it's going, you have it. Next. Breaking in a bombshell announcement, President Trump and RFK Jr. announced the FDA will immediately notify physicians. Well, hear it for yourself. Roll it.
First,
What's Jerome?
Effective
Is that Jerome
immediately,
Powell?
the FDA will be notifying physicians
Dr. Oz.
of a set.
I'll say pause if you don't want to pause
Let's see how we say that. Acetaminophen. Is that okay? Which is basically commonly known as Tylenol. During pregnancy can be associated.
That's the. That's the most evil way I've ever heard Tylenol said in all my life. Called Tylenol, like gingivitis. Keep going.
With a very increased risk of autism. So taking Tylenol.
Pause. This Annie lady's typing, Jonathan, can you drive to Teddy's church? I mean, technically I can drive anywhere I want. And then second message, Jonathan, can you write a coherent sentence? Yeah, I'll be right there. Let me drive 15 hours to West Palm Beach, and then awaiting further instructions from you. Continue.
Is not good. All right, I'll say it. It's not good. For this reason, they are strongly recommending that women limit Tylenol use during pregnancy unless medically necessary. That's, for instance, in cases of extremely high fever, that you feel you can't tough it out, you can't do it. I guess there's that. It's a small number of cases, I think. But if you can't tough it out, if you can't do it, that's what you're going to have to do.
He's gone, and we couldn't do nothing about it.
Next. Waters suggests a military strike. Okay, so Jesse Waters taking it a step further than me. Waters suggests a military strike on the United Nations over the escalator and teleprompter. Roll it.
What's going on with the escalator? What do you think?
Yeah, they sabotaged them.
Yeah.
And they could have hurt the First Lady.
Yeah.
Trump would have fallen and he would have gotten back up. But, you know.
They would have blamed it on his rhetoric.
And then they sabotaged the teleprompter.
Yeah.
I mean, this is an insurrection. And what we need to do is either leave the UN or we need to bomb it. It is in New York, though, right?
Yeah,
there could be some fallout there.
Yeah.
All right.
Crazy.
You expect sympathy? You started this damn war. Now you have to deal with it.
Next. Kamala Harris appears on The View serving up a word salad while attacking President Trump's UN address. For old time's sake, roll it.
This person and what we just saw in terms of a presentation at the United Nations, I talk about it. I talked about, remember in the debate? Yeah. They laughed at him the last time he was in front of the UN.
Yeah, this time
you watched it, you remember just about, I don't know, several weeks ago, that meeting with Xi and Kim Jong-un and Putin?
Has anybody noticed for the last year she's dressed like the third president of the United States? She's dressed exactly like John Adams. Every time you see her, blazer, pirate shirt, same haircut. Should have done that when you were campaigning. It would have evoked memories. Keep going.
Yeah. You think they're not laughing?
Oh, they are.
As they create a new axis?
Pause. Every time she talks, you can tell she has the same blood alcohol content as Miguel Cabrera's career batting average. Keep going.
Partnership? What's happening? You bring people into the Oval Office. I have spent a lot of time in the Oval Office.
I bet you have.
I have spent time in the Oval Office with the president, receiving our allies and our friends from around the world. And consistently, we have seen Donald Trump bring people into the Oval Office, be they a United States governor or the head of a state of a friendly nation, and embarrass them and ridicule and demean them. That is not what a president does. This individual who occupies our White House right now,
the people's house.
Pause. By the way, it's been almost a minute and a half. There's not subject to the sentence yet. This is a minute 15 of setup. What is your point?
Talking about hitting women, sweetheart. And I think you just added another reason.
Keep going.
Decided that he will be an emperor in his mind who will...
If he had decided he was going to be an emperor in his mind, that's your biggest beef with Trump? He didn't declare himself emperor and do away with the Senate and House and say he's not going to abide by Supreme Court rulings. What are you driving at, you drunk? Keep going.
Demonstrate his power by demeaning and belittling and making people feel small. But this
trying to teach our children not to make fun of others who are challenged.
Take it away, Britt Gusmus. Father, thank you for everyone who's watching today. I pray that you would lift every issue of concern. And we thank you, Lord, from the bottom of our hearts for getting to see the country going in the right direction now. Thank you for turning the tide when it looked like it was over and giving us a window of opportunity to see a great revival come to America and to the nations of the world. We give you the praise for it. We thank you for it. In Jesus' name, amen. If you have never received Jesus Christ as your Lord and Savior, please do that with me right now. Say this prayer. It will do wonders for you. It'll make you a new creature. Say this out loud. Heavenly Father, I admit that I've sinned. I repent. I believe in my heart you raised Jesus from the dead. I confess with my mouth Jesus is Lord and my Savior. Right now, I receive forgiveness. By the blood of Jesus, I am saved. In Jesus' name, amen. If you prayed that prayer, I want to welcome you to the family of God, and I would really like you to do what it says on the bottom of the screen. Go to revivaltoday.com, click I just got saved, and then when you fill that out completely, I'm going to send you my wife, who we are celebrating 19 years married today. I'm going to send you her devotional. The Path to Dominion, a 16-week devotional to walk in God's plan for your life. And that book is going to be a major help to you. I'd love to see you tomorrow night at Revival Today Church in Pittsburgh, 107 Patton Drive, Coraopolis, Pennsylvania, 7 o'clock. And also at Revival Today Church, Fort Worth, at our Watauga location. Where else is Wednesday? Is there a Wednesday in L.A. yet? And Wednesday night prayer in L.A. with Kofi. Everything by prayer, every Wednesday, 7 to 8:30. That's awesome. Santa Ana, California. So you got Fort Worth, Pittsburgh, and L.A. We just don't have one in Arizona yet because it's barely been open. And then, did you know that we feed 5,000 children every morning, many of whom it's the only meal they eat? And we're doing a massive stadium outreach 2 Saturdays from now. So I would really like to call on every friend and partner of Revival Today Church to sow a seed tonight. And I'm going to send you an awesome thank you gift that I designed myself. Brand new t-shirt. Look at this baby. Yes. On the finished one, we'll get rid of the flagpole, and let's do it on an all-black shirt. How does that sound? No flagpole, all-black shirt. That'll look great. Let everybody know how you feel about the New World Order. Here's the ways you can give. Forever grateful, Sandy's forever grateful for Check the News leading to my daughter's salvation and her soul winning. She's won 8,000 people to the Lord. Wow. I did not know that. Please send me in more details. I would love to hear the rest of that. RevivalToday.com, you click Give Now, Zelle, Venmo, PayPal. If you're watching on Facebook, hashtag donate. Apple Pay. If you want to give cryptocurrency, there you go. Or you can text GIVE to 75767. If you want to mail a large check, by the way, you see GWC Construction behind me? They're the last company that mailed in 50 grand during Check the News. If you want to knock them off the wall and be the new sponsor, it's $50,000 away for a ton of people to see your company. But until then, GWC stays up there. Revival Today, P.O. Box 7, Prosperity, Pennsylvania, 15329. Don't forget to claim your offer at revivaltoday.com. Claim my offer. That makes sure you get to select the size shirt and that we have your address to send it to you. Let's see that shirt again. I'm going to be wearing that one. I will see you for 7 o'clock. Good to see you, Luis Carrasco. Good to see you, Cliff. See you in Elizabeth City, North Carolina. Good to see everybody on the app. Casey Samaro, Mike and Trish, Dashukowicz, Crunch Davis. Great to have everybody on. I will see you tomorrow at 7 o'clock for our live church service. I love you so much. Thanks for being here with us these awesome 5 years together. For myself, all the great people here at Revival Today, good night.
Jay Sixer. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
About a year in prison.
4 years out of an 18-year sentence in prison.
J6ers have been treated like terrorists.
And we need your help.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
For just $10 or more, you can help these patriots get back on their feet again.
Please scan the QR code to donate $10 or more to support these American patriots.
Thank you for standing in the gap.
Water, nature's ultimate cleaner. We drink it, we bathe in it. Think water, think steam, think clean. Now harness the power of water with the H2O X5 5-in-1 steam cleaning system.
I'm so impressed with the X5. It's an all-in-one product. I can use it throughout my entire house.
It's cleaning, it's sanitizing. There's no chemicals in it. It's just steam.
This is unbelievable. There is no more odor.
5 minutes, I'm done. Look at that, it's amazing.
If you're ready to step into an effective, economical, and eco-safe world of cleaning, look no further than the H2O X5. Using just the power of superheated water, the X5 Super Hot Steam cleans and kills up to 99% of germs, viruses, and bacteria. You could spend over $500 to purchase the products that the X5 5-in-1 Miracle replaces. But through this special TV offer, you won't spend $400, $300, or even $200. Order your H2O X5 steam cleaning system, a $500 value, for just 4 easy payments of $43. You'll get the X5 steam mop with microfiber pad, the carpet glider, the handheld scrubber, the window glass and mirror attachment, and the garment and upholstery bonnet. It's a complete 10-piece system, all this for just 4 easy payments of $43. But it gets even better. Order now and we'll upgrade your X5 package. We'll add a 6th mode with a dusting and polishing wand. Valued at over $30, this extra bonus attachment makes your H2O X5 the H2O X6. That means your 10-piece system becomes a 12-piece system at no extra cost to you. If after 30 days you're not absolutely delighted, send it back for a full refund of the purchase price. Don't wait. Now's your chance to own the X5 for just 4 easy payments, and we'll make the first payment for you. You get the X5 incredible 5-in-1 lightweight, powerful 12-piece steam cleaning system, a $500 value, all for just 3 easy payments of $43. This offer can't last forever, so call or click right now.
Sunday at 10 a.m. Eastern, history sets sail.
I'm going to have all folks from the Navy, national security experts. You do not want to miss this.
President Donald J. Trump arrives in Norfolk, Virginia, aboard a mighty U.S. aircraft carrier.
Fight, 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 win, win, win.
As America celebrates 250 years of Navy power, brace yourself for missile launches, roaring jets, thunderous firepower, and the full force of America's sea strength on display. Hosted by Steve Bannon, with live reporting from Jack Posobiec and Steve Gruber. Real America's Voice brings you this front row seat to freedom in motion. It's not just coverage, it's a celebration of America's might. RAV presents America 250, Sea Power and Freedom. Coverage begins this Sunday, 10 a.m. Eastern. See you there.
This is the primal scream of a dying regime. Pray for our enemies, because we're going medieval on these people. You're just not got a free shot on all these networks lying about the people. The people have had a belly full of it. I know you don't like hearing that. I know you try to do everything in the world to stop that, but you're not going to stop it. It's going to happen.
And where do people like that go to share the big lie? MAGA media. I wish in my soul, I wish that any of these people had a conscience.
Ask yourself, what is my task and what is my purpose? If that answer is to save my country, this country will be saved.
War Room. Here's your host, Stephen K. Bannon.
It's Saturday, 4 October, year of our Lord 2025. We kick off a very special weekend tomorrow from 10 a.m. Eastern Daylight Time. all the way to 5 and maybe even later, if it goes that long, we will be commemorating and observing the 250th anniversary of the birth of the United States Navy. And President Trump, it's a little earlier than the date, but that's because President Trump's available to go and review the fleet in a massive naval exercise that will take place off the Virginia Capes tomorrow. We're going to cover it start to finish. Our own Jack Posobiec will actually be with the president. Steve Gruber will be on one of the combatants. And we'll have, 10 to 15 experts, analysts, observers to walk through naval strategy, geopolitics, the state of the United States Navy, all of it tomorrow starting at 10. And we're going to just have an incredible cruise. Captain Sean Spicer. Actually, Sean Spicer is going to be sworn in as a captain on Tuesday back in Washington, D.C. So we'll have Captain Sean Spicer. We're going to have Eric Prince. I think Captain Fennell. We'll get Captain Fennell on. The entire crew that normally does national security here at the War Room, plus many others, specialists in naval warfare. Admiral Masso will join us, Admiral Hall, a bunch of folks. You don't want to miss this tomorrow. Very special. And I want to thank our first guest this morning, and always an honor to start the show with Ambassador Monica Crowley. First off, Ambassador, what a whirlwind you guys have been on. I've never seen anything like it. It's just absolutely extraordinary, and with the job you're doing is incredible. But the President of the United States never takes a day off. I mean, on the one day he could get off, he's going to be spending all day with the Navy, which I know they love it, out to review the fleet. And as you know, he's a huge fan of Victory at Sea. He knows that Samuel Eliot Morrison was a 10-hour documentary film by heart. And I know he's really looking forward to tomorrow. Can you walk us through it? This is part of, I think this is Navy 250, but part of overall America 250. Can you walk us through what it is and where are we in this commemoration, celebration of America's 250th anniversary, ma'am?
Yes, of course. It's great to see you, Steve. Great to be with you, my friend. Thank you so much for having me on this very special weekend. You are exactly right that President Trump is superhuman. He has superhuman energy, no days off. And in addition to my day job of being America's ambassador and chief of protocol of the United States, which is a 24/7 job because every world leader wants to come in and see President Trump. They all love him. They all want to have FaceTime with him, and my office and I've got an extraordinary team. We handle all of those diplomatic engagements for the president, the vice president, and the secretary of state. But in addition to that day job, the president has also honored me and blessed me with a position as his administration's representative for all of the big U.S.-hosted events, including America 250, but also the FIFA World Cup we have coming next year, and the 2028 Olympic Games in Los Angeles. I haven't even had time to think about the Olympic Games yet, Steve. But all of these great big U.S. hosted events are coming down the pike, and we are now in the midst of America 250. What you saw back in June was the first of several military anniversaries that the president is absolutely intent on celebrating, because America's greatness, America's superpower status, none of that would be possible without 250 years of America's military greatness. So back in June, we had Army 250, and you saw that spectacular military parade. Tomorrow, we are going to be celebrating Navy 250, and I know how much this means to you personally, Steve, as a former naval officer. We're going to put on quite the celebration for you, for everybody who's put on that naval uniform over the last 250 years, for the American people, and really for a truly global audience. Here's what we've got prepared. You saw what we did with the Army. Well, for the Navy, it's that in the water and more. So we are going to have about 20,000 sailors present. We're doing this at Naval Station Norfolk, as they say, Norfolk. We are going to have the USS George H.W. Bush, which the president is going to be on. We're also going to have the USS Harry S. Truman, and a lot of the celebration is going to be taking place on the Truman and also on the pier. So we've got about 20,000 sailors coming. We're also going to have ships of all kinds. We're going to have submarines, including nuclear submarines. We're going to have naval aircraft, including a lot of Top Gun flyovers, which are going to be spectacular. We're going to have special operations forces and units on the scene. We're going to honor our active duty, of course, our veterans, and we're going to have Gold Star families present as well. The president and the first lady will both be there, as well as the Secretary of War, Pete Hegseth, and the Secretary of the Navy, John Phelan. I'm also honored that they have asked me to speak prior to the president coming to the podium, so I'm really looking forward to that. It is going to be a landmark celebration, Steve, to honor and celebrate and tout 250 years of American naval supremacy, naval dominance, naval might, and we're going to put on quite a show.
No, I can't tell you, people in the Navy couldn't be prouder of this moment, and of course, you guys helping put it on. We just hope. I know that the Navy's going to shine. The Army was fantastic. That parade was amazing, particularly not just simply the marching and look at reviewing the troops, but the material that came up and had that great 30 to 45 minutes of just the greatest equipment that the Army has. The Navy, I'm sure well yesterday. What is the I know there's going to be a naval exercise, and I don't want to give too much specifics on the president's schedule, but are you going to have the big event and speak first? Is that going to come later? Is the naval exercise in the middle of it? Have you guys worked that out yet?
Yeah, so the run-of show, and I know you're coming to air here tomorrow at 10 a.m. The run-of show really begins around 11 a.m., noon, and there are going to be live fire exercises. So you're going to see ships of all kinds engaged in naval exercises, including aircraft. Naval aviation is going to be very prominent. And as Jack Posobiec mentioned here yesterday, you're going to be able to see it up and down the eastern seaboard. The entire Atlantic test range is going to be involved in these live fire exercises midday tomorrow. And of course, the president is going to be aboard a carrier ship. We're going to have an entire carrier strike group present. He's going to be aboard for this. So what the general public and the people present tomorrow at Naval Station Norfolk is going to be able to see, they're going to be able to see essentially what the president is going to be seeing right there on the carrier battleship. So the entire thing that's going to be aired, and you'll be able to see it here, of course, on Real America's Voice, but also at whitehouse.gov if you want to stream it. You'll be able to see up close and personal in real time what the president is seeing aboard the ship. And then he's going to come back to land and he is going to speak to the nation and everybody assembled, touting the tremendous successes throughout history, Steve, and you know this very well, all of the victories at sea that the United States Navy has achieved from the Barbary Wars, which was really our first naval successes under President Thomas Jefferson, all the way through to today and what we are doing around the world. It is going to be spectacular.
No, we couldn't be more excited. Tomorrow morning, we kick off our coverage at 10 a.m., and we'd literally have like 10 to 15 of the best, smartest analysts, naval strategists, folks that are operators in the Navy, Special Forces, a couple of Navy SEALs, Eric Prince and Tage Gill will join us, some operators, and we're going to have it's going to be spectacular. We can't be more excited. Ambassador, I don't want to put you on the spot, but you were aide-de-camp for Richard Nixon. I think, along with President Reagan, considered the two greatest geopolitical thinkers as far as dealing with great powers, and you learned at his hand. Can you put in perspective what President Trump has done over the last 7 or 8 months, culminated in obviously a very difficult situation in Israel and Gaza, but looking like making huge progress? Can you just put it into perspective, given your understanding of Richard Nixon's view of the world?
Yes, and thank you for that question, Steve. It's a really important one because I think a lot of people miss the historical context of what President Trump is doing, because he is doing so much day to day at a breakneck speed that is very hard to keep up with. And those of us in the administration have a hard time keeping up with everything that he is doing and achieving. First of all, I worked with President Nixon during the last years of his life. I was not born when he was elected president. Just want to clarify that. But I did work with him and talk to him about his presidency very often, and I wrote 2 best-selling books about my experiences with President Nixon and those conversations. And look, he was a true visionary. And by visionary, I mean one of the rare American leaders who can see what the world is going to look like 20, 30, 40 years down the road and make American policy in office to anticipate that world. We've had a few visionaries as president, and I think Donald Trump is certainly one of them. Richard Nixon, Ronald Reagan, you go back to FDR even, they achieved so much in the first 100 days of their presidency, the first year of their presidencies. Frankly, throughout their presidencies, historic achievements. In Nixon's case, you had the opening to China. You had détente with the Soviet Union. You had Middle East shuttle diplomacy. You had domestic, trying to bring the economy back in various ways. You had the countercultural revolution that was happening underneath him, and of course the Vietnam War, which defined his entire presidency. And still, he was able to achieve an enormous amount. Donald Trump is that on steroids. Every day is a massive, earth-shattering policy or initiative that is changing the trajectory of the country back to its foundational principles, as well as changing the trajectory of the world, because now you have strong American leadership.
Ambassador, social media, where do people get you at America 250 and over as your day job as head of protocol for the United States government, social media, ma'am?
Sure. Yes. On X and True Social, I am at Monica Crowley, and on Instagram, I am at Monica Crowley _.
Ambassador, thank you so much for joining us today on a Saturday to kick off the weekend of commemoration and celebration of Navy 250. Thank you, ma'am. It's going to be very special. And I think just like we did the Army celebration, we'll put in perspective where we are with our uniformed services as an amphibious readiness group is off the coast of Venezuela. And the president's team has briefed the Senate and saying, hey, we're at war with the cartels, with non-state actors in Latin America, Central America, and Mexico. We'll leave you here with Anchors Away. We'll be back in a moment. Fred Fleitz, former chief of staff of President Trump's National Security Council, and Kurt Mills, the great Kurt Mills, will join us next in the War Room.
Welcome to Real America's Voice, Real Minute. Your quick look at the powerful stories of faith and freedom, inspiring audiences across the nation. Angel Studios presents
A Kennedy Curse. That is the theme of Angel Studios' newest documentary, RFK Legacy. It comes from acclaimed filmmaker Oliver Stone, director of the hit movie JFK, and his son Sean Stone, in a profile of the Kennedy legacy that you've never seen before.
I want to ask you about your father's assassination.
Anybody who reads that report will understand that Sirhan could not have killed my father.
It's a dirty story.
It explores the Kennedy legacy as told through the eyes of Bobby Kennedy Jr., who reflects upon his life and memories, his time on Cape Cod, his uncle's assassination, his own father's assassination, and his early interest in nature and the environment.
This time you have a drug addiction. How does that play out?
I wanted to be working with nature.
He was appalled at what he saw. This is how he became the leading environmental lawyer in the United States.
There's no right to pollute. The polluter pays.
My views are constantly misrepresented.
This compelling documentary profiles our current Secretary of Health and Human Services and dives deep into why Bobby Kennedy is who he is, why he cares so much about health in this country, and how his family legacy continues even after family members pass on far too soon.
I don't know if there's a curse. We do what we're supposed to do. The outcome's in God's hands.
To see RFK Legacy, go to angel.com/Rav, join the Angel Guild, and watch today.
Now is the moment to put your brand in front of an engaged, loyal audience through Real America's Voice. When you advertise on Real America's Voice, you're not just running an ad, you're partnering with trusted voices like Steve Bannon, Charlie Kirk, and other influential hosts. Backed by millions of monthly listeners.
What's happening? Because of the Real Voice, man. I watch it all the time.
Real America's Voice rocks.
Real America's Voice gives sponsors the chance to put their product front and center, displayed on screen and highlighted by our anchors during exclusive segments and live events.
Head to freetrumpknife.com.
This means your brand becomes part of the conversation as it happens.
Secure your spot before it's too late.
Join us today and make your brand part of the news conversation that America's viewers trust. Real America's Voice, where your message is seen, heard, and remembered.
My name is Tina, and I'm in Dallas, Texas. I'm so grateful to be able to get my news from an organization like Real America's
Voice family.
Are you on Getter yet? No?
What are you waiting for?
It's free.
It's uncensored, and it's where all the biggest voices in conservative media are speaking out.
Download the Getter app right now. It's totally free. It's where I put up exclusively all of my content 24 hours a day. You want to know what Steve Bannon's thinking? Go to Getter.
That's right. You can follow all of your favorites. Steve Bannon, Charlie Kirk, Jack Posobiec.
And so many more.
Download the Getter app now.
Sign up for free and be part of the new. Breaking news this evening. Hamas said today that it agrees to release all Israeli hostages, a major part of the president's peace plan for Gaza. Hamas says it is ready to immediately enter into negotiations to discuss the details of the deal. The president released a statement saying the following, quote, I believe they are ready for lasting peace. Israel must immediately stop the bombing of Gaza so that we can get the hostages out safely and quickly. Next week marks 2 years since those hostages were taken by Hamas during its attack on Israel that also left more than 1,000 dead. Tens of thousands of people have died in Gaza since then.
Key part of that headline there that you just showed, Steph, is pending conditions. This is known in the Middle East as the yes, but response. And I think it is an important moment, perhaps an opportunity, as I know millions of people around the world would hope that it is an opportunity for peace. But what it is right now is a yes, but. And it suggests that Hamas is willing to go into negotiations that might establish the conditions. It's not clear yet from their statement exactly which parts of the 20-point peace plan they agree to, which they don't. They did say they're not ready to release the hostages under the 72-hour time clock that was initially mentioned as part of President Trump's proposal. But I do think that this response from Hamas, combined with President Trump appearing to accept it, now puts a lot of pressure back on Israel and its Prime Minister, Benjamin Netanyahu. How will they respond?
Okay, we got Fred Fleitz and Kurt Mills. So, Kurt, I'll start with you. The reporting Times, there's reporting that Witkoff is headed to Egypt, to that resort there on the Red Sea, and where they're going to negotiate this or work out the terms of actual doing the transition. Israel sending one of their ambassador that's very close to Netanyahu. He's going. So it's the most senior level to do this. Plus, President Trump put out Truth Social that ordered Israel to stop bombing, right? Which is interesting that you got to order them, because once again, just like in the Iranian situation, they're going to continue to bombing until you tell them to stop, or in Trump's case, order them to stop. Netanyahu put up a post, correct me if I'm wrong, last night, basically conceding he was going to do this. The Times of Israel and the Jerusalem Post are both reporting that he ain't happy about it, but he feels that the people around him feel that Trump has him boxed in, and he's got to do this. However, correct me if I'm wrong, you just informed me he took it down overnight, and it's saying it was taken down by the author. His tweet showing that he was going to comply with this, sir.
that appears to be the case. I mean, this is from his office, so it's put out, like this just be like the White House's account. So it shows this, and it says it's down now. I don't think this is a grand surprise because we can see who the Israeli prime minister's allies, what they've been saying late Friday night, early Saturday morning in Washington about this. They've been complaining about it. They've been saying the president has made a mistake. They said that no deal's been inked. They've been overtly threatening Hamas, which, not nice guys, but they are the people that want to do the deal. And it's very clear they're unhappy. Netanyahu doesn't have to say it. His surrogates in the media and in politics can say it. And Lindsey Graham, the president's good friend, and of course the unchallenged America First senator, he himself was whipping against the deal as soon as it was signed. You saw it in the president's West Wing address, or Oval Office address. He looks happy. And he highlighted a number of countries in the region, including Egypt, Qatar, Jordan, and he did not single out Israel. So it appears to be a redux of really where we were before the summer, which is that the president was willing to work with everybody in the region, but Israel is not getting any special privileges. And we've seen this show before. Even before the president was sworn in, Witkoff did a deal that created a ceasefire in the war, and Israel broke it in March. No. And so this is another example of the president's instincts towards peace and not being a supplicant of a foreign power.
But look, here's the, and this falls directly on the shoulders of Lindsey Graham and Tel Aviv Levin and this crowd of Israel First. They brought this on because their promotion of Netanyahu and blind loyalty to Netanyahu and not what was best for Israel. Because you have a situation now, correct me if I'm wrong, you call it what you want, but this, and by the way, Hamas has to go through, remember, they're the franchisee of the Muslim Brotherhood. They always they have a tendency to snatch defeat from the jaws of victory all the time. Very tough to control, although Presidents united, at least the Gulf Emirates and the Arabs, more than Lawrence of Arabia in this matter, and also the attack of Netanyahu on Qatar. And Qatar, I think, are terrible guys, right? They're the financiers of the Muslim Brotherhood. But what you have is Gaza is a proto-Palestinian state. You're going to have the Gulf Emirates, led by Qatar, finance this. No Palestinians are leaving. I think the way it reads, you're going to have an Arab security force, right? And obviously Hamas lays down their arms and all that, gives up their military operation. But you have you're going to have a proto-Palestinian state in Gaza, in the territory of Israel, number one. Number two, unlike the Israel First crowd was bragging the other day about Judea Samaria, it absolutely forbids any Israel takeover or intrusion with the settlers in Judea Samaria. So that's off the table. And they're talking about adding the Persians or the Iranians to the Abraham Accords. So the Greater Israel Project crashes and burns. Why? Because of the American sponsors of Netanyahu. And I told you this was going to happen, and now it's happened, okay? And they can spin it any way they want to spin it, and they can try to kill it any way they kill it. President Trump's not going to let this be killed. This was a masterstroke. A masterstroke. I've never seen anything. This is one of the most impressive turn of events I've ever seen from any president of the United States. It's incredible. This I almost put in the same level of Nixon in China. Not quite. But, and of course, President Trump's got a couple other things he's working on in Ukraine and with the CCP. But, Kurt, am I wrong in that? Is that the Israel First sponsors, cheerleaders, promoters led this? And you have to understand, Netanyahu's visit the other day was a humiliation. Let me be specific. It wasn't just his arrival, which was like an Uber driver picking up a fare with no color guard, etc. When Netanyahu came out and lied about what the apology was to Qatar, all I did was apologize for killing the security guy. The White House immediately put out that photograph of Netanyahu reading the document that was given to him by Witkoff and Kushner the day before with a full apology, with the President of the United States holding the phone and giving him the look that only Trump can give you, and him like a vassal state reading the apology. And so finally, they are acting like a protectorate And this is what President Trump has gone to. In the Israel First crowd, you have nobody to blame but yourself for this situation. You have a two-state solution. For all the people supporting Israel for so many years and said, we can't have a two-state solution, you have you can call it anything you want. When you've got the Arabs financing it, when you have an Arab security force in Israel, on Gaza, that's the proto-Palestinian state. And when you have any involvement or any expansion to the West Bank or Judea, Samaria blocked, and you're going to add Iran to the President Trump's openly talking, I want to add them to the Abraham Accords. The Greater Israel Project is over. It crashed and burned because of the American sponsors that cheerleaded on Netanyahu and didn't take the warning from people who said, hey, if you keep doing this, you keep blindly backing this guy, it's all going to crash around you, and it has crashed around you. Now, Kurt Mills, where am I wrong in that assessment, sir?
I don't think you're wrong on most of any of it. I would say the key reality is if it holds, which is always the boring answer on this. I spoke at some length with a longtime Israel-Palestinian negotiator late this week. And, we were kind of going back and forth on it. And, Tony Blair was all over this proposal. And so we were both kind of like, I don't know if this is really going to work. And then it sort of occurred to both of us that actually the Palestinians may call the Israelis bluff. Why not accept it? If this is actually a deal on offer, they can take it. And it's a pathway for them to potentially keep their lives and their people stay in their land. And sure enough, that's what happened. And the bluff was called. And the Israelis are utterly panicking. And, people who don't share the perspective that I have, that the Israelis are asking for way too much, that the Israelis are trying to dominate our politics, that the Israelis will never stop if we don't stop them, frankly, they act like this came out of a void. This came out of nothing. The reality is that this has hijacked and sabotaged President Trump's presidency. This is all we are talking about. And, as much as I like to talk about Middle East issues, it's not terribly great for the United States that all we are talking about is a foreign country's problem.
What I said at the National Conservative Convention, just like in the Seven Pillars of Wisdom, when the generals schooling T.E. Lawrence, he said, hey, the Middle East is a sideshow to the main event, the Western Front. And the Arab Revolt is a sideshow to a sideshow. That's exactly where we are today in American geopolitics. The Middle East is a sideshow, and the Israel situation is a sideshow to a sideshow.
No doubt.
What galls me is the cheerleaders who followed Netanyahu because he's doing it for his own political concerns, not for the defense of Israel. And now you are where you are. And don't get me wrong, Hamas are as bad as they get, right? The Muslim Brotherhood is as bad as they get, and Qatar's, I think, worse. But you got to face certain political and geopolitical and financial realities. Okay, short break. Kurt's going to stick around. Fred Fleitz is going to join us, and we're also going to expand it, have a chat about the kinetic war in Ukraine. Next in the War Room.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
I'm a J6er, and I spent 3 months in jail and about a year in prison.
I spent 4 years out of an 18-year sentence in prison.
J6ers have been smeared and defamed by the media, persecuted by the government, and treated like terrorists.
In reality, J6ers are patriotic men and women, mothers, fathers, sisters, and brothers from all walks of life.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
And we need your help.
For just $10 or more, you're helping these patriots get mental, physical, and spiritual help.
Please scan the QR code or go to j6support.com to donate $10 or more to support these American patriots.
Thank you for being a patriot. Thank you for standing in the gap. Patriots, it's time to gear up. Real America's Voice has an entire lineup of merch made just for you.
We got some Rav fans out here.
We watch you every day.
From mugs that start your morning strong to hoodies, hats, t-shirts, pants, vests, flags, and so much more.
Yeah, I noticed it. I mean, that caught my eye big time.
Every piece lets you wear your pride loud and clear. This isn't just merch, it's a movement. When you shop Rav, you're showing the world you're proud to be part of the Real America's Voice family.
God bless Real America's Voice.
So don't wait. Scan the QR code right now or visit realamericasvoice.launchcart.store to shop today.
Thank you, Real America's Voice, for doing true journalism.
Stand tall, be bold, be proud. Represent your voice with Real America's Voice.
It's good to have a real news network out there, so I'm a big fan.
Use code RAVSWAG10 for 10% off.
Real America's Voice rocks.
When the bacon wants real facts and figures, he goes to RAV. Real America's Voice, baby. That's where you get the real scoop and not the poop.
My name is TJ Ash from Carbonville, Utah. Real America's Voice lets me express my conservative views without censorship or edit.
Hi, this is Kelly Renee from Northern California Hills, MAGA country. The reason I watch Real America's Voice is for the faith, the family, and the freedom. Giddy up!
Sunday at 10 a.m. Eastern, history sets sail.
I'm going to have all folks from the Navy, national security experts. You do not want to miss this.
President Donald J. Trump arrives in Norfolk, Virginia, aboard a mighty U.S. aircraft carrier.
Fight, 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 win, win, win.
As America celebrates 250 years of Navy power, brace yourself for missile launches, roaring jets, thunderous firepower, and the full force of America's sea strength on display. Hosted by Steve Bannon, with live reporting from Jack Posobiec and Steve Gruber. Real America's Voice brings you this front row seat to freedom in motion. It's not just coverage, it's a celebration of America's might. RAV presents America 250, Sea Power and Freedom. Coverage begins this Sunday, 10 a.m. Eastern. See you there.
I want to thank the team over Real America's Voice who's had some great specials recently. The Army 250, of course, the commemoration and celebration of Charlie Kirk's life, and then tomorrow for 7 hours, maybe longer if it keeps going. We'll have to see. Interesting thing about tomorrow is it's supposed to end at 5 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time tomorrow, and at 6 p.m. the president gave Hamas the other day a play me or trade me. He said, hey, the deadline's 6. You're in or you're out. And if you're out, that's fine, but all hell will break loose. Now they're heading towards the resort on the Red Sea in Egypt, which I think is pretty close to Aqaba, which was Lawrence of Arabia's great victory with the beginning of the Arab Revolt, with Faisal's army and others. Fred Fleitz, you're an old hand at this. Walk us through, first off, the scale. I mean, I think people that haven't worked this problem for decades don't understand the scale of this solution is pretty breathtaking, is it not, sir?
It is, and I said in an American Greatness piece yesterday that this peace plan Trump put forward, this 20-point peace plan, really is a masterpiece because he has the Israelis and the Arabs and the Palestinian Authority endorsing it, which is really unprecedented. And he did this because he has language in there that Israel would never have accepted before, and that is it contemplates a role for the Palestinian Authority for governing Gaza, and it said there may be a future pathway for a Palestinian state. These are phrased as distant aspirations when the Palestinians de-radicalize, but it is unprecedented Israel would accept that, and they accepted it grudgingly. But just that language got the Saudis and the Palestinian Authority on board. This leaves Hamas with nowhere to go. That they don't want to accept this deal, they don't have any allies. Having said that, Hamas's response is a clever no. They have not agreed to disarm. They have not agreed to destroy their weapons. They have ruled out the idea of an international force governing Gaza. And they're basically putting themselves in a position where they're dangling the idea of releasing the hostage up front. So when the U.S. and Israel reject this deal, and they may have to, they will be blamed. It's a clever rejection. But the beauty of the Trump plan is that the world can move on without Hamas in rebuilding Gaza. It has provisions that areas that have been cleared of terrorists will start to be occupied by this international force where rebuilding will begin. Trump's not going to let Hamas continue to have a terrorist veto. He's not going to let Israel occupy Gaza. It's a brilliant plan. It certainly qualifies Trump for the Nobel Prize, and it may provide a model for solving other difficult disputes, such as Ukraine.
Fred, for the audience and for me, help me out. How does the sponsor here is Qatar? How does Hamas have even flexibility when they're going to be cut off of money? Qatar wants to make this deal, you can tell, or at least on the surface. How can Hamas expect to operate if Qatar and UAE and the Saudis are adamant that we got to bring this thing to a close and we're prepared to put up the money and even put up the security guarantee as far as troops go to oversee it? How does Hamas say no to that?
They really can't. They have nowhere to go, and they're not going to get their funding from Iran either. Hamas will eventually become an irrelevant party. I mean, it's going to be a movement. It's going to be a terrorist movement that'll probably be around for a long time. There's lots of terrorist movements that are still active, even though they were set back substantially by U.S. military action. But with the Arab states united in ending this conflict, they think Hamas is an annoyance also. I think we could have a glide path to peace because of Trump's stubborn determination to stop this war.
In the law of unintended consequences, how did Netanyahu and his sponsors here in the United States get into a situation where they're going to have a because if this deal closes, you have a two-state solution, right? You have the Arabs financing, the Arabs securing a part of a significant part of Israel that is essentially under, you can call it what you want, but it's under Arab control. You've blocked really the Judea-Samaria expansion, and President Trump, if that all happens, President Trump will work like crazy to add the Iranians into the Abraham Accords. How does a group that was adamantly opposed to all of that end up in a situation where this is the deal that is, Trump's kind of told them, hey, this is the deal. And remember, he didn't have Netanyahu opine to this thing. Netanyahu had made some changes about the withdrawal schedule, but he wasn't looking for his opinion. How did they get themselves in that situation?
First, let me say, Iran's not going to be part of the Abraham Accords. That's just not going to happen. And this whole process is going to be overseen by a board of peace that President Trump will be in charge of. This is not going to be run by the Arabs. There'll be an Arab force in Gaza. There also will be European states. I think there's concern, and the concern you raise is significant. But let's keep in mind that Israel once endorsed a two-state solution, and if the Palestinians can be de-radicalized, and that's required under the agreement to have a Palestinian state, Israel might be able to accept it. That was its position a long time ago, certainly before the October 7th attack. So, I mean, there's a lot of conflicting opinions here. A lot of it is still driven by the aftermath of the October 7th attack. But I think we could be close to peace because of what Trump has been putting forward.
Let's go back to the board of peace. I know President Trump's the chairman, but he's got a couple of 3-day jobs, right? And I understand it's the board of peace, but the guy running it is Tony Blair. Correct me if I'm wrong. Is Tony Blair not on the payroll Qatar to like $20 million a year, sir? Tony Blair is a lackey for UAE, for Qatar. He's been over there sucking down cash. He's essentially an Englishman representing the Arabs. Am I incorrect there?
Well, you have information on Blair that I don't know. But if Trump is not running it, I imagine he's going to have Secretary Rubio or another prominent senior American national security official be his proxy. It's not going to be run by Tony Blair.
Okay, you know Hamas is running anybody. What's the Fred flights Saturday morning for October? So before the 6 o'clock deadline tomorrow. Where do you put? What's the probabilities? What's your percentage of probabilities that Hamas they're going to negotiate now in Egypt at this resort on the Red Sea. What is? I think Dermer's there representing Netanyahu. Of course, he's Netanyahu's right-hand man. Witkoff's there. I know Qatar's going to have people there. I'm sure Hamas have people there. What's the probability this closes along the lines as stated today?
I mean, this process first shows that Trump didn't immediately reject Hamas's answer. He's giving them an opportunity through diplomacy to show he's willing to deal. Maybe there's some elements of the plan that could be modified to get Hamas to come on board. I don't know what they are, but I think Trump's a deal maker. We know that. But I'm afraid because of Hamas's hatred of Israel, hatred of Jews, I think the chances of them agreeing to this, something that Israel can agree to, is probably 10% or less.
Wow. Kurt Mills, observation, thoughts. I know you have a different perspective, but I also ask you for the probability along the general lines that we have today that this deal closes as is.
I think we're going to get a deal this weekend, base case. I'd put it over 50%. The president is excited about this. And I think the reality is that Hamas, it can't be two things at once. It can't be this all-powerful, all-menacing terrorist organization and a decimated military force that is a, quote, annoyance to the Arabs. The reality is Hamas has a few cards, to use the president's terminology, but basically the moderate wing of Hamas has been in control because the Israelis have assassinated them all in the last 2 years. And I think we are reaching up, days from the 2-year anniversary of October 7th. And for the Israelis to basically sabotage yet another deal, I think would be really a bridge too far. I think we will have something inked, base case. I don't rule out that the Israelis could sabotage it before 6 p.m. on Sunday, but I think it is at this point unlikely because of how publicly happy President Trump is with the results here. I think we will get something. And then the open questions will be, how does this look? How does this look? How does this look? But again, yes, the president may chair this board. And here's where I agree that, he's got a lot of things going on. What are the U.S. interests in this region? I mean, we're talking about a pathway towards demilitarization of the most radical arm of the Palestinian cause. We're talking about something that has broad regional buy-in. And we're talking about a pathway towards, ending wars in the region and getting the U.S. out militarily. I inclined to agree that something like Iran joining the Abraham Accords is unlikely. But that being said, ruling it out, the president's instincts here, he just moves the Overton window. Why not have a conversation like that? Why does it always have to be regime change, regime change, regime change? Iran's a complex country. I'm not really sure we should be picking winners and losers in any country, especially in the Middle East.
I think President Trump people understand when he said the total obliteration and end of the 12-day war, there's not going to be any regime change. Everybody, and that's another of the Israel First crowd's fantasies. It's not going to happen on Donald Trump's watch. He told you for the 12-day, and Netanyahu now coming up and said, "Well, we never really planned to have total obliteration." It's all everything comes out of his mouth is a bald-faced lie. One of the most dangerous individuals in the world. If we need regime change, you ought to use this deal to have regime change in Jerusalem and get some people in there that can deal straight with the Americans and the Israel First crowd is as much to blame here as Netanyahu. Fred, let's say even 10%. This week, make the case for Donald Trump as the recipient and the awardee of the Nobel Peace Prize, sir.
I would make that, and I'd also mention some things with Kurt that I agree with. Remember Trump's speech in Saudi Arabia that America should not have permanent enemies. He wanted peace through strength and commerce. This was a message both to Iran and to China and to other adversaries that we don't want to be at permanent war with these nations. We don't want to have people who we were constantly planning military action or overthrowing regimes. Trump does not want to do that. I agree. That's not going to happen in this administration. But I think the outline of this Gaza peace plan is more than sufficient to qualify Trump to get the Nobel Peace Prize. And as I said earlier, regardless of whether Hamas accepts it, there will be peace in Gaza. It will be rebuilt, hopefully with Hamas's cooperation, but the world is going to move on regardless of what Hamas decides.
Fred, can you hang on for a second? And Kurt, I want to get to some concerning developments in the kinetic part of the Third World War on the Eurasian landmass. Yes, in the bloodlands, that would be Ukraine, which I think is 10 times more dangerous than what we're dealing with in the Middle East. And Kurt, I will tell you, and get your answer on the thing. I think that they look at major business and financial relationships with Saudi Arabia, UAE, and Qatar. I think it's just been a sea change. I agree with Brother Flights. I think when President Trump, that meeting they had this year was quite different than the meeting we had in the opening 6 months of the first term. I just think it's a total sea change. And Qatar, of which I'm not a fan of, and still say that, hey, they're the railhead of the financing of the Muslim Brotherhood, is whether you like it or not, they're a major player. Anyway, short commercial break. We're going to pivot to Ukraine. President Trump this week, I agree with Fred. If anybody ever deserved a Nobel Peace Prize for what this man has taken on and tried to solve is incredible, and solved, or at least laid the framework for making it plausible to solve. Leave you with Anchors Away. We're going to be back in the war in just a moment.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
I'm a J6er, and I spent 3 months in jail and about a year in prison.
I spent 4 years out of an 18-year sentence in prison.
J6ers have been smeared and defamed by the media, persecuted by the government, and treated like terrorists.
In reality, J6ers are patriotic men and women, mothers, fathers, sisters, and brothers from all walks of life.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
And we need your help.
For just $10 or more, you're helping these patriots get mental, physical, and spiritual help.
Please scan the QR code or go to j6support.com to donate $10 or more to support these American patriots.
Thank you for being a patriot. Thank you for standing in the gap. Patriots, it's time to gear up. Real America's Voice has an entire lineup of merch made just for you.
We got some Rav fans out here.
We watch you every day.
From mugs that start your morning strong to hoodies, hats, t-shirts, pants, vests, flags, and so much more.
Yeah, I noticed it. I mean, that caught my eye big time.
Every piece lets you wear your pride loud and clear. This isn't just merch, it's a movement. When you shop Rav, you're showing the world you're proud to be part of the Real America's Voice family.
God bless Real America's Voice.
So don't wait. Scan the QR code right now or visit realamericasvoice.launchcart.store to shop today.
Thank you, Real America's Voice, for doing true journalism.
Stand tall, be bold, be proud. Represent your voice with Real America's Voice.
It's good to have a real news network out there, so I'm a big fan.
Use code RAVSWAG10 for 10% off.
Real America's Voice rocks.
When the bacon wants real facts and figures, he goes to RAV. Real America's Voice, baby. That's where you get the real scoop and not the poop.
My name is TJ Ash from Carbondale, Utah. Real America's Voice lets me express my conservative views without censorship or edit.
Hi, this is Kelly Renee from Northern California Hills, MAGA country. The reason I watch Real America's Voice is for the faith, the family, and the freedom. Giddy up!
Here's your host, Stephen K. Bannon.
Okay, gold was closed at $39.12. It's not the price of gold. It's up 40% this year. It's up, I don't know, from basically $1,100 an ounce when we started with the end of the dollar empire. But we knew something was going to go on. Why do we know that? Because of the pressure on the dollar as a prime reserve currency. That's what you need to learn. Learn the mechanics of what drives the value of gold. Find the pattern recognition of why gold has been a hedge against times of financial and geopolitical turbulence for 5,000 years of history. You understand that, you're in a different place in understanding your own personal financial situation and your country's. Make you even better as a political activist is what we try to do here in the War Room. Birchgold.com, promo code BANNON, the end of the dollar empire. Started 4 years ago, now 7 free installments. Everything we put up with Birch is free to you. So make sure you get it, study it, and get access to Philip Patrick and his team. They can talk to you about the benefits of owning physical gold. Also, text BANNON, BANNON, 989898. Get the ultimate guide, which is free, for investing in gold and precious metals in the age of Trump. As we said last Saturday, this very time on the show, we walked you through the new structural changes in central banks, and the weaponization of the euro and the weaponization of the U.S. dollar has caused the great nations of the world, particularly in Europe, to look at stealing the assets of the Russian people. $350 billion, I think there's $380 billion, happens to be in euros. So the euro is going to end itself as a global currency. And that's why the central banks, more than ever, another record just closed on. Remember, the third quarter closed, I think it was Tuesday at midnight, 30th of September. A record quarter, I think it's 4 in a row now, of central banks buying gold. If the central banks of the world are buying gold at record rates, you should understand why. Go do it today. Fred, you wrote this to talk to me about this brilliant piece. You're saying, hey, any escalation, anything of these advanced weapon systems that can hit long distances, sharing of intelligence, and maybe even targeting acquisition by the United States would be a massive escalation in Ukraine. Give us your assessment as we sit here today with President Trump spending his time now trying to sort this mess out in Gaza. What is going on in Ukraine, and why are you sending up a flare to say, I don't think people are paying enough attention to this, but we could be sliding down the road to perdition here, sir?
Steve, I want to first thank you for having me on today. This has been a great discussion. There's talk right now that Zelensky wants to acquire U.S. Patriot cruise missiles. They have a range of 1,500 miles. The Ukrainian border is about 500 miles from Moscow. This would allow Ukraine to destroy buildings in Moscow, including the Kremlin. There's talk of giving Ukraine other long-range missiles and intelligence to strike deeper into Russia. And this leaves us to ask the question, when is the U.S. crossing the line between providing defensive support to Ukraine to kick the Russians out of Ukraine and going to war with Russia? I think giving Patriots to Ukraine would constitute going to war with Russia and will result in Russia taking appropriate responses, possibly firing missiles into NATO countries. I don't think anyone's thinking this through. The implications of giving such a major military capability to the Ukrainian army. And look, I like Ukraine. I want Ukraine to win. They're not going to win back most of their territory. I think we may be able to get an armistice if Trump continues to press forward with tough economic and energy sanctions. But letting Ukraine escalate the war, greatly escalate the war like this, I think will have far-reaching consequences that could start a much larger regional war.
Okay, walk me through it. President Trump would say, hey, Fred, I hear you, but I've bent over backwards. I went to Alaska. I've tried to do everything possible to get Putin on board here. And for whatever reason, his relationship with the Chinese Communist Party, the fact that Germany and the Western Europe still buys only gas from him, they don't seem to want to come to a situation where we can have a discussion about maybe going back to the original. No, they keep the Donbass in the eastern Russian-speaking regions in Crimea. But he's not even prepared to have that discussion. It appears President Trump's bent over backwards. So what would President Trump saying? Hey, I've tried everything. I need some piece of look. I agree with you 100%, but I think the counter argument, particularly people around Trump, are saying you've done everything. You need another part of leverage. He's insulted them on Truth Social. Your army's nothing. This should have been done in 3 weeks. You're not a superpower. Isn't this looked at as a point of leverage for the president to basically warn we're going to give Tomahawks and Patriot missiles to Ukraine and potential targeting information, which I agree with you, would make us a combatant, right? I happen to think we're a combatant now because what's happened out of Wiesbaden, where essentially the CIA and other guys are running this war, and that's how you had the deep strike into with the drones into Russia. But what would you tell the president? He's going to say, Fred, I hear you, but I can't get this guy to the table.
Steve, you and I know that God created us with free will, and we can use that free will to make good decisions or bad decisions, to pursue good or evil. Trump really did go out of his way to create off-ramps and an opportunity for Putin to do the right thing. He's decided to do the wrong thing because his fanatical views about NATO and Ukrainian nationality and all kinds of nonsense we've heard spouted. But the next step is to put pain on Putin, to bring him to the negotiating table, to get past this unreasonable line of thinking. That's why I think crippling economic sanctions and energy sanctions, that's what we have to do, not escalate the war. Now, Trump's not going to give Patriots and Tomahawk missiles to Putin. He's too smart for that. And I do think he's going to give additional military support to Ukraine, but there's going to be a limit. Trump doesn't want to escalate to the point where we're looking at a regional war or a world war. But Trump also wants Europe to play its part. Europe bought $1.8 billion in energy from Russia last year, and they're not going to stop until 2027. Europe has to help, and it has to initiate secondary sanctions as we do, so they don't swoop in and take advantage of economic opportunities when we're sanctioning nations to end the war in Ukraine. Europe has to be part of this. They have to stop lecturing Trump about being too close to Putin and doing serious things to stop the war.
Fred, what's your social media? Where do people get your writings, American Greatness, all of it?
You can go to X or to different other accounts at Fred Flights, and our website is AmericaFirstPolicy.com.
Perfect. Thank you, sir. Appreciate you taking Saturday and joining us. I'm going to pose and pun Kurt Mills to stick around for a few minutes. Also have Mark Krikorian, CIS, and updates on the left's meltdown on Project 2025 and Russ Vought in the team that are running this government shutdown. All next in the War Room.
Welcome to Real America's Voice, Real Minute. Your quick look at the powerful stories of faith and freedom, inspiring audiences across the nation. Angel Studios presents.
I'm Bo Davidson with this Real America's Voice, Real Minute. What happens when imagination becomes reality? That is the theme of Angel Studios' new release, Sketch.
Amber, you're incredibly creative. Here's the thing. Life is all about balancing the good and the bad. If you don't carry the good with you too, then it's just going to make the bad stronger.
Balancing the good with the bad. It's something we all have to do. The star of Sketch, actor Tony Hale, known for his roles in Veep and Arrested Development, plays a father who realizes his daughter likes to draw, but young Amber draws some imaginative yet rather dark sketches.
You know, feelings aren't bad. When you get angry, sad, or scared, put it in here, where it can't hurt anyone.
Yeah, we describe it like Jurassic Park meets Inside Out. And just the simple story is not simple, but the story is my wife passes away, obviously my daughter's mother, and my daughter is dealing with grief. And she's drawing these just atrocious pictures. And Seth can explain a little bit of how that kind of idea came about, and then they come to life. And it's just really, it's a really fine line. What Seth does so beautifully is obviously the stakes could not be higher with loss, but just the way the comedy is woven throughout and how the tension is kind of balanced, and you take air out of the balloon in the little humorous ways. And it's just a really beautiful orchestration that he has done with it.
When Amber and her brother go into the woods, they drop her sketchbook in a pond, and it seems that some of those drawings come to life.
This is the primal scream of a dying regime. Pray for our enemies, because we're going medieval on these people. You're just not got a free shot on all these networks lying about the people. The people have had a belly full of it. I know you don't like hearing that. I know you try to do everything in the world to stop that, but you're not going to stop it. It's going to happen.
And where do people like that go to share the big lie? MAGA media. I wish in my soul, I wish that any of these people had a conscience.
Ask yourself, what is my task and what is my purpose? If that answer is to save my country, this country will be saved.
War Room. Here's your host, Stephen K. Bannon.
It's Saturday, 4 October, year of our Lord 2025. I've asked Kurt Mills. And Kurt, I'm going to intrude upon you to stick, and we're going to talk about Ukraine. Then we'll bring Mark Krikorian in. Mark's going to give us an update on a really a stunning decision yesterday of the Supreme Court about Venezuela. And then when we go through that, I want you to stick around because I do want to talk about Venezuela. And it looks like approaching American kinetic activity there, including seizing seaports and transportation nodes by the United States military. We'll get into that in a second. I think it's very important. Fred Fleitz is looked at as kind of he was chief of staff under President Trump's first term for the National Security Council. He's looked at that traditional bedrock of Republican thinking about national security. And I think it shows you that we're having a shift, a fundamental, serious shift in the way we think about geopolitics. Now, I am much more aggressive, and I would almost say interventionist when it comes against the Chinese Communist Party. I've been accused of, by the great Darren Beattie, my close friend and colleague, and Kurt Mills and other people I'm very close to, of finding a CCP member under every bed. But there's a shift, in the shift, there's a geopolitical and national security thought process that's shifting radically. And you can see it in Fred in the situation in the Ukraine. So I want to get you in here, Kurt. And to see that, quite frankly, you two guys are not that far apart, really, on the Middle East. Although I think a lot of the old hands are like Fred, having got a lot of scars from the Middle East over the last 20 or 30 years, and don't like Hamas. And I keep saying Hamas has a history, as these terrorist organizations do, of being able to snatch defeat from the jaws of victory. And Fred puts it at 10%. You put it at 50%. I think the president would put it higher. Right, I think he feels Witkoff going there. They'll hammer out some deal, and he'll do his force of will. It's one of the reasons I think, more than any person in living memory, he deserves, be awarded the Nobel Peace Prize because he is a man of peace. What is it? This will make it 7 or 8 wars, something extraordinary. But at the same time, and I think President Trump, he says it publicly. He says, "Look, I'm very frustrated about Ukraine. I thought I could do it easier. I thought I could do it quicker. I thought I had a better relationship with Putin." He talks about this all the time. And so Fred's nailed something you and I have talked about for a couple of years here in this Ukraine situation. America, like we were in Israel in the 12-day war, we were a combatant in that war. I kept telling people, when you send Aegis cruisers there and you start doing defense target acquisition, and when you've got you're sending THAAD missiles over on the defensive side, you're a combatant. When you go do the expeditionary force hit by our bombers on the total obliteration, but at the same time, folks, you got 1970s technology and Tomahawk missiles coming out of fast attack submarines in the North Arabian Sea, a place, as a young naval officer, I was in like late 1979, early 1980, okay? You're back to being a combatant in the war. And right now, Kurt, what happened in Wiesbaden, and people understand, the CIA and military intelligence, DIA, be running a big deal out of Germany with the Brits and with others. Fred's right. When you start having loose talk and Zelensky's making comments about, I need Tomahawks, I need Patriots, and oh, by the way, President Trump, I think he said not approved, but basically signed off on or was acknowledged, knew in advance of the deep strike into Russia, 3 or 4 months ago with the drones, something that Curtis LeMay couldn't even fantasize about. We are getting inexorably sucked into the kinetic part of the Third World War. And let me just remind everybody, because nobody talks about this enough. If you go from September 1st of 1939, the invasion of Poland, to June 21st of 1941, the Wehrmacht's invasion of Russia with Operation Barbarossa, if you take that time frame and you look at the killing that really initiated the European war part of the Second World War, it pales in comparison to the casualties. President Trump said that they finally gave you the number. I think it's 1.8 million from intelligence sources. And the president said, hey, I'm giving you inside baseball. 1.8 million Ukrainians dead or wounded, and over 1 million Russians, I think, dead. So you're talking a scale of 2.5, 3 over million casualties just in Ukraine right now. And one of the reasons you don't see like MSNBC putting up footage every night like they did in the first days of the war, this is like World War I's Western Front. There's been 650,000 Ukrainian casualties this year. And tell me how much MSNBC or CNN has shown you. Like nothing, because it's too brutal. So, Kurt, I'm very concerned that with President Trump focusing on all this other stuff, we are getting sucked into, and by the way, the hawks in the arms industry and in the Pentagon, and of course, the insane Lindsey Grahams and these people want us. They want us in a basic kinetic war with Russia right now. So, what's your concern or observations about this Ukraine situation, sir?
Yeah, still reeling from agreeing so much with Fred Fleitz on Ukraine. That's not just anybody you had just there. He was, of course, John Bolton's former chief of staff and the sort of wartime consigliere to General Keith Kellogg, who, of course, remains a special envoy on this whole theater. So if that kind of thinking is ascendant among the Hawk camp, that's pretty encouraging. I think that the Tomahawk idea needs to be, totally ruled out. Something that you haven't mentioned on this show is that President Putin, the Tsar, had his big party this week, which is the Valdai Club meeting in Russia. And he made it pretty clear, and this is the sort of language that I think people from Russia have been saying both overtly and behind the scenes, that they're done with the Europeans. They see themselves as a civilization apart. They see themselves as doing something different from the, quote, West, and that they are not going to work with the Europeans, who they think are basically histrionic and outdated in their thinking. They will work with the Americans. The Americans, I think, and this is also something we've also discussed, is because there's no real love lost between them and the Chinese. They will work with the Chinese. They are more in line with the Chinese now, but they don't trust them. Russia has a massive border with China, not with the U.S. And so there's an opportunity, and people can say it's sort of pie in the sky.
Hang on one second. But hang on one second, because you're hitting a absolutely critical point. Since the time of what Catherine the Great or Peter the Great, the Russian czars have tried to, and this is why the capital was moved to St. Petersburg, have tried to make the case that they're actually a European nation and try to integrate into Europe. And this is one of the reasons for the First and Second World War. Dugin, who's kind of the overall geopolitical philosopher and a theoretician, has made this case for years that this Eurasian, that they're actually a Eurasian power, and that Europe is walking away from Christianity. It's a failed society. It's had it's going to be, the Islamization is only going to take over, and kind of the camp of the saints, the elites are too feckless to actually save their own countries. And so why would we want, it's a civilization that's dying. Why would we want to be a part of it? We're actually a Eurasian power, and they make this very elaborate pitch about how they're Eurasian power. And I agree with it, not with the Chinese Communist Party, but down even through Persia and that part of Eurasia all the way to the Arabian Sea. Are you saying in this latest meeting that you think that because if that's now their new policy, that's a major pivot, and I think that would raise the possibility of Russia potentially having an armed conflict with Europe. I think their belief is that when all the European clowns came to President Trump's the Oval Office and came out, and they really had no commitments on security, they had no money to put up, they have no arms, no troops, and their people have no political will to do it, they kind of beclown themselves. Are you saying now, because of the embrace of the Eurasian strategy, it would make Russia more open to actually an armed conflict against NATO, or are you saying they're just walking away from the whole thing?
I think it's unclear. The person you cited, Dugin, is not just some rando. This is I think his relationships with Putin are probably slightly overstated, but they know that he has a massive profile, and then he's pumping out all this philosophical conjecture all the time. And to an extent, I think he represents the vanguard of the Russian state and the Russian project. I think that's an interesting comparison you made with World War I. In a lot of ways, the situation has reversed because I was in meetings in Brussels in June, and to hear some of these, and these are not low-ranking people that I was talking to. Hear some of these Europeans, they were just one more arms shipment away from, taking out Putin in Moscow. That's the cast of mind in Europe. And versus the Russians think that this war is going just fine. To an extent, parts of Russian society fears demobilization, fears the end of the war. So these sides are very far apart. As to Russia's orientation to the rest of the world, they have a lot of strong relations within the global south, but in general, I would say, geopolitically, they are a lone wolf. Lone wolf can be good or bad, but they have nuclear weapons, they're a proud civilization, 11 time zones, and I think it's incumbent upon the United States to work pragmatically with them. They're not going anywhere. And I think what was very interesting about Putin, it's been well observed, his interviews with Carlson, et cetera, is how sort of melancholic and preoccupied with history he is. He talked again this week about the collapse after the Cold War, and he sort of signaled all this thinking in the early 90s, none of it came to anything. This sort of Fukuyamist fantasy about the nations getting along, it didn't happen. This is a realist. This is a stone cold-hearted man, no doubt. But it's somebody I think fundamentally the United States can do business with if it prioritizes its own national interests as opposed to the endless indulgence of histrionic Europeans.
You hang over a second. I want to hold you. Mark Krikorian joins us. Mark, a pretty massive ruling from the Supreme Court yesterday. Can you walk the audience through what the ruling was and what this massive impact is going to be, sir?
Sure. Biden, when he took over, we all know, started just letting pretty much anybody in, Venezuelans especially. There had not been many Venezuelans coming across the border before, but he sort of invited them, and so they came in the hundreds of thousands. And then he used something called temporary protected status, TPS. It's in the law, but as the name suggests, it's supposed to be a temporary thing for when there's an earthquake or a volcano and we can't send people home right away. What it does is it gives these illegal immigrants Social Security numbers, work permits, they can't get deported, and Biden just kept renewing it. And in fact, the most recent renewal was literally a week and a half before the end of the administration. They were on the way out. They were trying to lock these illegal immigrants into the country. And President Trump said, yeah, okay, well, according to the law, the conditions don't warrant this special, essentially temporary amnesty. And so we're pulling the plug on it. And as you can imagine, the usual suspects went to district court in San Francisco, and the judges there just said, oh, yeah, that's right. It's mean to do that, so we're not going to let you do it. Supreme Court now, this was the second time they slapped down a lower court and have said, look, the law says the president can do this. It's called temporary, and he's ending it. And so this is a big deal because up to 600,000 or more Venezuelan illegal aliens let in by Biden will lose their work permits, lose their ability to stay. And the issue is not so much that they're all going to be rounded up and deported, but that they've clearly been told, you got to go back. And in fact, many, if not most of them, never even came from Venezuela. They were already living in Colombia and Ecuador and Peru for years. And they came because, Biden invited them. And so essentially what the Supreme Court has said, this is the second time they've had to slap down the lower courts. They've said Trump gets to tell these illegal immigrants that the party's over and they need to leave.
Mark, hang on for 1 second. I just want to hold you to the break about the implications and why can't we just round them up and send them back? Mark Krikorian from CIS. Todd Bensman, as you know, is not with us anymore. Is almost like a co-host here for years because he's actually Tom Homan's right-hand man now in the government working on these problems as a great representative of CIS. Just an amazing organization. Kurt Mills, Mark Krikorian, next in the War Room.
Welcome to Real America's Voice, Real Minute. Your quick look at the powerful stories of faith and freedom, inspiring audiences across the nation. Angel Studios presents.
I'm Bo Davidson with this Real America's Voice, Real Minute. What happens when imagination becomes reality? That is the theme of Angel Studios' new release, Sketch.
Amber, you're incredibly creative. Here's the thing. Life is all about balancing the good and the bad. If you don't carry the good with you too, then it's just going to make the bad stronger.
Balancing the good with the bad. It's something we all have to do. The star of Sketch, actor Tony Hale, known for his roles in Veep and Arrested Development, plays a father who realizes his daughter likes to draw, but young Amber draws some imaginative yet rather dark sketches.
You know, feelings aren't bad. When you get angry, sad, or scared, put it in here, where it can't hurt anyone.
Yeah, we describe it like Jurassic Park meets Inside Out. And just the simple story is not simple, but the story is my wife passes away, obviously my daughter's mother, and my daughter is dealing with grief. And she's drawing these just atrocious pictures. And Seth can explain a little bit of how that kind of idea came about, and then they come to life. And it's just really, it's a really fine line. What Seth does so beautifully is obviously the stakes could not be higher with loss, but just the way the comedy is woven throughout and how the tension is kind of balanced, and you take air out of the balloon in the little humorous ways. And it's just a really beautiful orchestration that he has done with it.
When Amber and her brother go into the woods, they drop her sketchbook in a pond, and it seems that some of those drawings come to life. The life lesson of this film is rather than running from pain, young Amber felt it and channeled it through her sketches. You can release your inner monsters in Sketch, packed with energy, mystery, and movie magic. It's age appropriate for teenagers and their families, and anyone who enjoys the thrill of a ride. Now, the best way to enjoy this movie is to join the Angel Guild, which is comprised of over 1 million members who get to review and vote on the content that Angel releases. So it's a great way to have influence on the quality of film and TV that gets created. Head on over to angel.com/RAV to join the Guild today.
Through every storm, every moment of uncertainty,
everybody needs to pray for Charlie Kirk right now.
Rav has stood strong.
We're not going to tolerate this stuff anymore.
Turn that anger into motivation to save this nation.
When we move together, there is
America's Voice family.
Are you on Getter yet? No?
What are you waiting for?
It's free.
It's uncensored, and it's where all the biggest voices in conservative media are speaking out.
Download the Getter app right now. It's totally free. It's where I put up exclusively all of my content 24 hours a day. You want to know what Steve Bannon's thinking? Go to Getter.
That's right. You can follow all of your favorites. Steve Bannon, Charlie Kirk, Jack Posobiec.
And so many more.
Download the Getter app now.
Sign up for free and be part of the movement.
Gold's up 40% this year. You're asking yourself, hey, man, I didn't listen to Bannon and these guys years ago, and they started at the end of the dollar, and probably was $1,100. I missed it. Did you? I'm not going to tell you yes or no. You're going to learn yourself. Go to End of the Dollar Empire. Birchgold.com, promo code Bannon. We're here to teach you, to give you information. Start to learn it. Make your own decisions. Also, text Bannon, B-A-N-N-O-N, 989898, the ultimate guide for investing in gold and precious metals in the age of Trump. Just check it out today. We're not here to sell you fish. We're here to teach you how to fish. Go in the chats. People, I think, have been pretty excited what's happened the last couple of years as they've learned this themselves. The pattern recognition, it ain't the price of gold. It's the process that drives the value of gold, and gold as a hedge against fiat currencies. You learn that, you're going to be in a different position, a different place financially, trust me. And you'll understand better the weird finances of the United States government and all the lies and misrepresentations you're told every day. Mark Krikorian. So you said they came from other countries. Okay, I've asked Kurt Mills to stay around. Tej is going to join me. We have an amphibious, and as Captain Fennell corrects me, says Bannon, a sailor, It's Amphibious Ready Group. Okay, we have an ARG, an Amphibious Ready Group, with 4,000 fleet Marines and sailors off the coast of Venezuela. And today there's a great analysis, actually, kind of where the ships are. This is a big, big, big armada. And Marco's got his war, right? So how do we send 600,000 folks back to a war? And I'm all for, hey, let's round them up and show them the door and get them out of here. But how do you do that in the middle of a shooting war, sir?
Well, there's a couple things. First, don't get in the shooting war, but I'll leave that to Kurt to talk about. But the other thing is, a lot of these people came from, like I said, from Colombia, from Peru and Ecuador. And so they can go there. And as far as deporting people, I don't mean self-deporting, because a lot of people could self-deport that way. I mean people we take into custody and throw out. The administration now has agreements with a variety of other countries to deport third country nationals there. I'm pretty sure they have one. They've already finished it with Honduras, and they have it with other countries. So some of these people, especially if they're not criminals, the local government will say, well, if they're criminals, maybe we don't want them, or you're going to have to pay us more. But if they're just regular working stiffs, sure, we'll take them. So we can deport them, or they can deport themselves to a variety of places, including Venezuela. But if not, there's a lot of other places in Latin America that we can send people, or that they can go on their own.
Overall, because we haven't had you on in a while, given everything else President Trump's got going, how do you feel right now? And by the way, the whole thing about Antifa and what's happening in Portland, a lot of in Chicago, in Los Angeles, is all about the beginning of the process of mass deportations, right? Now, I understand we've had 2 million, according to Rosemary Jenks, 2 million, we have 2 million illegal aliens or foreign nationals have left the country in the first 250 days of President Trump's second term. But where does CIS, where do you guys think we stand? And given the severity of this, given the reason that I think most people would say this is why President Trump won the 2024 election, where do you think we stand 9 months into this?
I think we're doing pretty well. Look, there's stuff that I wish, extra things that I wish the administration would do, but we are doing pretty well. I mean, that was our research that showed that the total immigrant population has dropped by 2.2 million from January through July. We estimate 1.6 million of them were illegals. And of course, it's October now, so the number's even larger. And we actually have a report coming out next week looking at that number from other angles, and it looks like it's real. A lot of people poo-pooed it and said, no, this is just surveys. What do they know? But it's a real number. The number of immigrants in general and illegals in particular is going down. And that's not hard to believe because there's always churn. Even under Biden, some illegals left. The point is, fewer are coming in because the border's shut down. There's still people coming in on visas and not leaving, but the number of new illegals is lower and more people are leaving, obviously. And so this is a real thing. The administration's got to keep it up because it can't just be talk and rhetoric and scare people and then not back it up. But they are backing it up. I would like to see more worksite enforcement and less talk of just criminals because, yes, obviously we want criminals out. That's, you don't get an award for that. Yeah. But regular illegal immigrants who aren't criminal, aren't, non-immigration criminals, just ordinary working people, they need to go too. And I'd like the president to talk a little bit more about that. So I'll give him an A-, but it's definitely an A-. I mean, we are moving clearly in the right direction. And now the administration is taking steps to rein in this H-1B issue, which I'm sure you've talked about before. This is the supposedly legal immigration of tech workers, which is a total scam. So, I'm feeling pretty good about it 8 months in.
Krikorian, if you're feeling pretty good, directionally, we're getting there. Where do you go? CIS is magnificent. Give us your social media, brother. You coming in a little hot, which is why I want people to follow you. Where do you go?
For the non-hot, go to our website, CIS.org. If you like the snark and sarcasm, I'm on Twitter at Mark S, as in Stephen, Mark S. Krikorian.
We don't like it. We love it. Thank you, sir. Thanks for taking Saturday to join us. Appreciate you.
Thank you.
Kurt Mills. So, Kurt, we're talking about hemispheric defense. We're going to talk a lot tomorrow on our show about the 250, about a pivot back here to more of the Monroe Doctrine from the Arctic, Panama Canal. But Latin America's sitting out there, and somehow we got to help get things right. You got Lula, an avid Marxist, running Brazil, and he's put Bolsonaro in prison for 27 years where they're going to kill him, no doubt. He's leading the BRICS nations. Gold's on a roll, and the central banks are buying gold at record rates because they're trying to use gold in these bilateral deals to get it. The de-dollarization effort is led by Lula. I know you libertarians like yourself, all the Koch guys and libertarians, rubbing up on Milei. He's the greatest. Didn't hear that here in the war room, but now, however you got to save him, you got to save him. Scott Bessent, who's not into bailouts, is giving him a $20 billion bailout, right? And on top of that, little Marco, our Secretary of State, we try to shift away from being a neocon. I thought we were there. He's got an amphibious ready group off the coast of Venezuela, and they're up on Capitol Hill pitching. And this is the first time that the Trump administration, I think, has ever acknowledged structural issues, are customs and traditions. So they're trying to get ahead of the War Powers Act by saying, no, you've misinterpreted. These are non-state actors. These are drug dealers. And we're going to do a lot more than just taking out these speedboats. The plan has, I think, been leaked that they intend to, or at least a plan is to intend to take over the ports and transportation nodes in an actual invasion. Your thoughts, sir?
Well, the Secretary doesn't appear to be able to give up the old religion. As you are well aware, in the first term, the now Secretary of State was the key interlocutor with the administration, selling the new President Trump back in 17, 18, 19 on some of the most harebrained schemes for Latin America. Members of Trump's first team, namely Mr. Bolton and Mr. Pompeo, were very zealous on this. There was a bit of an abortive effort to do that. Everyone remembers the Juan Guaido episode. And so there was a lot of hope that this was kind of behind us. There are elements, even members of President Trump's club, this Harry Sargent character, as well as Rick Grenell, who wanted to be Secretary of State by most reporting, who wanted to do a deal, basically, with Maduro. Maduro is sort of, Tin Pot dictator in South America, but not necessarily a major threat to U.S. national security. And I think the risks of going in versus keeping our powder dry are pretty clear. Latin America has a lot of problems. South America has a lot of problems. But what it doesn't have historically, and Venezuela is the one exception vis-a-vis Colombia, what it doesn't have is these massive refugee crises that we saw in the Syrian case and the Libyan case. And so I think the way to think about Maduro is as maybe a Latino Gaddafi. And what do we learn from the Gaddafi case? What do we learn by not listening to Gaddafi himself? If you break it, you buy it, and you will see tons of people flowing over. So I think it is curious, and I think he deserves due deference as a sort of expert on this. But you're hearing that people like Stephen Miller allied with Marco Rubio for this regime change plan. I think it could be completely counterproductive. And then if we're going to talk about fentanyl, the reality here, and I think there's concerning Iraq war parallels, the reality here is some of these guys are just cooking this up. Fentanyl is not what Venezuela is in the business of. Is there fentanyl in Venezuela? Probably above zero. But Mexico is the fentanyl ground zero, not Venezuela.
The CCP and the Mexican cartels are the fentanyl. Come on. Real quickly, I just want to hold you to a quick break. But if you believe in America first and we got in hemispheric defense, the question I want you to answer when we get back, Latin America is a festering sore. You've got a massive problem in Argentina, and if you don't somehow intervene, it's going to spin out of control. You've got a huge problem in Brazil, and you do have a problem down in Venezuela. So if you do want to argue hemispheric defense and come home and we'll have expeditionary power to do total obliteration on the Eurasian landmass, if we so at times in places of our choosing, how do you do this? The argument of Marco and I think Stephen Miller is that we got to set things right here in the Western Hemisphere. I'm going to ask Kurt Mills that on the other side. Tage Gill's going to join us. Sponsored by Birch Gold. Text Bannon, B-A-N-N-O-N, at 989898. Get the ultimate guide. Do it today. It's a Saturday. Watch football with one eye and read this with the other. Check it out. Get to Philip Patrick and the team to talk about why you should consider putting physical gold into your portfolio. Short commercial break.
Welcome to Real America's Voice, Real Minute. Your quick look at the powerful stories of faith and freedom, inspiring audiences across the nation. Angel Studios presents
A Kennedy Curse. That is the theme of Angel Studios' newest documentary, RFK Legacy. It comes from acclaimed filmmaker Oliver Stone, director of the hit movie JFK, and his son Sean Stone, in a profile of the Kennedy legacy that you've never seen before.
I want to ask you about your father's assassination.
Anybody who reads that report will understand that Sirhan could not have killed my father.
It's a dirty story.
It explores the Kennedy legacy as told through the eyes of Bobby Kennedy Jr., who reflects upon his life and memories, his time on Cape Cod, his uncle's assassination, his own father's assassination, and his early interest in nature and the environment.
This time you have a drug addiction. How does that play out?
I wanted to be working with nature.
He was appalled at what he saw. This is how he became the leading environmental lawyer in the United States.
There's no right to pollute. The polluter pays. My views are constantly misrepresented.
This compelling documentary profiles our current Secretary of Health and Human Services and dives deep into why Bobby Kennedy is who he is, why he cares so much about health in this country, and how his family legacy continues even after family members pass on far too soon.
I don't know if there's a curse. We do what we're supposed to do. The outcome's in God's hands.
To see RFK Legacy, go to angel.com/Rav, join the Angel Guild, and watch today.
Hi, my name is Tracy L. from Arizona. I don't stink around in the kitchen when it comes to the news. I watch Real America's Voice, which always serves accurate and reliable updates that are on point with their amazing hosts. So don't find yourself in a pickle by tuning into the fake news. Stick with Real America's Voice.
Hi, Pat, from Muskegon, Michigan. Why do you love Rav?
Because we've become family. All those Rav live chatters and me.
Hello, all you Ravagers. I'm Billy Howell, your old buddy Carefree Largo from the chat, and I'm thrilled to be part of the Rav family. When I want to be heard, I use my Real America's Voice.
Hello, this is Kurt. Why do I love Rav? You ever talk to the host? You can do that on Rav and the Rav family.
Here's your host, Stephen K. Bannon.
Patriot Mobile, Glenn Sturry and the team, historic of what they've helped us accomplish in Texas, including the 5 seats we picked up of 21. That's the number. The top number is 21, 5 in Texas. Got 16 more to go. We're pounding on that starting Monday. We've done the preamble with DeGrasse. Of course, that's the gross number. We don't want to net out 5 in California, so we're going to be all over the California situation. As Newsom has banked his political career on winning this referendum and stealing 5 seats from us in gerrymandering. 972-PATRIOT. Call right now. Get a U.S. citizen that will answer all your questions of why it's the best mobile service out there. 972-PATRIOT. Do it today. Tell them Steve Bannon sent you, and you get a free month in transition. Kurt Mills. The question of South America and about if we're going to have a hemispheric defense and enforce the Monroe Doctrine 2.0, you need to sort out the mess down there. But is that just is this just a new breeding ground for neocon 3.0, sir?
Oh, it certainly could be. I mean, I think there's some positive tailwinds and some terrible headwinds. So I think the optimistic news is that the rumored national security strategy coming out of the Pentagon will emphasize hemispheric defense, as you indicated. And I think there's a way to do that that's very grounded in American history. The Monroe Doctrine is not some 20th century invention, not some 21st neocon stuff. The fifth president of the United States enacted it, and it has worked very well for the U.S. to be the dominant and unquestioned power in the Americas. And it's not necessarily something, surely not something that I would seek to overturn. The danger, though, and we just talked about Russia-Ukraine earlier this morning, the danger is of creating another Ukraine in the U.S.'s backyard. President Putin made a mistake in his special military operation. It backfired. It didn't work. He's recovering, and the Russians have moderated their goals. But imagine an outright invasion of one of our neighbors that becomes a breeding ground for all of our enemies to A, encourage massive refugee flows, and B, just muck it up. I think we saw elements of this in June with the Iran crisis. These reports are very, very sort of loosely sourced, but there was indications that the Chinese were planning to do some stuff if the war had dragged on, if it had become a regime change war. I'm not at all convinced anymore that Xi Jinping is necessarily going to invade Taiwan, but if he sees his opportunity, it's like anything in life, like with any gambler. If he sees the U.S. mired in a war in Ukraine and then opening up a new front in Venezuela, I think you could see all kinds of intervention. And there's all kinds of Russian, Chinese, and even, Iranian and Lebanese money coming in there. And it could be a real risk for us. There's a way to do this: be moderate, be pragmatic, slowly move the Maduro people towards a more reasonable accommodation with the United States and avoid bloodshed.
Let's pivot back. I just want to get you on Israel before you punch. I got a lot to say about the new national defense policies coming out. I think it's way too weak on the CCP and Taiwan and all that, but Bridge Colby and the guys are working on it. I'll have you back on. Maybe we'll get you on tomorrow during our naval thing and talk about the geopolitics and the strategy. But back to Netanyahu. People don't remember. Most people don't know or have never learned or forgotten that Churchill, for all the things he's lionized in the West and the greatest, of course, I understand Tucker and guys have a different perspective, but let's say he's one of the great leaders of the West in the 20th century of Christendom. For all the years in the wilderness and coming and warning about the Nazis and actually keeping FDR focused and being one of the key architects of victory, no doubt about that. The Germans surrendered on the 8th of May, 1945. I believe it was mid-July of 1945, just about 60 days later, they called an election, and Winston Churchill was turfed out before the surrender of Japan, of which obviously the British Empire was a major part of that. Is Netanyahu in the same situation? Is this and his calculations all about his political viability? Are they thinking right now in Jerusalem and thinking through? Are they gaming out how he can continue to hold power or end up being like Churchill?
Yeah, I remember there was a cover piece a year or two ago in the Claremont Review of Books, my friends over there, that it was by Andrew Roberts, the great sort of Churchill stenographer, who called Netanyahu the Churchill of the Middle East. He meant it as a compliment. I think it's more of an accurate statement of fact, which is that Netanyahu, while the towering figure of a quarter century of Israeli politics, is also an invincibly precarious one. And if there is no war, there could be no power for Netanyahu. We don't know. His position is certainly stronger, and he was definitely underrated after the October 7th attacks. But an election is really dicey. And you mentioned the Churchill situation. He lost to a rival, and not quite as towering, but still a significant figure in British politics, Clement Attlee, who had been the leader of the opposition before the war, had been leader of the Labour Party, into the 30s. Naftali Bennett, Netanyahu's protege turned rival, has already been prime minister, and he could easily sell himself as a safer, conservative pair of hands that will just turn down the temperature a little bit for a couple of years in Israel. I'm sure the White House and Trump will have problems with Netanyahu, and I think Americans will have problems with Bennett, and I think there's reason to be concerned about Bennett. I have no love lost for him, but this is a far more stable figure. Netanyahu at this point needs the instability. He needs the crisis. It's almost a sort of gormless desire for chaos. Chaos is how he stays in the mix.
Yeah. Kurt, where do people get you? Social media, and where do they get you over the American Conservative?
Yeah, it's www.theamericanconservative.com. 2002, founded by Pat Buchanan, Scott McConnell, and Taki against the Iraq War. And my own stuff is at Kurt Mills, at CurtMills on X and, the internet. So
I think I'm pretty safe in saying the Israel First crowd, you're their number one. They hate you probably more than anybody, right? I mean, they talk about Tucker and Anderson, but you're kind of the brains of the operation on the opposition. So the smart guys hate you more than even Tucker. Am I right in saying that?
Oh, I think it's a friendly disagreement.
Kurt Mills, thank you for joining us, sir. Appreciate you. So Tej Gill, President Trump's team went up to Capitol Hill to kind of get a workaround on the War Powers Act, which, by the way, I think the War Powers Act is totally unconstitutional. We got to try to push that to make sure we can get some, just like the electoral count of 1887, which is I think a great document, and we played by the rules in the election in 2020 was illegal, but I also think that has certain unconstitutional provisions, and particularly what they've done to it recently. And he said they said we're not going to war with Venezuela. We're not going to war with Mexico. We're not going to war in Central America. We're going to war against and they said we're actually at war with non-state actors, these cartels. And of course, President Trump has declared Antifa a terrorist organization, and now you got the U.S. Army. I don't know, talking about the 82nd Airborne or others actually be deployed to Portland. Asymmetric warfare. How dangerous is this situation in Venezuela, and how quickly do you think it can be sorted out if we go asymmetric, actual kinetic war against these drug cartels, sir?
It can get very dangerous, but we'll see. We took down Pablo Escobar, and there was not a lot of repercussions for that. Everybody said if we bombed Iran, there's going to be World War III. That didn't happen. So I think the threat is on the table. It needs to be realized, and we need to plan for it, because there's cartels and especially in the states where there's legalized marijuana, there's heavy cartel activity. So they have cartel members in the U.S. and it's kind of like having a Al Qaeda sleeper cell. So if we start attacking the cartels in Venezuela and Mexico, some people say that they're going to start launching terrorist attacks in the U.S. But that's worst case scenario. We'll see. It might happen, it might not, but I think the safest way to do it is using Army Special Forces. They go in and they work with the locals and attack the cartels that way. And then the more aggressive way to do it is going to be the way we did asymmetrical warfare in the global war on terrorism, where we're launching direct action missions against these cartels, their supply lines, their training camps, and their personnel. And that's going to be flying in the middle of it'll be treated as, I think it would be treated as cross-border missions. I doubt we're going to go in and actually set up like forward operating bases in Venezuela or Mexico where the cartels are. It'll be like cross-border raids where we go in the middle of the night, hit a target, and then leave by sunrise.
But it has been leaked that there is a plan. I'm not saying they're executing it, but it's a plan that they're considering to see. I mean, this is now 3 or 4 publications have it, where they're thinking of going in and seizing key ports in Venezuela and maybe even transportation nodes. Rail lines, rail crossings, etc. What would that would be a major escalation, right? Even if you're going against non-state actors, you're actually physically there with troops and material actually on the ground that then have to be defended. Correct?
Yeah, correct. Then that's a whole different story. If we're seizing ports and strategic targets, that's different from striking the cartel personnel supply lines that I was talking about. So, I mean, that's basically like a small scale invasion in places. And like you said, once we take those targets, we have to hold them and defend them. So that's a whole different ball of wax. I mean, as you know, it's possible. We invade countries all the time, everywhere, all around the world. So we've got the strongest military in the world and the most technological. So it's definitely possible. And I think we can do it without sustaining minimal casualties, just because we have the technology. And then, you know, we're going to get air dominance overnight over there if we do that. That's the whole thing.
Tej,
if we control the air, we
Tej,
control
you're
the
going to join us tomorrow. I think we'll control the air instantaneously, right? Not just drones, but combat air patrol. Tej, you're going to join us tomorrow for our naval special. Being you're a former naval personnel, as we refer to as Churchill. Talk to me about. I need a cup of coffee, particularly after the show this morning. I've finished a pot of Warpath Dark Roast. I need to brew another. Tell me where to go to get everything about Warpath coffee.
Yeah, so the website is warpath.coffee. Use promo code War Room. We bumped it up to 20% this weekend for the War Room posse. So it's warpath.coffee, promo code War Room. And it's the best coffee out there. You can drink it straight black. We have super low acid content. It's not bitter. And you actually can enjoy the taste of the coffee. It's amazing. You don't have to load it up with milk and sugar. And like I said, we're doing 20% off this weekend. We got the dark roast. That's everybody's favorite. We created that for you, Steve. And then, you know, the breakfast blend, the summer blend. The summer blend is that's my go-to now. It's a medium roast, and we got K-cups, we've got espresso, and we've got a bunch of flavored coffees and decaf. So warpath.coffee, promo code War Room, and we're almost to 14,000 5-star reviews.
Hold it. You're drinking your summer blend. This is after you finish your hot yoga and before your Pilates.
That's right.
Tej Gill, you just killed me. Tej Gill. One more time, where do they go? 14,000 5-star reviews. Where do they go? Real quickly, where do they go?
Warpath.coffee, promo code War Room. Warpath.coffee, promo code War Room. If you haven't tried it, try it.
Summer blend. The champagne of coffee, folks. You'll love it. And any one of the blends. Thank you, brother. Appreciate you. See you tomorrow. The Navy SEAL Erik Prince will also join us. We got a all-star cast tomorrow. Extraordinary. Put this together. Everybody wanted to participate in it. President Trump with the United States Navy in a live fire exercise off the Virginia Capes. The Virginia Cape, I guess, is the proper term. Short break. Back in a moment.
Through every storm, every moment of uncertainty,
everybody needs to pray for Charlie Kirk right now.
Rav has stood strong.
We're not going to tolerate this stuff anymore.
Turn that anger into motivation to save this nation.
When we move together, there is power.
The cries of this widow will echo like a battle cry.
This is more than news. It's a movement.
This revolution of people taking their countries back.
A turning point. A chance to be part of something greater than yourself. Scan the QR code and stand with Rav. The story isn't over, and neither is your part in it. Step in. Be counted. Be heard. Together, we are Rav.
We will achieve American greatness. And we are just getting started.
Now is the moment to put your brand in front of an engaged, loyal audience through Real America's Voice. When you advertise on Real America's Voice, you're not just running an ad, you're partnering with trusted voices like Steve Bannon, Charlie Kirk, and other influential hosts. Backed by millions of monthly listeners.
What's happening? Because of a Real Voice, man. I watch it all the time.
Real America's Voice rocks.
Real America's Voice gives sponsors the chance to put their product front and center, displayed on screen and highlighted by our anchors during exclusive segments and live events.
Head to freetrumpknife.com.
This means your brand becomes part of the conversation as it happens.
Secure your spot before it's too late.
Join us today and make your brand part of the news conversation that America's viewers trust. Real America's Voice, where your message is seen, heard, and remembered.
My name is Sandy Zeiss. Rav is the greatest for me because I live alone, and when I'm watching in the morning, have my coffee, I feel like I'm talking with family.
I'm Lou, Mega Pilot from Rav's Gator Shack here in beautiful Trump County, Florida. The best place for real news is Real America's Voice.
It's Stacy from Texas. I watch Real America's Voice because I need to learn, and I know I can get the truth through Rav. God bless everyone, and always love the children. Amen.
This Sunday at 10 a.m. Eastern, history sets sail.
I'm going to have all folks from the Navy, national security experts. You do not want to miss this.
President Donald J. Trump arrives in Norfolk, Virginia, aboard a mighty U.S. aircraft carrier.
Fight, 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 win, win, win.
As America celebrates 250 years of Navy power, brace yourself for missile launches, roaring jets, thunderous firepower, and the full force of America's sea strength on display. Hosted by Steve Bannon, with live reporting from Jack Posobiec and Steve Gruber. Real America's Voice brings you this front row seat to freedom in motion. It's not just coverage, it's a celebration of America's might. RAV presents America 250, Sea Power and Freedom. Coverage begins this Sunday, 10 a.m. Eastern. See you there.
We've got, it may be if we can pull it off, and we have to pull it off, obviously, but with what the activity is going to be and the people we brought together, it may be, one of the best we've ever done. I'm really proud of everybody on the team pulling this together. So starting tomorrow, 10 a.m. Eastern Daylight Time until conclusion, probably 5 p.m. But President Trump, although they're going to negotiate in the Red Sea resort in Egypt tomorrow with Ron Dermer, Ambassador Dermer, representing Netanyahu in the Israel, and Steve Witkoff, and I think representatives of Qatar, some of the Gulf Emirates, and the Hamas are going to get there trying to hammer a deal. But President Trump has said 6 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time, either in or out. If you're not in, then guns up. All hell's going to break loose. So we'll see. We're going to track it overnight, and then tomorrow. Make sure you get me on Getter. Mike Lindell, brother. This has been an intellectual heavy lift for everybody on the production side of the war room and the audience. What we're looking for now is just practicality of a deal. What do you got for us? What can get the war room's attention on a Saturday morning that's been packed with news and analysis?
Absolutely, Steve, and I'm looking forward to your event tomorrow. My stepdad was in the Navy, and we've been going to his Navy reunions for years, so I'm really looking forward to it. But what we're going to do, our specials we have the 3-in-1 special, but I'm going to add to it as we speak. I'm going to make it free shipping on your entire order, no matter what you order. You don't have to hit a certain amount. So you're going to get the towels. The towels, remember, they came back in stock. The War Room Pasta, you guys have responded, that $39.98. We're going to have a gap, so get those this weekend. Get it with that free shipping, $39.98 a 6-pack. The premium My Pillows that we had to substitute because we ran out of these commemorative ones we made there. Was a special order on the 1798 Queens, 1998 Kings. You're going to get the Queens. You get the premium My Pillows for the same price, $19.98 plus that free shipping. And then you have the Percale bed sheets. Once they're gone, they're gone. It's a closeout special for the War Room policy, free shipping on them. So you're getting the wholesale prices and free shipping with that promo code War Room, which is the only promo code in the country that's getting that right now. So take advantage. Those big ticket items are made in the USA. Beds and mattress toppers, all this stuff made in the USA, like my crosses, 100% made in the USA. And our freedoms because of the Navy and everyone else that for fighting for our freedoms for the entrepreneurs in this country. Also, you can go to, I'm going to add to it, go to mystore.com, use that promo code War Room. And I'm going to do this the first time ever, free shipping on those entire orders that you use a promo code War Room. There's over 1,000 entrepreneurs there and 100% made in the USA specials. So you guys go there, do all your shopping today and tomorrow using that free shipping at both websites. We'll go to mypillow.com/War Room. My operators are standing by. They're looking forward to this 800-873-1062. And you're going to get someone right here in the USA taking your order. What a concept.
Mike, thank you so much. Hopefully we'll see you tomorrow on our 7-hour special around the United States Navy, the 250th commemoration of its birth. Thank you, sir. Yes. Appreciate you.
Yep. Thanks, Steve.
MyPillow.com, promo code War, most powerful promo code in the business because Mike gives you great deals and you guys get all over them. Okay, tomorrow it's going to be the Norfolk Naval Base, or the Naval Base in Norfolk, Virginia. That is the place I was born, right outside the gate in Ocean View, Virginia, right near the gate in Ocean View, Virginia. President Trump's going to be there. Also, there'll be operations, I think, coming out of the Amphib base at Little Creek and Oceana Naval Air Station. So tomorrow off the Virginia Cape, it's going to be a massive naval exercise. The President of the United States, the Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces will be there. Our own Jack Posobiec will be with him. And, of course, Steve Gruber is actually going to be on one of the combatants. We're going to have a ringside seat to the entire thing. You heard Ambassador Monica Crowley. In doing this, we're going to put in context of where we are geopolitically, where we are in the early phase of the kinetic part of World War III. So we're going to have some of the top experts in the world talking about our naval forces, the geopolitics of it, hemispheric defense, all of it. So we're going to have, it's going to be something that we've pulled together and very proud of. You do not want to miss it. So we're very, very, very excited. I want to thank our sponsors, particularly Birch Gold. Look, gold's run up 40%. The question you got is, hey, did I miss it? I'm not going to tell you that. You know that. You're going to have to learn that yourself. This is the Socratic method. This is why there's a method to our madness here. Jump into it. Learn the information. Once you learn that, you're going to separate yourself out from folks because you're going to have important, lasting knowledge. Okay? Why has everybody talked about gold? Why are these gold bucks? Understand it. Remember, Philip Patrick, Steve Bannon, Ray Dalio, none of us started as strong advocates of gold. We thought it was an ancient relic back in the 80s, the boom in investment banking. Birchgold.com, promo code Bannon, into the dollar empire, but you also get access to Philip Patrick and the team. I want to thank one of our other great sponsors, Home Title Lock. Every dream you've ever had is in that home, if you're lucky enough to own one. And also about, 90% of your net worth. Make sure that dream does not turn to a nightmare. HomeTitleLock.com, promo code Steve. Just go check it out. Get the information. Talk to Natalie Dominguez and her team. They're the best. And I think you will see the way to avoid massive headaches and somebody getting their hands on 90% of your net worth is to sign up with Home Title Lock. But we'll leave that up to you. Go check it out today. We'll leave you with Anchor's Way. I think Navy's football team is 4-0. Mo, what is going on there? Navy's 4-0. And we're having a special tomorrow. So be back here at 10 a.m., just like you do 6 days a week in the War Room. We're going to do it tomorrow. We're going to stick around till 5. Jack Posobiec's going to be with the President of the United States. Steve Gruber's going to be out with the fleet. We're going to have a spectacular event. And we will see you tomorrow, 10 a.m., right back here at Real America's Voice, when you will be in the War Room.
Through every storm, every moment of uncertainty,
everybody needs to pray for Charlie Kirk right now.
Rav has stood strong.
We're not going to tolerate this stuff anymore.
Turn that anger into motivation to save this nation.
When we move together, there is power.
The cries of this widow will echo like a battle cry.
This is more than news. It's a movement.
This revolution of people taking their countries back.
A turning point. A chance to be part of something greater than yourself. Scan the QR code and stand with Rav. The story isn't over, and neither is your part in it. Step in. Be counted. Be heard. Together, we are Rav.
We will achieve American greatness. And we are just getting started.
Now is the moment to put your brand in front of an engaged, loyal audience through Real America's Voice. When you advertise on Real America's Voice, you're not just running an ad, you're partnering with trusted voices like Steve Bannon, Charlie Kirk, and other influential hosts. Backed by millions of monthly listeners.
What's happening? Because of a Real Voice, man. I watch it all the time.
Real America's Voice rocks.
Real America's Voice gives sponsors the chance to put their product front and center, displayed on screen and highlighted by our anchors during exclusive segments and live events.
Head to freetrumpknife.com.
This means your brand becomes part of the conversation as it happens.
Secure your spot before it's too late.
Join us today and make your brand part of the news conversation that America's viewers trust. Real America's Voice, where your message is seen, heard, and remembered.
Hey, let's look at each other and talk for a minute.
Oh, stop. You're not supposed to. You're looking at the camera because
I don't know.
Your audience.
Listen, I get these emails.
Yeah, I know. Speaking of audience, Hammer Chuck, thank you so much. This is so cool. Look at this.
That is
this
so
the
cool, Hammer. Thank you, brother.
The Wildflower Fleur de Champ. In Flower of Champions. Isn't that the coolest thing? He sent it to me. He actually said, you know, I just have a little something I want to send you.
Did he send it to you or send it to us?
Well, to us.
Well, then why did you say me?
Because I opened the box. All right, but look at that. Isn't that cool? Thank you, Hammer Chuck. You didn't have to do that, but that is very cool. And we have so many great horse things now that we can add it to. All right, breaking news. Deep State DOJ and FBI officials are resigning en masse over James Comey. My question is, why the hell didn't that happen before?
Why didn't they get fired?
From day one. You know these people are not going to do what MAGA wanted. These people, I'm telling you, this guy, Jeffrey Nestler, okay, he was one of the people who took down the Oath Keepers, okay? Okay, so he resigned, so does his assistant. If Kamala had gotten in, this guy would have probably, at this point, and we're going to talk about this with Ivan Raiklin later on, probably arrested another 1,500 people on Jan 6 because they have to keep that scenario going.
Well, and Kelly Meggs said that they were looking at stacking extra years on his sentence.
Yeah, I mean, I want to know where the rule of law is.
Yeah.
You know, and judges, most of them in D.C. are foreign born. How is that allowed? Let alone members of Congress, but that's a whole nother story. But I digress. So, I mean, this is a good thing. It's about time. We're slowly but surely getting things done. But, man, is it just taking way too long. And they're finally admitting 274 agents were sent to the Capitol on January 6th. How many years ago do we have that?
You don't even want me to comment on this.
No, you don't.
It is
Okay.
Pathetic.
Being from Jersey, we have to focus on Jersey because this is a big race. And our buddy at Rav, Mike Crispy, is working his butt off with Jack Ciattarelli. But the Democrat challenger is basically a carpetbagger. She moved up to New Jersey from Virginia. Democrat Mikey Sherrill, it's a woman, but she says Mikey.
Mikey.
Okay.
Hey, Mikey.
Mikey. He hates everything. She hates everything.
He eats everything.
Okay, so here's the thing. She is on The Breakfast Club because it's been revealed that Mikey Sherrill has made $7 million. Well, can she remember it?
So when Newsmax claims that you made $7 million from stock trades, what are they talking about?
Newsmax is, first of all, a very questionable organization that is paying multiple fines. I'm not sure what they're talking about.
Well, did you make $7 million in stock trades at all? Or?
I haven't. I don't believe I did, but I'd have to go see what that was alluding to. Again, what kind of came from.
Jack, the number 4 NJ. At Jack, the number 4
Did
NJ.
you like how she non-answered that?
Yeah, how do you lose? How do you not know you made $7 million? Hello, it's not like $2.50 I was throwing in and finding in the couch.
Newsmax is a Newsmax is a questionable organization.
Right. Okay, sure. Right.
They're right now dealing with a lot of fines.
Yeah. We never told this story on the air, but we should say this. We were up in New Jersey last time around when Jack was running. And, there's a million pizzerias in New Jersey. We happened to pick one that was very good. And it was in the middle of COVID. The guys were like, you want to wear a mask? Fine. If you don't, we take cash. It was basically open. You could
bizarre
tell.
Kind of place.
Yeah, you could tell the owners were definitely MAGA. So we're in there, and I said to the owner, and there's this very pretty woman picking up pizza next to us to go. And I said to the owner, I said, in my opinion, Jack Ciattarelli won, because Bergen County, northern New Jersey, suddenly found 30,000 votes at the last minute. So I said, in my opinion, Jack Ciattarelli won. And she looked at us and she goes, thank you. I think my husband won too. And we're like, whoa. I mean, out of 80 million pizzerias in New Jersey, we happen to find the one that Mrs. Ciattarelli was at. And hopefully
the other part of that story is that 3 hours later, I finally get Donna to get in the car because Donna and Mrs. Ciattarelli are in the parking lot doing this for the better part of 3 hours. And I'm sitting there going,
And we said many words, as Jersey Italian sisters there from another we said many words that George Carlin would have said should not have been said. So that was another story. So let's go from, to Georgia. Our senator here in Georgia, Jon Ossoff, which also is another stolen seat, in my opinion, now running for re-election there, said he knowingly lied about Joe Biden's cognitive decline, but beating President Trump was more important to him.
Okay.
This is who we're dealing with here in Georgia. Now let's go up to New York. Well, we know what's going on with New York. Forget it. This though, is some good news. New York's first wind farm, which opened 25 years ago, they pollute. They've outlived their usefulness, and they're finally getting destroyed.
The bigger they are, the harder they fall. Yeah.
And I might add, if Jack Ciattarelli gets in New Jersey, that's not going to happen in New Jersey either. They're putting these things off the coast of New Jersey now, and they're wondering why the whales are getting all screwed up and being killed off, quite honestly.
Do you remember when we were flying? I think it was out to California one year, and we're flying, and I don't know how high we are, 38,000 feet, whatever it was, 33. You could see the damn things from up there.
I know. It's ridiculous, and they don't do a damn bit of good. The other thing is if you have a hailstorm with solar panels, that's another goodie. Anyhow, I want to talk about Mike Davis. I love him, Article 3 Project, talking about how great it is that Antifa has been designated a national terrorist organization, but we need to do it as a foreign terrorist organization as well. So again, all the money trails can be followed, especially George Soros, and we'll get into that obviously in the weeks ahead. But the tip of the iceberg is finally, I think, showing, and maybe even more of that iceberg underneath.
Is this Italian that you're speaking?
Italian, yes, it is. All right. People still, it's just the Charlie Kirk story, the assassination. It's just so tragic, so tragic. In the wake of his tragic death, though, one thing we can say is the Charlie Kirk effect is continuing.
I think I'm at a point in life where I can officially say that I'm conservative. And it's crazy because out of all my years of life or years of voting, I've never really labeled myself to any party. But, growing up, especially black, all you do is just vote blue, vote Democratic, but you don't even really know why. You just do it because your folks tell you to. And everybody in your family do the same thing. And if you ever think to look at the other side, they kind of look at you crazy. But the older I've gotten, I'm like, bro, my beliefs, my morals, it all aligns with being conservative. And even when you deep dive into the Bible of how you should live, it aligns more with the conservative side. It definitely don't align with the liberal side. If anything, they really be mocking the Bible for real. So it's a crazy reality for me because I don't think I've ever really said I'm conservative, I'm Republican. I don't know, but I really do feel at 28 I can officially admit that I'm conservative, you know what I mean? Or I'm part of the right, I guess. I don't know, but I'm definitely not part of the left. The older I've gotten and what I've seen, what they push in their agendas, and they literally just mock the Bible. They literally just, everything that the Bible say not to do, they do it. And I don't know, it's crazy.
Yeah, welcome.
It's awesome.
Welcome to MAGA, brother.
It's crazy.
Welcome to MAGA.
And it's awesome. And I think so many people are starting to pick up the slack. All you see everywhere is I am Charlie. I am Charlie. There's a little kid named Charlie Brown, actually, believe it or not. He's 13 years old. He's got some great stuff on social media, and he's a cute kid. We can just hope that this continues. That's really what we can, any of us can hope. We are Charlie. The Charlie effect rolls on, folks. Things happen for a reason. It's God's plan, and damn it, it's in some cases, in this case, a beautiful thing. We'll be back right after this.
Confidence that a good pickup man brings to an event. Nobody will ever give him credit for it. Thousands and thousands of miles driven, hundreds and hundreds of hours of being a good steward, and a horseman will never be recognized. But that one instant when he might have saved your son, your brother, your friend by being in the right place at the right time.
Through every storm, every moment of uncertainty,
everybody needs to pray for Charlie Kirk right now.
Rav has stood strong.
We're not going to tolerate this stuff anymore.
Turn that anger into motivation to save this nation.
When we move together, there is power.
The cries of this widow will echo like a battle cry.
This is more than news. It's a movement.
This revolution of people taking their countries back.
A turning point. A chance to be part of something greater than yourself. Scan the QR code and stand with Rav. The story isn't over, and neither is your part in it. Step in. Be counted. Be heard. Together, we are Rav.
We will achieve American greatness. And we are just getting started.
Now is the moment to put your brand in front of an engaged, loyal audience through Real America's Voice. When you advertise on Real America's Voice, you're not just running an ad, you're partnering with trusted voices like Steve Bannon, Charlie Kirk, and other influential hosts. Backed by millions of monthly listeners.
What's happening? Because of a Real Voice, man. I watch it all the time.
Real America's Voice rocks.
Real America's Voice gives sponsors the chance to put their product front and center, displayed on screen and highlighted by our anchors during exclusive segments and live events.
Head to freetrumpknife.com.
This means your brand becomes part of the conversation as it happens.
Secure your spot before it's too late.
Join us today and make your brand part of the news conversation that America's viewers trust. Real America's Voice, where your message is seen, heard, and remembered.
My name is Sandy Zeiss. Rav is the greatest for me because I live alone, and when I'm watching in the morning, have my coffee, I feel like I'm talking with family.
I'm Lou, Mega Pilot from Rav's Getter Chat here in beautiful Trump County, Florida. The best place for real news is Real America's Voice.
It's Stacy from Texas. I watch Real America's Voice because I need to learn, and I know I can get the truth through Rav. God bless everyone, and always love the children. Amen.
This is Jeff Carlisi, conservative rocker, lead guitarist, and founding member of the band 38 Special. And you're listening to my friends Donna and Don on Cowboy Logic. Let us never forget that police lives matter.
Baby, gotta love 38 Special and brother Jeff Carlisi, awesome. Conservative rocker. And I'm here to tell you, because I'm in this industry, there are a lot more MAGA conservative rockers and, quite frankly, hip-hop guys and rappers than you might think.
You know what's awesome is they are starting to come out of the woodwork. I think this is more like the Charlie effect. More and more people are saying, hey, it's not so bad to be pro-American. It's not so bad to be pro-freedom. You know, I mean, this is what's awesome. Speaking of...
Hey, listen. El Ronbo, can you bring your beautiful face in here and join us? El producer Ron Phillips.
This is made by El Ronbo right there.
And we've got some exciting news that Ron's going to tell you guys about, and that is that he has moved Rumika Designs into its own facility, which is very cool.
For going on 4 years, we were in our garage for a long time, and of course, my wife beating on me for the, not physically, but for 4 years to move this stuff out of my way. But yeah, we finally got us some retail space, manufacturing space that we moved into just this last week, as a matter of fact. So very cool. Cowboy Logic Laser has its own workspace now.
Yeah, Logic Laser.com.
And what can you do? What are some things, you know, they can obviously go to Cowboy Logic
Laser.com
and they can do they get discounts if they go there, Ron? Can they get anything at all?
1776 get you a 10% discount across the board using that promo code when you go shop there. CowboyLogicLaser.com is its own page on our website, so they can go there. They can get Cowboy Logic logoed items, and we can put that logo on just about anything. Don and Don have their tumblers there. We've got the Signature Series drumsticks that we use for all of the barn party drummers.
Glasses.
And I enjoy making those. I enjoy running those out.
Well, you're a drummer.
I am a drummer. Yeah.
Let me ask you: have you sat around and twirled the sticks and stuff?
Dude, I haven't done that in years. I don't know if I could. I wind up throwing them across the room. But
Well,
we're
producer
pretty happy about the
Ron, we
move.
love you, man. Romika Designs and Cowboy Logic.
Laser.com.
All right. Love you guys.
All right. We love you back in a straight way, Ron. Straight way, of course.
DEI, Democrat enforced idiocy. That's all I can say. And I got to tell you, it's really awesome that we have all this social media to correct the mainstream media. Because, again, like Warner Wolf, we can go to the videotape.
Let's
this is
do
great.
the
So,
videotape.
Joy Reid fired on Don Lemon's show. Fired.
Lemon. Say it again, Donna.
Lemon.
Donna, say his name.
Yes, Don Lemon, proving that she's not a rocket scientist, but J.D. Vance is the real DEI. So remember, she is saying that J.D. Vance is actually a DEI hire.
As smart as I know my ass is, Ketanji Brown is smarter. Smartest person I've ever met in my life. If you smart, I'm smart. That lady is smart on a level I've never seen before. And her 3 roommates were even smarter. These girls were so smart that we were shocked that we'd ever met anybody that intelligent. And Amy Coney Barrett, on the other hand, is a Supreme Court justice just like Ketanji, even though her qualifications are minuscule compared to Ketanji's. Maybe that's the affirmative action we've been getting. White people who are essentially mediocre in scale compared to a black person getting the spot because they wanted a conservative. Maybe the way that J.D. Vance got into Yale is because they were tired of just letting in white men from New York, from Choate, from all the elite schools, and they wanted an Appalachian white. That's how that man got into Yale, I promise you. Same thing with Ron DeSantis from a small town in Florida. They wanted to just get out of the New York, D.C. matrix, Massachusetts matrix, and let somebody into Harvard and Yale who came from a different place. He came from Florida. Baby, that's also affirmative action and DEI. So before y'all start going crazy about DEI just meaning they let black people in just on the basis of being black, think a little more critically and think about the fact that it's also disabled people, military veterans, people who come from Appalachia, white folks who come from Alaska and different places that they don't normally come from, indigenous people, Latinos, Asians. And the last thing I'll say about this, for all of y'all people on Fox that are going to clip this because y'all mad about affirmative action, because yes, I embrace affirmative action because I belonged at Harvard and I was smarter than all the legacies I went to school with, who only were there because they were rich and their parents had a name on one of the buildings and they didn't go to class and I did. So I'm just going to let y'all know that we see affirmative action as these schools searching for people they wouldn't have ordinarily found without deliberately looking for us. They would have just let the same mediocre white men from rich families in. But instead, they let me in. And because of that, you now have the ability to attack me, right-wingers. You have the ability to know who I am when I don't know who most of y'all are. But you know me because affirmative action brought me your way. Tell the Lord thank you. Be grateful for all that God has given you. God knows what God is doing. She a smart, smart lady.
Probably black.
And she definitely black.
Joy Reid, thank you.
What did we just... I don't even think Don Lemon believed half of the crap she was saying.
How...
She went to class. Hey, I can tell you, Obama never went to class. We know people who went to Harvard with Obama. He never went to class at Harvard.
Wait a minute. Wasn't that like really a racist segment?
Totally. Well, but she can't be racist. Don't you understand that? You know what I really love? When she
Is
used
that
to
her
have
real hair?
Well, that's what I was going to say. When she used to have the longer hair and it was like, orangey colored.
It was a wig.
Ben Bergquam actually asked her why she has Trump hair. I remember this. It was great. He's trolling her, following her around. And the next day she was bald.
Yeah, now she's got the shaft look going on.
It was great. It was great.
And Don...
Lemon. Whatever.
Lemon.
Yeah.
We got to play the stupid stuff.
Oh, it's ridiculous.
So that we definitely can get it out there to you guys, and that was right up there with King Stupid.
Yeah, it was peak stupid. Really is what it was. Okay, growing up, I was a tomboy. I played at the corner.
You still are.
Yeah, it's true. I am. Collinwood Road.
She's a Fox News babe, tomboy.
Collinwood Road.
She's a tomboy with awesome looking legs.
But okay, so In Maplewood, New Jersey, at the corner of Colonial Terrace and Collinwood Road, there is a chestnut tree. It was Mrs. Drawley's chestnut tree. That was her house at the time. That damn tree is still there. I can't tell you how many black eyes I got playing combat and holding tops of garbage cans, throwing those at each other. We survived somehow. You know what we need to do? We need to save the tomboys.
I don't know about you, Becky, but I probably would have done it.
I probably would have done it too. I would have taken the baits.
Tomboys used to be able to grow up without being told that they were in the wrong body, that there was something wrong with them.
Tomboys used to simply be tomboys. Nothing more, nothing less. It was perfectly acceptable to just be.
I had the chance.
I had the chance to grow up, to find myself, to become secure in my womanhood.
But that's not the case today.
Today, all across the world, little girls who are tomboys are being brainwashed to believe that if they are not girly girls, then they were born in the wrong body.
They're being told if they don't fit the mold, they must be trans.
This is wrong, and we are here to stop it.
These little girls need our help. They are not born in the wrong body. There is nothing wrong with them. They are perfect as they are.
To all the young tomboys out there,
we see you.
Don't let anyone tell you that you were born in the wrong body.
You are beautiful, you are loved, and you are a strong young woman.
Save the tomboys.
Save the tomboys.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I mean, how many times, if you look back on things, so many people would have transgendered in that situation. Let little girls and little boys grow up. If they want to do it later on, fine. But at this point,
I'm really glad you didn't, though. Hey, Ron, we're going to throw you a bit of a curveball because we're running short on time. We are not.
I'm ready.
We're not going to do the happy horn.
Well,
you guys will have to wait for that till next week.
Okay, but in the meantime, don't you love Trump? He is the master troller. He totally is. This is the official wall of the presidential portraits. It's the auto pen. I love it. I'm sorry, only Donald Trump can get away with stuff like that. And actually, that was an interview that he did, I believe, with the Daily Caller when they were talking. And the reporter actually suggested, why don't you use an auto pen? He goes, oh, that's a great idea.
Hey, one thing about him, he listens.
He does.
He listens. He listens on social media. He listens to people that talk. He listens to MAGA.
Yeah.
And that's awfully refreshing, especially given the fact that we just went through 4 years where none of that took place.
Nope. You know, can I just say one thing? Can we please pull out of the UN?
Yeah.
That would be this childish thing with the escalator last week.
And the teleprompter.
And then they walk out with Bibi.
And the assault that took place on one of the administration individuals.
Yeah.
This is reprehensible, people.
They disrespect us. Why should we continue to fund over 30% of the UN? Just get the heck out. Hopefully President Trump is listening to this as well. We'll be back right after this.
He's got the red, white, blue, bloodhound farm. Silver pride tattoo on his left arm. Spent a little more in the store for a tag. In the back it says USA. He won't buy lemon and he can't fix with WD.
Hi, my name is Tracy L. from Arizona. I don't stink around in the kitchen when it comes to the news. I watch Real America's Voice, which always serves accurate and reliable updates that are on point with their amazing hosts. So don't find yourself in a pickle by tuning into the fake news. Stick with Real America's Voice.
Patriots, it's time to gear up. Real America's Voice has an entire lineup of merch made just for you.
We got some Rav fans out here.
We watch you every day.
From mugs that start your morning strong to hoodies, hats, t-shirts, pants, vests, flags, and so much more.
Yeah, I noticed it. I mean, that caught my eye big time.
Every piece lets you wear your pride loud and clear. This isn't just merch, it's a movement. When you shop Rav, you're showing the world you're proud to be part of the Real America's Voice family.
God bless Real America's Voice.
So don't wait. Scan the QR code right now or visit realamericasvoice.launchcart.store to shop today.
Thank you, Real America's Voice, for doing true journalism.
Stand tall, be bold, be proud. Represent your voice with Real America's Voice.
It's good to have a real news network out there, so I'm a big fan.
Use code RAVSWAG10 for 10% off.
Real America's Voice rocks.
It's Stacy from Texas. I watch Real America's Voice because I need to learn, and I know I can get the truth through Rav. God bless everyone, and always love the children. Amen.
This is Tim King, also known as USS Malik, and I love Real America's Voices for its like-minded programming and the chat. Love you guys.
Hello, this is Hockey Nut from Weyerhaeuser, Wisconsin. Just saying, tune in to Real America's Voice for the truth.
I bleed red, white, and blue every single day, and I'll be damned if I'm gonna let you take my freedom away. I'm gonna live my life by the Constitution, gonna stand right up and you're the revolution, wanna sing it so loud you can even come in my way. Yeah, 'cause I'm an outlaw in the USA. Yeah, and I was born here. And I plan to stay, yeah, 'cause I'm an outlaw in the USA, yeah, 'cause I'm an outlaw in the USA.
That's the outlaw.
Outlaw.
Yeah.
Hey, you guys know from watching the show, we don't just randomly pick bumpers to start our segments off. There's meaning behind
set
them.
everything up. You do.
We got an outlaw.
We do. And that would be one Ivan Raiklin. There is no bigger outlaw
What's
out there.
up, brother?
The Department of Retribution right there on the behind him and on his shirt and everywhere else. Former Green Beret, Lieutenant Colonel, constitutional attorney, 25 years in the DOD, special ops, and rocks when he is on Alex Jones. I got to tell you. You bring it.
Yeah, we need to hook you up with Alex Jones, but I love it.
we need to hook you up with Brother Jeff McKellop, and you guys can Green Beret and Special Forces and do all that Army stuff.
Absolutely. But you've been a huge supporter of the Jan Sixers, and it's just insane what's still going on. We still have the Proud Boys and the Oath Keepers not totally pardoned.
Right.
We still have some people still in jail. Dan Wilson, still not released. But let's start with Barry Loudermilk. We're right here in Georgia, and we've been saying this. Congressman Loudermilk, we'd love to come meet with you. The new J6 Select Committee is set up at J6 Select. It is on Truth Social, I believe, as well as X or Twitter, whatever the hell you want to call it. Anyhow, where are we going?
Where are we going? So for those that aren't tracking as closely as we are, we have 5 Republicans and 3 Democrats on this select subcommittee under the Judiciary Committee. Barry Loudermilk was chairing it. You have Troy Nehls, you have Clay Higgins, Harriet Hageman, and let's see who else we have. Morgan Griffin are on the committee. I think I got everybody right. And then on the Democrat side, you got Eric Swalwell, who should be recused from being on the committee since he was one of the impeachment managers for Impeachment Hoax 2 underneath Jamie Raskin. And then you have Jamie Crockett and what's the other one? Can't think of it.
Jasmine Crockett. Hold on.
Members.
Jasmine Crockett, did you say?
Well, that'll be entertaining.
Oh my God!
Well, you always have to infuse DEI into every conversation, right?
Yeah, I guess.
Didn't earn it.
I got to be honest, Ivan. I can tell you that the guys that were in C2B, when members of the House of Representatives came into C2B years ago, were totally not impressed with Troy Nehls. Totally not impressed with him. Okay. He came right out in front of them saying, hey, and I'm paraphrasing, hey, any of you guys that assaulted a cop, you need to be doing prison time.
Okay.
What he failed to understand is maybe why any of that took place. Now, we've been saying this for 4 years, Ivan. If you did something really wrong on J6, you need to pay the price for it. But there are a lot of people that were paying big prices. And they didn't do anything wrong.
I get it. Early on, some of these folks that we would have expected to be a little bit more aggressive than they were at the time, they caved to the narrative, right? To the fake narrative that was concocted. And I would say over the years, some of these members of Congress who I've regularly spoken with, they've started to come around. Are they up to the point where we are? No. Some of the members of this subcommittee, I think, are at that level of they've experienced and researched it enough. Troy Nehls, Clay Higgins, definitely.
I like Higgins.
And one thing that I'll say is Harriet Hageman, it's poetic justice to have her on this subcommittee, considering she was the one that extracted Liz Cheney from her seat out there in Wyoming and replaced her. So I find that very fitting karma for her to be on this subcommittee as she exposes the truth of January 6th.
She beat Liz Cheney by 40 points, which was awesome.
Yeah.
But
well, I just hope that Nehls has gotten the facts.
I think
because of all of the Republicans that are on this committee, that's the only one that the guys in C2B are going to have a problem with, unless he has done his research.
If I can. So I'm doing what I can. Can I do more? Absolutely. So when I found out that this subcommittee was constituted, it was announced, the members were announced on September 11th, but that was during the chaos of the assassination of Charlie Kirk and then 9/11, and then Boone Cutler passed the week afterwards. And I spent a week with his family. But after that, I've essentially had a meeting with, I think, almost all of them. And then next week, I'm going to finish having my initial meeting with staff for all 5 of those members. And the goal here is to essentially, and I'm asking everybody in the J6 community, if you have the time, effort, and inclination, this is our opportunity. And when I say opportunity, is we have to plan out what the ideal actions that this subcommittee should be doing. I have my thoughts on it. I focus on the legislative branch because I think the entire weaponization scheme of everything that occurred the last 4.5 years started with the January 6th weaponization from the Capitol, meaning the legislative branch, Pelosi, her staff, the Capitol Police Board, senior leaders of the Capitol Police. And then from there, you start to get all the other subordinate elements. The 275, where they're operating at the behest and support of the legislative branch's Fedsurrection. So once we identify that, expose it, then we can start to potentially get to a point where we could potentially reverse every single conviction, except for those that on their own, without incitement, committed a transgression. And I would venture to say that 99% of the transgressions will be lowered down to a simple trespass. And at the end of the day, all J6ers need to be multimillionaires at the end of the whole.
Yeah,
let me ask you this. Nobody even talks about Ashley Babbitt. I mean, Michael Byrd got a promotion. He got heralded. He got he's making $300,000 a year.
I think he got Super Bowl tickets.
He got Super Bowl. Well, so did
Lila
Morris. I mean,
Lila Morris, Michael Fanone, and Daniel Hodges were the three that got Super Bowl tickets. At that time, Michael Byrd was actually absconded and in hiding as a fugitive.
Yeah, you're right.
With his dog.
On Andrews Air Force Base.
With his dog.
Yeah.
I mean, a murder was committed. Hello? An assassination, I say, and possibly another murder with Roseanne Boylan. Not to mention,
we're 9 months into this administration. I got to call a spade. We're filled with cowards in the DOJ, or at best. Worst case scenario, they're complicit, but they've given an indication that they're willing to do at least something with the indictment of Jim Comey. But I mean, lying to Congress, that guy's a straight up traitor for a decade plus. And you're just going to get him on one little simple lying to the Congress charge? Meanwhile, you have murders going on with COVID. You have murders going on, genocidal murders going on with the whole COVID op. Then you have, we can go on and on about multiple layers, but I think at the end of the day, it is incumbent on us, this show, and those that are in the independent media to essentially call a spade, because we know these guys. We know Dan, we know Cash, we know Pam. Like, enough's enough. I'm at a point where this is where people are going to maybe disagree with me, a lot of people. I'm almost of the opinion at this point, when you do nothing, you allow and enable Jim Comey to inspire the assassins of Charlie Kirk, because those assassins see that you're not going to do anything to them, or you're going to go down some rabbit hole or distracted. So you had 9 months to shore things up immediately by bringing in whistleblowers to protect you as that first layer of Praetorian Guard from the rest of the deep state at the FBI or the DOJ, and you haven't even done that yet. You haven't even done simple things like pardon the 8 Oath Keepers that could be your best friends explaining how the January 6th Fedsurrection weaponization took place, but they don't feel comfortable speaking publicly because they're still not able to. You have 4 Proud Boys, again, 8 Oath Keepers that were nonviolent, all 8 of them. None of them convicted of a violent crime.
And their lives are ruined.
Their
lives are ruined.
Proud Boys were also not convicted of a violent crime. The only one allegedly was Dominic Pizzola that picked up a riot shield and dropped it off later. Right. And I guess if you believe the false testimony of the Capitol Police officer that said that Dominic Pizzola pulled the riot shield and then dropped it off later. Mm-hmm. I'm sorry to say this, but 250 of the 1561 that were pardoned actually were convicted of violence. And I would argue to say that a good portion of them actually conducted more quote-unquote violence than Dominic Pizzola. The only reason why he isn't pardoned is because he's a Proud Boy.
A Proud Boy, exactly.
Oath Keepers.
Well, you got members of Antifa that were pardoned over this. Yeah. And we knew, and we got to go to break, Ivan. When we get back, ladies and gentlemen, we have been talking about this for 4 damn years.
Yep.
Bring these J6ers. We'll give you the names of who you need to talk to. Subpoena them, testify them put them under oath, and let them testify in front of you, Loudermilk. We'll be right back.
Dan, you want to know what I love? What's up, brother? I love Don and Donna to death. They've been so supportive of January 6th and all. But man, when you come to visit them, they put you to work.
Dude, they just made us mow 62 acres on riding lawnmowers.
Yeah, and then they made me, under the hot sun, build a whole Lego set.
But you know what, though? One good thing about coming here is they always offer you a nice cold bath.
Absolutely.
And what better way to have a nice cold bath than with Sugar Creek Goods? I'm using the Sunshine Serenity.
And I was using the Valentine Surprise, ladies and gentlemen. And I'll tell you what, if you've got a bath going and you're not using Sugar Creek Goods, you're missing out.
Dude, just look how it lathers up. It's just amazing. So make sure that you don't miss out. You go to sugarcreekgoods.com.
Oh, and you know what else? They've been very supportive of January 6th and the entire community. So you actually got to buy them for that fact alone, on top of the fact that they got great goods.
So just make sure that everybody that you support them because they support us. Go to sugarcreekgoods.com.
Thank you, guys. Love you.
Hi, my name is Tracy L. from Arizona. I don't stink around in the kitchen when it comes to the news. I watch Real America's Voice, which always serves accurate and reliable updates that are on point with their amazing hosts. So don't find yourself in a pickle by tuning into the fake news. Stick with Real America's Voice.
Patriots, it's time to gear up. Real America's Voice has an entire lineup of merch made just for you.
We got some Rav fans out here.
We watch you every day.
From mugs that start your morning strong to hoodies, hats, t-shirts, pants, vests, flags, and so much more.
Yeah, I noticed it. I mean, that caught my eye big time.
Every piece lets you wear your pride loud and clear. This isn't just merch, it's a movement. When you shop Rav, you're showing the world you're proud to be part of the Real America's Voice family.
God bless Real America's Voice.
So don't wait. Scan the QR code right now or visit realamericasvoice.launchcart.store to shop today.
Thank you, Real America's Voice, for doing true journalism.
Stand tall, be bold, be proud. Represent your voice with Real America's Voice.
It's good to have a real news network out there, so I'm a big fan.
Use code RAVSWAG10 for 10% off.
Real America's Voice rocks.
It's Stacy from Texas. I watch Real America's Voice because I need to learn, and I know I can get the truth through Rav. God bless everyone, and always love the children. Amen.
This is Tim King, also known as USS Malik, and I love Real America's Voices for its like-minded programming and the chat. Love you guys.
Hello, this is Hockey Nut from Weyerhaeuser, Wisconsin. Just saying, tune in to Real America's Voice for the truth.
Deep state, and I wanted to destroy America. I would rig the election with a puppet candidate, one that was so compromised that they would never say a word about it. I would create a false flag that allows for mail-in ballots. I would be in charge of the ballot counting machines. I would create a false flag to blame all who question the results of the election. If I was the deep state, I would prosecute anyone that went against me. I would sue and prosecute anyone that spoke up about the fraudulent election. I would use my powers to shut down all your internet businesses and bankrupt you. If I was the deep state, I would make everyone an example why you should never question a Democrat ever winning an election. I would imprison my foes. I would use my corrupt DAs and blackmail judges to destroy you. I would make sure all crimes I ever committed never happened. I would prosecute my biggest competition. I would make sure they could never run for office ever again. If I was the deep state, I would convince everyone that Ukraine Nazis were good and women are men. If I was the deep state, I would own every politician that mattered. If I was the deep state, I would push my pedophilia ambitions on you. If I was the deep state, you'd question your sexual identity but not the medical establishment. If I was the deep state, you would fear to ever resist me. If I was the deep state, you would wish I was really the devil. If I was the deep state, I would say mission accomplished.
Welcome back to Cowboy Logic, everybody. Deep State bumper for our Deep State fighting brother, a deep state ninja brother that we've got on here.
Of Retribution.
That's right, Ivan Raiklin. Ivan, before we went to break, we were talking about, actually, you kind of lit a fuse with me, and we started getting back into the fact that for 4 years we've been asking for these J6, or certain ones. There were bad actors on J6. Nobody is going to dispute that.
Right, Pelosi, I get it.
Well, I'm talking about J6ers that were on the ground, that did time, that were in C2B. We know about them. We're not going to name it. No. J6ers.
I'm only kidding.
Now, here's the deal. We're not going to name them. We don't name them on the show. We don't name them on social media. Anybody can do their own research and find out who these people are. But there are solid human beings that got screwed badly, and we need them to testify. And we have been asking and asking and asking. We asked Marjorie Taylor Greene for this. Didn't get anywhere with that. We have been asking Jeff McKellop, Dan Caldwell, Kelly Meggs, Lego Man. I could give you for it. Jessica Watkins is very astute when it comes to the video footage. These people want to be sworn in. They want to testify under oath. And they want to let you know what they know. Because unlike the rest of us, they had nothing to do for months and months and months and months but sit there and look at the footage. And the worst thing that could have happened is that they gave them all of the footage. They had access to it all.
Yeah.
They've got notes in binders like this tall.
And initially it was delayed. They didn't get anything for almost a year. I mean, they were there for 4 years.
I had access to some of the original footage when the Loudermilk's committee started giving access to the broader public a year ago. And as I was investigating, I wanted to see where the initial anything took place. So as a former retired special ops guy, you always, if this is an operation, you always have a recon element. And so I stepped it back to, I think it was 1205 or 1208 at the west side of the Capitol. And you could see there's an individual that was fully covered up from head to toe, hat, mask, sunglasses, backpack, etc. And he was there for a good 30 minutes standing right at the epicenter of not where a lot of people remember the Ray Epps initial breach. That wasn't the initial. There was a previous one to that where there was a fence up, and that's where this individual stood. And it was almost as though he just stood there in the cold, winter day there, just stoic and observing, and probably had communications, an earpiece, whatever, underneath. And when you look at him walking up to it and his demeanor and gait and kind of how he was built up, it begs the question, is this the same guy that was the night prior walking around placing the 2 pipe bombs at the DNC and RNC? These are easy things to find out if you have competent and legitimate investigators looking into it. But you don't, because if it's an op, those very same individuals are the 275 that were on the grounds that day are probably the ones investigating and cover up their own transgressions.
Yeah.
And now it comes out like 5 years later, 274 agents. Like, we had that years ago. What I want to know is, and it's sad, because it's very hard for people to realize
That's just
they
FBI.
were wrong.
We don't even know about the DC Metro.
Exactly.
DHS,
or Antifa
HSI.
and BLM.
NYPD, DHS.
Yep. But still, now you've got, like you say, you've got this J6 committee in place. A lot of people, unfortunately. But a lot of people don't want to admit they were wrong. And they've withheld the video evidence now for so long. People's ideas are already entrenched, and they're going to see, and they're going to look at this, and they're going to go, "Oh, well, how do you get people?" That's the one thing that's human nature. They don't want to admit they were wrong. And yet, look at, how do we get around that?
At the end of the day, there's a couple things that motivate folks, and that's shame, pain, right? And so I'm here to be that proverbial political ice pick to make sure that their eyeball is receiving a little bit of pressure from my political ice pick. And that means you have to laser-like focus in on calling out names such as, hey, Congressman so-and-so, this is what you believed in the past. Here's evidence. And then we have the luxury of having semi-free speech platforms like X. This show has a wide audience. It mobilizes and motivates a large swath of society that is active. For example, the War Room Posse. You don't just sit there passively. You start to confront folks, and you're seeing a lot. It's not only me that's up on the Capitol Hill nowadays. You see a lot more people that are confronting whether it's a member of Congress, left or right, or whether it's a witness, confronting them because they have the courage now to do so. And you can't run away from that. It builds and builds. The truth will build to the point where you have to backwalk it. I get it. They're going to do it in a way that makes it look like, oh, all along I believe that. I don't care if you do that, as long as we finally get to the truth. And we all know who knew at the very beginning and who didn't. I could care less about credit other than I want to punish those people that were involved in the Fedsurrection and its cover-up. And I got a list of names. And guess what? Not only am I going to expose these people publicly through your show and other shows, but I'm also going to do what I can to have meetings with staffers. I just had a meeting with one of the staffers a couple days ago, and I essentially said, and one of the lawyers, and I said, by the way, you need to look, in order to understand the entire January 6th Fedsurrection and the role that the general counsel had in that, you have to understand two statutes. It's simple how they ran it. 2 U.S.C. 1967B, which lays out the jurisdiction of the U.S. Capitol Police, and they have sole jurisdiction. And then 1979B, which talks about it's up to the Capitol Police Board to decide whether or not they're going to disclose their security footage. Yeah. So if they don't want to disclose exculpatory evidence, they're not going to, and the DOJ doesn't have access to it, and the courts can't compel it through Brady compulsion, and you can't get it through FOIA. So once I laid it out to him, he was like, oh my God, that's how they ran it. That answers Ray Epps. That answers John Sullivan. It basically answers if the Capitol Police leadership, the board, and Pelosi doesn't want to arrest someone like her daughter, her son-in-law, Ray Epps, etc., they're not going to. If they want to arrest you, they're going to go ahead and do it. And they're going to tell their general counsel, go ahead and meet the elements of the Title 40 offenses, right? Build the facts based on manipulated CCTV footage, coupled with false perjurious testimony by Harry Dumm, David Lazarus, Michael Byrd, Lila Morris's of the world. And then from there, you go ahead and send it over to the DOJ to criminalize people. But if you want to keep people free and clear, then you don't prosecute them. It's well within their jurisdiction to meet their political objectives. And oh, by the way, if somebody's not in the Capitol, well, guess what? You throw in a little bit of seditious conspiracy into it, sprinkle that in there, and then you wrap in all of your oath keepers that you want to take down, even though they weren't in the Capitol. Or you go after all the Proud Boys, even if they weren't even in D.C., because you convince people that there was some sort of conspiracy, even though there's no evidence of it. And the only way a jury gets to that point of conviction is because, one, the legislative branch provides false the manipulated CCTV footage. Two, they provide in the case of the Oath Keepers, it was David Lazarus that totally lied. By the way, David Lazarus was the special agent on dignitary protection detail for Nancy Pelosi. Of course he's going to perjure himself to protect the Pelosi Fedsurrection. And in the case of the Proud Boys, you go ahead, the FBI then compels, what's his name? The guy, Jeremy Bertino, to lie and perjure himself to take down the Proud Boys. Meanwhile, while that's all going on, you have all these hearings that they did during the J6 committee. And then you have the DOJ and the FBI manipulating what they controlled previously, the FBI, or excuse me, Facebook and Twitter 1.0, with that manipulated data and evidence. Meanwhile, the judges don't allow the actual video evidence that we, the people, had on the ground that day to counter all of this. Yeah. So the weaponization starts with the legislative branch, continues with the doctored manipulation and bias of Article 2 branch of government, U.S. Attorney's Office. By the time it gets to the courtroom, the judge and the jury is already predisposed to convict.
99% conviction rate. 99.9% conviction rate, which is insane in and of itself. Perry Mason couldn't even do that.
Complete for this segment.
At Ivan Raiklin, folks, please follow him. Raiklin.com is his website. I wanted to ask you about all these foreign-born judges. We'll have to do that at another time.
We'll have him back.
That, to me, drives me crazy as well. They
2 segments is not long enough.
Not long enough for Ivan. Again, it's Ivan Raiklin, or Raiklin.com, and at Ivan Raiklin, please follow him. He is the tip of the spear when it comes to all this information. We'll be back with more right after this.
Jay Sixer. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
About a year in prison.
4 years out of an 18-year sentence in prison.
J6ers have been treated like terrorists.
And we need your help.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
For just $10 or more, you can help these patriots get back on their feet again.
Please scan the QR code to donate $10 or more to support these American patriots.
Thank you for standing in the gap. Now is the moment to put your brand in front of an engaged, loyal audience through Real America's Voice. When you advertise on Real America's Voice, you're not just running an ad, you're partnering with trusted voices like Steve Bannon, Charlie Kirk, and other influential hosts. Backed by millions of monthly listeners.
What's happening? Because of a real voice, man. I watch it all the time.
Real America's Voice rocks.
Real America's Voice gives sponsors the chance to put their product front and center, displayed on screen and highlighted by our anchors during exclusive segments and live events.
Head to freetrumpknife.com.
This means your brand becomes part of the conversation as it happens.
Secure your spot before it's too late.
Join us today and make your brand part of the news conversation that America's viewers trust. Real America's Voice, where your message is seen, heard, and remembered.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
I'm a J6er, and I spent 3 months in jail and about a year in prison.
I spent 4 years out of an 18-year sentence in prison.
J6ers have been smeared and defamed by the media, persecuted by the government, and treated like terrorists.
In reality, J6ers are patriotic men and women, mothers, fathers, sisters, and brothers from all walks of life.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
And we need your help.
For just $10 or more, you're helping these patriots get mental, physical, and spiritual help.
Please scan the QR code or go to j6support.com to donate $10 or more to support these American patriots.
Thank you for being a patriot. Thank you for standing in the gap.
My name is Phoebe, and I live in Florida. I love Real America's Voice. They truly speak for the people, and that's what real patriotism is all about.
My name is Sandy Zeiss. Rav is the greatest for me because I live alone, and when I'm watching in the morning, have my coffee, I feel like I'm talking with family.
Hello, all you Ravagers. I'm Billy Howell, your old buddy Carefree Largo from the chat, and I'm thrilled to be part of the Rav family. When I want to be heard, I use my Real America's Voice.
every week. Barn Party Drummers rock.
They do.
And if you don't have your own set of the Barn Party official Signature Series drum sticks, you can get them. We don't make any money off this. It's just something cool that we can do. Ron actually whittles these using one of the Cowboy Logic laser knives.
Knives, yes.
And we would be very remiss if we're talking about the Barn Party on Getter that takes place, that has thousands of you guys in there every weekend. We would be remiss if we didn't mention Dana.
Well, Dana's right there at the top of the list.
Dana.
With Andy M., Pojar, Mrs. Rizzo, Genghis Khan, Blessed, Hammer Chuck.
Hammer Chuck.
Okay, Hammer Chuck. 3D Chess, Talk Show TK, Knitter, Rickas, Stacy T, Coda Loco, Big John, Damage, Tina from Texas, Elizabeth, Whitehorse, Nebru, AZ, Sarah, Rosen, Bob Perazzo, Pathfinder, Little Lamb, Bitbite, DJ Blue, Kyle Perrone, Carefree Largo, Baseball Squall, Scotty Reddy, QQQZZZ, Cat Turd Fan. Who else am I missing? Flashosaurus, can't do that. Casey Mott, Joy That Lasts. There you go. Trump of God, of course. We thank you all.
And we definitely missed some, you guys. We try to grab these names as quick as we can, but we love every one of you, and we appreciate you being in those barn parties. And we love somebody else who we're about to bring on the show here with us. This gentleman is helping to keep people healthy. He's helping to cure diseases. You guys have seen him on our show before, and I'm going to throw it over to Donna to do all the reading because I haven't had my eyes done yet.
The horse did, but Don didn't.
That's right.
Okay, that would be one Mark Grennan. Mark Grennan was actually suggested that we have you on, Mark, from our good friend Dr. Lee Merritt, the medical rebel. And she is huge on chlorine dioxide, as are you. And what's interesting is the fact that you're a missionary for 47 years. You were in Haiti, the Dominican Republic, and Colombia. And you came across chlorine dioxide after you got MRSA, which supposedly was incurable. The big thing is, just like we've seen with J6ers, just like we've seen with ivermectin and the attacks against it, your kids and you were attacked when you tried to come forward with chlorine dioxide. He's drinking it. And your two sons are still in prison for basically touting chlorine dioxide for something you can buy now on Amazon. Explain.
Yes, ma'am. No, it all started back in 2006 as a missionary in the Dominican Republic, and I contracted MRSA because we were helping doctors there that came down to help us. So by getting that MRSA, I had the best medicines known to man, supposedly, and nothing touched it. All the doctors told me it's incurable. And we'll have to amputate if it keeps spreading legs and arms off of your children. And I said, that's not going to happen. My children said, that's not going to happen. We'll go see Jesus first. So what happened was I hit the internet, found this book called Miracle Mineral Solution of the 20th Century by a guy named Jim Humble. And it talked about chlorine dioxide. And I read the book. First, I thought it was a scam, but I kept getting back to the book and read it, got the stuff called chlorine dioxide, cured my MRSA in 2 weeks. It was gone, and then cured the whole family. Then all the doctors ran for me because they told me that it's not approved by the FDA. Well, I'll tell you, as of 2 months now, all those warnings have been taken down from the FDA site. And I think it has to do with Bobby Kennedy being in now. He even mentioned chlorine dioxide in his hearing when he was trying to get approved back in, February of this year. So a lot of things have happened since the last time we talked, especially the fact that my kids are still in there for another 7 years. And one's in Mississippi, one's in Fort Dix, New Jersey. Good kids, missionary kids, their whole life, they just want to serve God. We went around the world teaching 63 seminars, saw a lot of people trained up in 145 countries. So they came after us. We're attacking the biggest, richest industry on earth, and that's Big Pharma. And so they silenced us and threw us in jail. That's the crux to the matter. And now what's really in the news all the time now, which might take it to another level, is autism. I heard President Trump yesterday saying he thinks it's vaccines. And, well, we know it is, because one of the ladies that came to our second seminar, Kerry Rivera, she has a site called GaryRivera.com. She has books there. She had an autistic kid that took the chlorine dioxide, which we called MMS, and kid started talking the first night. So she came to us rejoicing, telling us about the advances with her son. So we said, Kerry, because you're so knowledgeable and having an autistic kid, we're going to throw everybody that comes to us to you. So I'm glad to say, after 15 years, over 5,000 autistic children have been cured, with tens of thousands on their way. So that's a good thing, and it's in the news now. Hopefully this launches chlorine dioxide in the spotlight, because I know Kennedy knows about chlorine dioxide. I know President Trump knows about it. Many people have written Bondi, and now they're starting to write Alice.
Yeah,
Johnson.
Yeah, Alice. Yeah, she is the pardon czar. And the thing is, you can get this on Amazon, and I'll show it in the next segment. I'll have to go up and get my 2 little bottles. It's an A and a B bottle, and you put the same amount of drops of each one together, and then you add water. Now, what's happening with these kids? Are they drinking it, or is it spray? What is? Because I know as far as melanomas and things like that, I've actually used it on my horses for a spray. I have a friend who's used it on his leg when he had something. He had a melanoma that was removed, but the cut that the doctor made wouldn't heal, and he sprayed it on when he was doing some work around my house, and I gave it to him, and within a couple of days it was better.
Yeah, well, it's been around, Donna, since 1814. Has 30,000 patents. It is used in pharmaceutical, hospital applications. They used it to Katrina, mold on the houses, took it away, anthrax. They use it in purifying vegetables, fruit. They use it in meat packing plants. Before they package the meat, they spray everything, and it just turns into salt because it's made from sodium chloride, which is a mineral salt. It's safe and effective, as in no one has died. At our court case that we didn't participate in, that's why we were found guilty. Our court case, no one came forward, no man or woman, saying they were harmed, because it can't harm you. It's a mineral salt. It's very mild. When we start off by putting people in baths, so it absorbs through the skin. Then we start with very, very small dosing orally. The most you'll get is a little diarrhea if you go too fast. That's all that happens.
Now, I know Dr. Lee Merritt talks about it on her website, themedicalrebel.com. So a lot of people are saying, well, you're not a doctor. What do you know? Well, there's a lot of doctors that are touting it. And you did. How much do you have? 36 seconds in this segment. How many months did you do in prison? Because you went to prison as well.
4 years and 2 months.
Oh, okay.
My sons are still in 5 years and 3 months now.
I'm sorry, I thought you only did a few months. 4 years. And your kids over 5 years. This is similar to J6 in so many ways because you can't go against the narrative. They try to shut you down. Yeah. And this is a clear case of where we absolutely need to have a pardon. We'll be back with more with Mark Brennan right after this.
Patriots Relief, your America First CBD company. We are Christian, conservative, and committed to helping you feel your best. Are you tired of chronic pain holding you back? It's time for a change. Experience the remarkable healing properties of CBD, expertly designed to alleviate pain and promote internal balance. Patriots Relief is here for you. Visit our website or call now. Use your promo code to unlock exclusive savings. Patriots Relief, helping you get out of pain and live life to the fullest.
Now is the moment to put your brand in front of an engaged, loyal audience through Real America's Voice. When you advertise on Real America's Voice, you're not just running an ad, you're partnering with trusted voices like Steve Bannon, Charlie Kirk, and other influential hosts. Backed by millions of monthly listeners.
What's happening? Because of the Real Voice, man. I watch it all the time.
Real America's Voice rocks.
Real America's Voice gives sponsors the chance to put their product front and center, displayed on screen and highlighted by our anchors during exclusive segments and live events.
Head to freetrumpknife.com.
This means your brand becomes part of the conversation as it happens.
Secure your spot before it's too late.
Join us today and make your brand part of the news conversation that America's viewers trust. Real America's Voice, where your message is seen, heard, and remembered.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
I'm a J6er, and I spent 3 months in jail and about a year in prison.
I spent 4 years out of an 18-year sentence in prison.
J6ers have been smeared and defamed by the media, persecuted by the government, and treated like terrorists.
In reality, J6ers are patriotic men and women, mothers, fathers, sisters, and brothers from all walks of life.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
And we need your help.
For just $10 or more, you're helping these patriots get mental, physical, and spiritual help.
Please scan the QR code or go to j6support.com to donate $10 or more to support these American patriots.
Thank you for being a patriot. Thank you for standing in the gap.
My name is Phoebe, and I live in Florida. I love Real America's Voice. They truly speak for the people, and that's what real patriotism is all about.
My name is Sandy Zeiss. Rav is the greatest for me because I live alone, and when I'm watching in the morning, have my coffee, I feel like I'm talking with family.
Hello, all you Ravagers. I'm Billy Howell, your old buddy Carefree Largo from the chat, and I'm thrilled to be part of the Rav family. When I want to be heard, I use my Real America's Voice.
Cowboy Logic with Mark Grennan, who did over 5 years for trying to push chlorine dioxide. His kids got, 14 years, something like that. They've already served 5. This is a clear-cut case.
And they're both still in prison.
His 2 sons are still in prison. But again, Mark, 47 years as a missionary in Haiti, Dominican Republic, and Colombia, but he's had some great results with chlorine dioxide. Now, we've got to go to the phone because we had some storms moving in, so we've got Mark on the phone here. But I want to show everybody, this is what we have. It's A and B. It's a chlorine dioxide, and again, it's a 2-part system because then you have the activator, and you put equal parts of it in there. Now, to drink it in 16 ounces of water, 2 to 3 drops tops every day, and this is what Dr. Lee Merritt was saying. She keeps it in the refrigerator, and she just takes a swig now and then throughout the course of the day. Cleanses your system. But you can obviously take it. If you're wondering how to take it, go to godsuniversalantidote.org. Click on Mark's name, and he's got videos and CD protocols all on his website, godsuniversalantidote.org. But this is what's so insane about this, is that this is available on Amazon, and his kids are still
and Walmart,
and
from
Walmart,
what we understand.
and his kids are still in prison for something that anybody can get now at Amazon because they tried to shut them up.
And Mark, we're going to bring you in a second, but Donna, do you remember that almost 4 years ago, Dr. X-Ray left us?
Yeah.
Some of that. He brought it to us when they came to visit, and we didn't even know what it was at this point.
Yeah.
We just kept it in a refrigerator.
Right. And we had Mark on last time, and then I called up Dr. X-Ray, and I go, do you know about chlorine dioxide? He goes, yeah, I left it in your refrigerator.
That's what I was talking about 2-3 years ago. All right, Mark, listen, we got you back because you got really bad storms going on, and the internet was kind of sketchy, but we want to get this message out. Talk to us about, if you don't mind, what you and your sons were charged with, indicted with, convicted of, and sentenced to, because it's reprehensible, bud.
Yeah, well, they went after Trump like this too, so it's no surprise. Fauci sent them after us through the FDA, and I was in Colombia with one son doing broadcasts down there. They had a base down there. My other sons were up in Florida. July 8th, 2020, they came in ABC helicopter, why did they know, above the house. All these 3-letter agencies coming into raiding our home church, right? And they thought we were fake church or something. Yeah, we've been going on for over 10 years as the Genesis 2 Church of Health and Healing, going around the world. But I'd been a missionary at that time for about 35 years. So they grabbed my sons with the U.S. Marshals, sheriffs, everybody, and even my son said to the sheriffs, aren't you supposed to uphold the Constitution? We're claiming the First Amendment, freedom of speech. We're not harming a man or woman. What are you doing? You know what the deputy sheriff said? The feds can do what they want. So anyways, they took my kids away, and then a month later, they kicked the door in Colombia, where I gave them, because my sons were in jail, I gave the U.S. Embassy in Bogota, Colombia, my address and my phone number. If you want to talk to me, knock on my door. I'll talk to you. We're not hiding. What we're doing is for all mankind, and this is a crime against humanity, stopping my sons and us from trying to stop this pandemic, which only takes 1 or 2 days to get rid of the coronavirus. That's what it was called back then. So they grabbed me, put me in Colombia, paid $1 million to keep us there for 2 years so we wouldn't be able to get a speedy trial. But in Colombia, I was able to treat 40 or 50 men a day because the place I was in was full of billionaires, drug dealers, and they wanted not to get COVID. They wanted to get rid of their diabetes. They wanted to get rid of sicknesses. They wanted to tell their families. So they let me set up a table, basically played off the guards and the warden to let me do it. Stayed there 2 years. They wanted to give me 2 life sentences for contempt of court. And because of that, when they wanted to extradite me 2 years later, the government said, we're going to let him go. We're not going to extradite him because we don't do that. And America said, oh, we'll drop him. No big deal. So they dropped those 2 life sentences. That shows you how important they were for contempt of court. Brought me and Joe to Miami Federal Detention Center. Only good part was I got to unite with my sons. We stayed there another 2 years. After 3 years, we had this fake trial come up that we would not participate in because we wanted a 7th Amendment trial by jury under common law. The judge wouldn't allow it because to allow it, they had to produce a viable claim from a man or a woman that we've harmed. There was no one harmed. Even Deuteronomy 19 talks about that. There's no harm done. They're false accusers. So we will not participate. They picked a jury. They railroaded us through this one-day trial. It was supposed to take 3 weeks. And then the second day, as the jury's being dismissed to deliberate, the judge said this: do not consider the First Amendment with this group. And I kind of surprised, but they didn't consider it. 15 minutes later, they come back guilty on all charges. Well, my contempt of court charges were dropped, but the boys wasn't. But we had one more charge, the same one that gave President Trump: conspiracy to defraud the United States, Inc., I should say, United States of America. And my boys didn't have that.
Hey, Mark, okay, we've only got a couple minutes left here, and I want to get to the point that you also found that this works. It can work with autism. So if at this point, I would say anybody who has an autistic child would want to try anything. So if they go to godsuniversalantidote.org, click on your name, you see videos and protocols, and you can see them there on how to fight all these various illnesses.
Yeah, that, but to specifically deal with autism, click on Kerry Rivera. It's under my name, few down. She's the autistic guru. Over 5,000 kids have been recovered, and tens of thousands around the world recovering. And it's hot on the news right now. So therefore, Kennedy needs to pick up on it. Trump needs to pick up on it and test out chlorine dioxide with autistic children. But Kerry's got books. Click on that. You'll see her books under books. In her name, she has a website, KerryRivera.com. Everything's there under her name. Anything else? Click on my name, and we got testimonies from all over the world. We've got videos of us treating people in the Amazon all over the world. For 16 years we did that before we were arrested. And
Mark, we're running out of time, unfortunately. The one thing that stood out in my mind was this baby that had cancer. Now, obviously, with a little baby, you don't need as many drops of the chlorine dioxide in the activator, but you said their parents put that baby in a tub a few times a day for I don't know how long, but that baby is now 14 years old. I mean, you got 20 seconds.
They put it in a little baby's bath morning and night with 100 drops, and the kid is 16 now.
There we go. There we go. Mark Brennan, thank you, brother.
GodsUniversalAntidote.org. GodsUniversalAntidote.org. Folks, I know a lot of people that might have some illnesses. This might be worth a try. Chlorine dioxide does seem to work. We'll be back with more right after this.
January of 1999. The statement in the subtitle is How Genetic Engineering Will Change Us When? In the Next Century.
Statin drugs will shut down the absorption of CoQ10.
And that's why what Dr. Group was saying, we're doing this because this conversation has to start now.
Because one way direction is giving up your power to somebody else to fix you. The other way is you taking your own power to fix yourself.
Patriots, it's time to gear up. Real America's Voice has an entire lineup of merch made just for you.
We got some Rav fans out here.
We watch you every day.
From mugs that start your morning strong to hoodies, hats, t-shirts, pants, vests, flags, and so much more.
Yeah, I noticed it. I mean, that caught my eye big time.
Every piece lets you wear your pride loud and clear. This isn't just merch, it's a movement. When you shop Rav, you're showing the world you're proud to be part of the Real America's Voice family.
God bless Real America's Voice.
So don't wait. Scan the QR code right now or visit realamericasvoice.launchcart.store to shop today.
Thank you, Real America's Voice, for doing true journalism.
Stand tall, be bold, be proud. Represent your voice with Real America's Voice.
It's good to have a real news network out there, so I'm a big fan.
Use code RAVSWAG10 for 10% off.
Real America's Voice rocks.
Through every storm, every moment of uncertainty,
everybody needs to pray for Charlie Kirk right now.
Rav has stood strong.
We're not going to tolerate this stuff anymore.
Turn that anger into motivation to save this nation.
When we move together, there is power.
The cries of this widow will echo like a battle cry.
This is more than news. It's a movement.
This revolution of people taking their countries back.
A turning point. A chance to be part of something greater than yourself. Scan the QR code and stand with Rav. The story isn't over, and neither is your part in it. Step in, be counted, be heard. Together, we are Rav.
We will achieve American greatness. And we are just getting started.
My name is Kyle. I'm with Real America's Voice because we can chat with each other, the hosts, even management. We are the Rav family, and we're better together.
Howdy, Rav fams. It's Warbringer here. Love you all. Rav is the only place to get the truth, and this is the only way we're going to be able to restore our republic. Love you all. See you in the chat.
Hello, all you Ravagers. I'm Billy Howell, your old buddy Carefree Largo from the chat, and I'm thrilled to be part of the Rav family. When I want to be heard, I use my Real America's Voice.
Welcome back to Cowboy Logic, everybody. We're going to have one of your favorites on, and as you can tell by the bumper at the beginning of this segment, it's time to delve further into J6. And we've got our brother Lego Man on with us.
There he is.
Who has been doing some amazing things, including, now see, here's a little background, inside, behind-the-scenes stuff. Lego Man it took him 4 hours to get his hair ready for this interview. Am I right, Lego?
At
4
least.
hours, about 4 hours. And
hey, that fake news sounds like it came from Kelly Meggs.
well, I was just going to say, Meggs and McKillop were holding dual blow dryers while Dan Caldwell was quaffing. Now, I'm just saying.
Well,
now I know what you think about before you go to sleep, Don.
Have you cut your hair at all since prison? Is that the deal? You're just letting it grow out?
I haven't cut my hair since March of 2020. When they locked us in our homes during the pandemic, that's when I stopped cutting my hair.
Not even the split ends?
No.
Not even
Well, he's young enough. He doesn't get the split ends yet.
We've got some very cool things to share with you guys that little nephew, well, he's like a son. He's old enough to be our son.
Which is scary in
Son
and of
Lego
itself.
Man has been working on. Lego, why don't you share with everybody what this whole crawl thing means across the top of the screen? You guys can go to the Give, Send, Go if you want to become part of this. You also can check him out on social media. But Lego Man, talk to us about your production company.
Absolutely. Well, I will tell you that I wrote a script while I was incarcerated that was God-given. And I knew that if I were to sell the script, let's say, to the condition that Hollywood is in these days, it would become a monstrosity of what the story is supposed to be. Long story short, I've got a story about a guy that really did live 2,000 years ago, whose history was deliberately hidden by every single government since his death so that nobody would rise up to tyranny with the boldness and audacity that he did back in the day. You don't know his name, then that's by design. And so, and because of Dave Summerall's good idea to make a company to insulate this whole thing, I've created a film company called Lego Man Productions, where we're committed to making faith-based films worth fighting for that reclaim our culture and restore our heroes, to make those gritty, edgy movies like Gladiator, Troy, Braveheart with a Christian twist on it. And our first breakout film was going to be the script that I wrote while I was incarcerated about a guy who really did live, who stood up to tyranny that I can't give credit to anyone else but God for. I actually just got done with content out here at Capernaum Studios, right up the road from where I'm at here in Weatherford. And content was the Faith and Film Fest that the Shields put on. Tim and Michelle are incredible people. And I was able to pitch this to a magnitude of individuals who want to make this work, because Lego Man Productions is seeking to launch an assault upon Hollywood. We want to provide content that honors God, but also wakes up a generation who are willing to keep this republic and have the audacity and the grit to do so. I think God hates a coward, and God raises up warriors, and we're going to try to do the same with Lego Man Productions and everything that we're about to promote from this company. So it's very exciting. There I met Joy Villa. She was amazing too. I mean, she was the one that wore the MAGA dress at the Grammys. And so we just had a blast, man. It was absolutely probably the coolest time of my life recently, other than going down to Miami and re-singing the national anthem.
Well, talk a little bit about that.
Yeah.
Talk about what that meant to have that gathering, to re-record the anthem, to record the new song, and to participate in what really was a couple of long days of interviews.
Absolutely. Yeah. So there was a blast. I will say thank you to the two of you for setting the whole thing up, to the studio, everybody that was involved. They didn't have to do that. LJ Fino, you're my boy. But it was an honor to stand beside Dr. Gina and sing this national anthem, because to me, it's about defiance. It's about defiance against tyranny and about defying the odds, you know? So obviously you guys know the story about how Ice Cream's still there while I was incarcerated. But that defiance came from a chapter in my life that I would say comes from the first deployment to Afghanistan, the same deployment where I learned that I needed to be a high school history teacher. My airborne ranger in the sky is Thomas McPherson. He was shot and killed on October 12, 2012. And at his funeral service, our commanding officer of Delta Company said one line that I'll never forget. In spite of our loss of our brother, we will continue to walk the night and hunt the wicked. And that line stirred me, because in spite of everything we had lost, we were going to remain on mission, be defiant against the odds and the violence that we were facing every single night that we went out on kill capture missions. And though we had someone taken from us, whether it be Thomas McPherson or Charlie Kirk, we will continue to walk the night and hunt the wicked. And so that kind of attitude is what I'm going to bring to the table, not just with Lego Man Productions, but also with trying to instill that attitude by screaming "Still There" every single time we sing the national anthem, and that act of defiance by singing a song that was based off of defiance when Francis Scott Key, who was also a prisoner, when he watched that flag fly through the night into the morning, it was still there. It's a beautiful story of Americans not giving up, regardless of how tough the enemy fights back.
Yeah, and they're fighting back, that's for sure.
Amen.
It's cool that you've mentioned Dave Summerall. StopHate.com has been in the forefront with the Jan 6ers. If you go to that website, you can see a whole bunch of videos that are going to make you go, oh, is that what really happened on January 6th? He's got timelines and everything else. And everybody across the top, you can see the Give, Send, Go. LMP is Lego Man Productions, which is very cool. So talk about...
I'm kind of proud of our little boy.
Yeah.
Aren't you?
He's such a good kid.
We're proud of you, son.
Hey, love you, Mom and Dad.
Even though you haven't cut your hair. But it's just been, and then we got to see you in Utah as well. We had a lot of fun there.
Yeah.
But it's a mission, and I think it's cool that you're really, literally stepping up to the plate.
Well, that's what we're supposed to do. It's my responsibility, not just as a Ranger, but as an American. And I feel as though that we got to this position in American history because too many good men did nothing. You know, Charlie Kirk, he could have been doing anything and he would still be alive had he not decided to risk it all every single day to try to convert millions and millions of people onto our side. And I said this at the 1A Film Fest in Greenville, Texas on August 23rd, that with every mind that we can bring over to our side of the aisle, our side of, you know, our conservative and Christian values, that's one more day added to the Republic. And that is why I believe that a secret to our success, and if not our survival, is by showing films that focus on where our nation came from and who put it in a position where we can succeed, the men and women that fought tooth and nail, that honored God. Those stories need to be told to that exact demographic that followed Charlie Kirk's example, so that we know how to keep this republic and we have an example to follow. Not just with Charlie Kirk, but with so many men and women whose histories have been deliberately hidden so that the American public can just go down the toilet bowl of tyranny. I refuse that fate.
Yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, you see a crawl going across the screen right now up there in the red section. Those of you like me might need to get glasses to be able to read what it says. Lego, give us about a minute, because I know that film work, documentary work, takes an enormous amount of money. And you left a good paying job when you got out of prison to go after this passion. How can people help you out? You got about 30, 45 seconds.
Well, I would say that if you felt guilty about not being at January 6th, if you felt as though that your heart broke about what I had endured, this is your chance to show up. This is your chance to make up for the fact that maybe you felt as though you should have been at the Capitol or you should have been locked up beside me. You can fight with your dollar. You can vote with your dollar. So I would say that if you are interested in your sons, your husbands, being willing to fight to save this nation, either with the bravery that they learned from our movies or just the bravery that they learned from the Bible, donate to Lego Man Productions, and your dollar will count toward the survival of our nation.
All right. When we get back, I want to ask you to talk about one step further with regard to the production company, and that is if anybody out there is interested in investing in this production company, because it takes a lot more than just $5 and $10 to get this going on. We got Lego Man in the barn, and we're going to be right back with him.
I'm a J6er. I spent 1,143 days in prison.
I'm a J6er, and I spent 3 months in jail and about a year in prison.
I spent 4 years out of an 18-year sentence in prison.
J6ers have been smeared and defamed by the media, persecuted by the government, and treated like terrorists.
In reality, J6ers are patriotic men and women, mothers, fathers, sisters, and brothers from all walks of life.
Stand in the Gap was founded to stand in the gap for J6ers working to rebuild their lives after being incarcerated.
And we need your help.
For just $10 or more, you're helping these patriots get mental, physical, and spiritual help.
Please scan the QR code or go to j6support.com to donate $10 or more to support these American patriots.
Thank you for being a patriot. Thank you for standing in the gap. Patriots, it's time to gear up. Real America's Voice has an entire lineup of merch made just for you.
We got some Rav fans out here.
We watch you every day.
From mugs that start your morning strong to hoodies, hats, t-shirts, pants, vests, flags, and so much more.
Yeah, I noticed it. I mean, that caught my eye big time.
Every piece lets you wear your pride loud and clear. This isn't just merch, it's a movement. When you shop Rav, you're showing the world you're proud to be part of the Real America's Voice family.
God bless Real America's Voice.
So don't wait. Scan the QR code right now or visit realamericasvoice.launchcart.store to shop today.
Thank you, Real America's Voice, for doing true journalism.
Stand tall, be bold, be proud. Represent your voice with Real America's Voice.
It's good to have a real news network out there, so I'm a big fan.
Use code RAVSWAG10 for 10% off.
Real America's Voice rocks.
Through every storm, every moment of uncertainty,
everybody needs to pray for Charlie Kirk right now.
Rav has stood strong.
We're not going to tolerate this stuff anymore.
Turn that anger into motivation to save this nation.
When we move together, there is power.
The cries of this widow will echo like a battle cry.
This is more than news. It's a movement.
This revolution of people taking their countries back.
A turning point. A chance to be part of something greater than yourself. Scan the QR code and stand with Rav. The story isn't over, and neither is your part in it. Step in. Be counted. Be heard. Together, we are Rav.
We will achieve American greatness. And we are just getting started.
My name is Kyle. I'm with Real America's Voice because we can chat with each other, the hosts, even management. We are the Rav family, and we're better together.
Howdy, Rav fans. It's Warbringer here. Love you all. Rav is the only place to get the truth, and this is the only way we're going to be able to restore our republic. Love you all. See you in the chat.
Hello, all you Ravagers. I'm Billy Howell, your old buddy Carefree Largo from the chat, and I'm thrilled to be part of the Rav family. When I want to be heard, I use my Real America's Voice.
Sixers, you're damn right I want to pay J6ers. If you got wronged by the government, then you should be made right. That's America.
Hey, J6ers, damn
now.
Right. They need it now because it's getting to the point where, I mean, it's just ruined so many lives. It can't happen fast enough. It really can't. So we're back with Lego Man.
Lego.
Robert Morse.
Lego Man.
Our sort of son, which I am going to steal you. I've told that to your mother, quite honestly.
You're going to have to fight Dr. Gina.
Yeah, that's true. The Give, Send, Go LMP is Lego Man Productions, folks. And at Lego Man Films, there's 2 G's in there, just keep that in mind. At Lego Man Films on social media. But, you know, we've known you for so long that it's kind of like old hat. But I think you ought to explain the whole idea of Lego Man, because you were a history teacher, and you actually had a Lego set of the Capitol in your house, and your house got raided. Unlike James Comey, you got raided.
And you didn't get the Legos back with your property from the FBI. What is up with that, Lego?
No, explain that so people can be brought up to speed.
Absolutely. So long story short, when I got arrested, the FBI raids my apartment and they see the Lego set. They try to link the Lego set of the United States Capitol to somehow now that I have been the mastermind behind all of January 6th and try to throw this into my court documents, trying to expose some kind of conspiracy case that I'm the architect of the insurrection. That's what they called me. So, it was ridiculous. It was a shred of humor that came out of January 6th. But there's other good things that came out of January 6th, too, which we'll get to in a minute. But, I got the name Lego Man essentially because the FBI, as Miranda Devine called out, are blockheads. And that's kind of how it all came from. My enemy tried to scorn me with a name. God used it to redeem me. And so we're actually using that entire saga to be the title of the production company, obviously with 2 G's. But the idea is that we're constantly showing how what the enemy wanted to use to destroy us as Americans or as Christians or as January 6ers is exactly what we can use to flip around and offer up to God and serve the Republic with and serve Almighty God with. And so that's what we've done. And as a matter of fact, I got to give a shout out to Jen Baker. She's amazing. She wrote an article in Gateway Pundit recently trying to summarize the whole background of why I wanted to name the company what it is and what we're fighting for, what we're about to accomplish. She includes some good footage and some videos of how I called out Northern Neck Regional Jail, and you guys did cover that as well. Yeah. And so it's awesome because, again, there's beautiful things coming out of January 6th. There's a family that's being assembled by God's grace through adversity that are all on the same page, all fighters, and are all now focused on fixing this country so that we never have to endure something like this again. I mean, you guys are living examples of that. And so the idea now is that with Lego Man Productions being a Christian company, a film company that's going to make epics that are going to replace Braveheart, we can have an opportunity literally within a January 6th community to have a film company that tells our stories, that exposes just how far we've fallen as a nation, but how we can redeem it through the stories of those in the past. So if you're out there and you're thinking, man, this kid's got it, or maybe he's talking about something I want to be interested in, I'd appreciate your support for sure. You can definitely contact us through the website, donate through the Give, Send, Go. But if you're interested in buying some shares, we're PBC right here out of Texas. I got to give a shout out to Cynthia through MDO, Mission Driven Organization. She's got all of our ducks in a row. So this is legitimate. This isn't a hoax. This is not a place where you're going to waste your money. You're going to see your money pay off because we're committed to making sure that your sons and your husbands and your daughters not only want to restore and keep this republic, but know how through Christian, conservative, gritty, in-your-face, life-changing films. And that's the idea.
This is what's so great because Charlie Kirk tried to do that too. And, everybody says you may strike down somebody like a Charlie Kirk, but thousands more are going to come back in his place, which I totally believe with. And just real quick, though, to finish up with the Legos, okay? It was shrink wrapped. It was shrink wrapped in your closet when they took it and said that you tried to make this insurrection. But tell us about what happened when you got it back 4 years later, all of your, belongings 4 years later.
Right, yeah. So I get all my stuff back literally 4 years to the day, which is crazy. June 11th is when I got all my things returned. And I get the Lego box of the Capitol. The box is empty. So the Legos are nowhere to be found.
So they opened it and stole the Legos.
They stole your property.
Yeah, they're stealing elections and stealing Lego sets, man. You can't trust these guys.
Ridiculous.
Hey, listen, there's something else that's very interesting about when you opened that box of your property up 4 years later. And I believe you put on your plate carrier.
Yes.
And you started coughing.
Yes.
You started coughing because you got hit with so much OC spray that 4 years later it was sucking the oxygen out of your lungs. What was that like?
Yep. Well, it's an understatement to try to reference the acronym PTSD. It's almost like you're going back in time. I put that plate carrier on who I had worn for 3 combat deployments to Afghanistan, and then I wear it again at the Capitol, and then I didn't feel its weight. but I saw it when the prosecution was in the room for my sentencing. Prosecution slams it on the table. It's a 50-pound piece of gear. And she says, "See, Your Honor, this is a trained killer," and I'm thinking, man, she has no idea what she's talking about. But to smell those smells again with the armor that I had worn, to combat zones, it not only kind of trips you out, but then it kind of makes you realize America has become a combat zone. My worst nightmare is coming true. The reason why I wanted to be a high school history teacher in the first place on my first trip to Afghanistan was to prevent the devastation of Afghanistan from following me home. So the next generation keeping this republic can stop that, keep that outside the walls. But with Charlie Kirk's assassination, man, the barbarians are in the gate. Afghanistan has followed me home. And that's why, more than ever, we need a movie to rally the troops so that the barbarians can be pushed outside the walls and we can keep this republic forever.
We've only got a couple of minutes, and as always, Lego, when you're on the show, we want you to go to the national anthem with us. But before we do that, J6 devastated thousands of lives. The collateral damage of J6 to family members and friends, it's not even. It's tragic,
and it still
to say the least. But there are occasional rays of sunshine. And J6 brought two people together that we love dearly, that didn't know each other. You want to talk for about a minute about that, brother?
Yeah, my face already hurts, man. I mean, I love that girl so much. So it was cool because I had never met her, but I heard about her. And we were cheering for her and her brother when they were on the run. And it hurt when I found out that she had been caught. But I'm in love with a woman that speaks my language, that knows my hurts, that knows my fears, and my former anger that I used to have. Her name is Olivia Pollack, and she's about to have my last name. But I wouldn't have met her had it not been through this entire experience. And I love that girl, not just because she's smoking hot, but because of what she believes in and the God she prays to and how she speaks and what she fights for. I mean, she is the woman that I hope every man can find, because we'll have better families and better futures with a woman like Olivia Pollack in it.
And she was on the run with her brother for like 2 years. They cut off the leg.
Very quickly. You're not going to have time to comment to respond to this, but here's the deal. When you and Dan Caldwell were wrestling around on our living room floor, you were taking the Marine. But I'm here to tell you, ladies and gentlemen, Liv Pollack could kick Lego's ass. She is a badass.
Yes.
All right.
Yes.
Soon to be Olivia
He
Lego
says
man.
yes, ma'am, to Liv. All right, Lego, we close the show the same way every week. That with the most beautiful national anthem ever sung, that by our beloved J6ers in C2B. And we want you to join us. Gentlemen, hats off. Ladies and gentlemen, hands over your hearts. Lego man, we love you like a son and a brother. Thank you for trusting us with 2 hours of your time, everybody. We'll see you next week.
God bless.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America. And to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.